Okay, we're doing it again. We're live again. Okay. Love technical difficulties. Alright. So let's get this going. Restarting the trailer for everybody. Sorry about that. Alright, I'm doing it right now.
We all know the problems of the world, but what are the solutions? We all know artificial intelligence is on the rise, but what about natural intelligence? We all know there are new things being introduced to humanity, but what has always been? We all know that there are people who make a difference in this world, but what about you? Natural intelligence, the technology of peace. Not the art of war, but the art of peace. Not simply the art, but the technology which creates all the art. A powerful and inspirational must-read book to change the world for generations to come. Featuring best-selling authors Marjorie Wildcraft and Joel Salatin, UFC World Champion Pat Miletich, Sustainability Design Leader McKinley Halati, Organics Industry Leader Kevin Fretz, and successful land developer Rowdy Mayer. These individuals came together with their unique solutions and perspectives in the dire need to save our world from its current catastrophic problems. What are the world's biggest problems? Among them, we may say it is war, political corruption, scarcity, world hunger, food insecurity, mental illness, cancer, heart disease, infertility, environmental pollution and deforestation, poverty and unemployment, mass extinction, tyranny, and the rise of artificial intelligence. Jim Gale, who helped bring these individuals together, spent his life dedicated to answering one question, studying obsessively for 16 years, essentially boiling down to what is really going on, and how do we change the world and creatively catalyze an intentional shift in humanity. He found the answers when he studied notorious works throughout history and applied their wisdom to the present. Quote, "There is one thing stronger than all the armies in the world, and that is an idea whose time has come." This is a quote attributed to Victor Hugo. Well, what is the idea? Napoleon Hill told us, whatever the mind can conceive and believe, it can achieve. Was he wrong? Bill Mollison told us, though the problems of the world are increasingly complex, the solutions remain embarrassingly simple. Well, what are the embarrassingly simple solutions? You never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete. That's a quote from Buckminster Fuller. Well, what is the new model? Everybody does the best they can with what they got, based on all things considered. This is from Neuro-Linguistic Programming, or NLP. What is the best we can do, truly? Those who love peace must learn to organize as effectively as those who love war. Martin Luther King Jr. How do we organize to share an idea? Johnny Wolfgang von Goethe said, "None are more hopelessly enslaved than those who falsely believe they are free." Well, how could we know that we are free? Sun Tzu said, "Know thyself, know thy enemy. 1,000 battles, 1,000 victories." Well, who am I? Finally, Lao Tzu says, "The spirit of the perennial spring is said to be immortal. She is called the mysterious one." Well, what do we truly serve? Jim found that there's one basic answer to all of these questions, but it does require strategy and mass awareness. Showing by example, Jim Gale met Corey Engerlot, among attracting many others who are leaders in respected fields, athletes, film producers, talk show hosts, celebrities, world-renowned speakers and influencers, etc. eventually leading to the creation of this collaborative great work known as Natural Intelligence, the Technology of Peace. It is time for you to help create the world's new marketplace, to carry on the evolution of mankind's destiny in all aspects of life, from freedom to food and medicine, to self-help and homesteading, to the economy and community, to science and technology, to development and construction, to off-grid living and preparedness, to love and faith, to peace and courage, to abundance and joy. Let's create the future where our children, their grandchildren, and their grandchildren, and the generations to come can forever live and actually live.
So that's it, guys. The book trailer for Natural Intelligence, the Technology of Peace. Cool stuff, isn't it? I think it's very cool. It's very exciting, very nerve-wracking, because I was just telling Ahmed I have like a billion things to update after the show as well. Again, this is like a one-man army type of show, type of thing. I mean, even when it comes to publishing, if I go with another publisher, there's a lot of constraints and things you have to deal with, and most people anyways do self-publishing and independent nowadays. It's like over 90%, and you can't really avoid Amazon one way or another because they have like billions of printers that are like on-demand printing, like right to your house type of thing. So they'll be like the top customer of every publisher anyways. Just figured to throw that out there, but we're going to try to get it on every platform, try to get things out there. Ahmed, how are you doing today? And if you want to share with everybody your channel, your stuff, what you're up to, what's going on?
Yeah, as I'm in this costume right here. What's up, guys? My name's Ahmed Mali, and I just want to say before I introduce myself, that you said I'm sweating?
Yeah, 100%.
Dude, I have a long sleeve shirt on under this, and then I have this thing on top, and it's thick. But, point being, I went outside today. It was nice. It was beautiful. It inspired me. I felt like it was actually colder than it had been recently. I guess we're having some sort of cold front, but that's not the point. It was nice and sunny, and it felt cool, and I enjoyed it. And, that made me feel really good. That made me work on a trailer that we're going to see later today, very nicely. I went into the sun. I was invigorated. And I put a couple hours into that trailer, actually, maybe closer to 2 or 3. But, it's good. It's really good. Corey enjoyed it.
What trailer? What trailer are you talking about? Huh?
I'm going to tell you. I've been telling you the past couple days, but I'm going to tell you again. It is a trailer for Galt's Landing, the video that we had made there, or that I had filmed and we had all been in. Huh?
You want to play it now?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you want to save it for later. I don't know if you think it's the best time, we can do it. But
nah, you're right. Let's build up the momentum.
Let's keep the audience a little let's reel them in a little bit with this. Let's not give them everything right away. Okay.
Yes, exactly.
Let's keep them like a little on their edge, on the edge of their seat. Let's do it.
So we got the first announcement done. That's it.
First I run a channel called I run a channel called Civil Offense. And that trailer is going to be up. Hopefully after the stream. I have not put it on YouTube yet, but if you guys like it, I will put it up just so you can share it and all that. Still working on the documentary itself, like still editing, but I'm in the middle of editing it. So, we'll look out for that in the next few weeks. Hopefully that is a good time frame for it. But yeah, overall, had a really good time at Galt's Landing again. I always talk about it, but yeah, let's get to the show.
Awesome stuff. Thank you, Law of Earth, Ignis. We got Sewing Class with Sarah Cross, The Fox, and there were a couple of others too. Sorry for the hiccup earlier. That was my network just in the very beginning, but we're all good now. We should be for the rest of the show. Yes, that was a trailer for a book that is available right now, so you can check it out on Amazon mainly. And then it will start spreading to the other platforms, and then you can start just looking it up, and then it'll come up like on the search results of any search engine. But like that takes time. Statistics take time. Everything, because we just did it. Like it was just done. We just published it. So All that's going to take a little bit of time to get, including other formats like audiobook and hardcover. But Kindle and paperback should be available, which I think are the most popular versions, frankly. And yeah, if anybody wants to record an audio version of our book, we welcome you to. And actually, if it's good enough, we can actually publish it with your audio recording, because we were thinking, Jim and I were thinking of like going in an actual studio and doing the audiobook for this book. But we'll see. We'll see.
I would love to hear Jim read me that whole thing. That would be pretty nice.
I know, right? It would be pretty cool. And Jim and I, we both wrote this book. Okay, so this is like a co-author type of scenario, whatever you want to call that. And we have a bunch of contributors as well to the book. So as the trailer adequately mentioned, and we have someone in the chat saying, "Why is it called civil offense?"
Because civil offense is the key to winning, and you can't win without being truthful, and truth is sometimes offensive to people. Yeah, it has to be civil. You can't just go attacking people. It has to be civil.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, the gist of it is I run a libertarian channel, philosophy. Like I've been saying the past few days, like we look for solutions outside of what the government tells you the solution is, which is politics. That's what they tell you it is, but it's not that, because they're trying to lead you into being more authoritarian, more pro-state. Even if they're trying to put it under the guise of it being libertarian, they're still trying to get you to go through their methods, inevitably to not get you to ever be free, truly.
Yeah, and it's a common theme in the show. And hey, Keegan, if you're watching, let me know. I'd love to have you on as a guest very soon. And we have a lot of speakers for today, but let's just jump right into it. A clip that we can start looking at, checking it out. Here we have Jackie Krasna, and she has a lot of awesome work that she's doing. And again, we asked over 70 people or so, what is the most important thing that people should know or need to know? You can see she's on like almost every single platform. So let's check out what she has to say to this question, shall we? Let's check it out.
Important thing that people should know boils down to the simple phrase, don't steal. People mistakenly believe that morality is about not partaking in certain vices such as promiscuity, greed, drinking, smoking. But true morality under the laws of nature is as simple as not stealing from others. Whether it's somebody else's life, property, or other inherent rights, don't steal. Whether we're talking about a human or non-human animal, don't steal from them. And whether you wear a badge, a uniform, or you're perceived as an authority figure, don't steal. So the mantra, don't steal, is true morality. And if people could repeat that and deeply know it, then we would have a chance for freedom to thrive. The most...
Don't steal. So that just as a general mantra, rule of advice for morality. What do you think, Amit?
Well, I definitely, like we've been talking the past few days about how it makes sense to incorporate this into your morality, like this ethical truth, because that is the way that people are going to thrive. That's how you're going to thrive in your own life. And that's how you're going to have the best connections with other people. It's just the thing that makes rational sense. But I as far as like human versus non-human animal, I'm a bit different on that, just based on, libertarianism and really just understanding of, I guess, how we're different as humans, like what we have that's different. That could perhaps, some people maybe have some other takes on what animals truly have. But from my understanding, it's that, we're the ones with the free will. We're the ones that are able to make claims and such. But, that's, I guess, maybe a smaller point in the video. I guess the true thing there being that, definitely respecting the rights of others is something that will lead to a better society.
Yeah, I know it's a hot contention among people who are, freedom lovers, people who talk a lot about morality is, animal rights and so forth. And I think it's important to mention it and to understand, the health and well-being of the animals, regardless of your views on this. I mean, who wants to see suffering on a mass scale, animals crowded in a warehouse and all that? I mean, I don't think most people like that. Once they see it, once they are exposed to the footage and they see all the horrors of that, it's not natural. It's not good for the animals. It's not good for us. It's really a lose-lose scenario. So absolutely, there's definitely a better way to do things. And yeah, very simply said, do not steal. That's her message. I mean, like, can most people disagree with this? I don't think so. Some folks may just say, oh, well, I don't know. That's just like her opinion. But, she's saying there's like an objective, like, law sort of to nature. And this is where that concept natural law comes in. And yeah, so we'll bring on Keegan when he's available as our first speaker. If not, we're going to have to go to our next speaker. I'm sorry that you have an update on Discord. Darn Discord. Darn Chinese Discord, always taking all our data, stealing everything. Anyways, so...
Corey, don't say anything bad about the Chinese.
I speak Chinese. I love Chinese. I go to like a Chinese church here in Florida. I'm like the last person to say that. So, anyways, I make fun of myself all the time, so it doesn't
Your
matter.
social credit will go down regardless. You made up for it a little bit at the end, but come on.
Just for talking about freedom, that's enough to get me.
Oh yeah, no,
Yeah.
not even mentioning China, just talking about freedom, yeah.
Yeah, but everybody says, I can translate when they take over. Anyways, so no, I love all people, and again, it's the order followers who are the main culprits here in this world, not the governments. Those are just people, and if I look at it as just people, what are they that makes it government? It's when they turn off their conscience. It's when they become a robot and they're following orders and they're like, I gotta stay in line. And to me, it's like, how do you interact with that? It's like non-playable character, NPCs. Like, what are you supposed to do? But yeah, it's pretty. That's the world we live in, right? Is a lot of potential NPCs that we have to deal with sometimes. And I don't like to differentiate myself from that because I don't want to make this us versus them. I believe everybody has a soul. Everybody can think for themselves and has some conscience, but you can look at some people in the world and you're like, do they really have a conscience? It's like
I was asking that question the other day. It's completely unrelated, but it's like those those accident and like things where people are making these mistakes, but it seems like it should have been so obvious that you shouldn't have done that thing.
Yeah.
F-ups and all that, those montages of that stuff, the compilations. And I was thinking, is everybody imbued with a soul? We're just looking at that, but obviously it's I think people just kind of shut off their sort of thinking, and that's why that happens, as opposed to them not having these capabilities.
Yeah, and it's a combination of a lot of factors like upbringing, right, and how people are raised, and essentially how they're programmed into this life. And I think a lot of people don't just have a proper foundation. They don't, and so that without that foundation, it's hard to know right versus wrong. The simple things that some people would say that's common sense and that everybody should know that, but it's not necessarily. If depending on the different things that happen to you in life, things can get pretty hard to wrap your head around. And can you blame them at that point? It's like yes and no. But all right, let's check out this next clip here because we got quite a bit to go through. Let's check this out. This is strange. Who knows about this? So this was also sent to me by Heckle Bus is his name.
He needs to grasp onto. And if we look at the screen, you're going to see that this is from the American Bar Association, or even just punch into your search engine. Is there a birth registration in the United States? And what you'll come up with is a decentralized system. In the United States, there is no national federal birth registry, as you might see in other nations such as the United Kingdom. Instead, birth certificates are issued by the states, which are obligated under law to report annual vital statistics data to the federal government. Very simply put, very simple, so that you know there is no such thing as a United States citizen of one born in the United States if there is no such registry keeping track and showing evidence of that fact materially. Think about that, folks, and God bless. Have a good night. Bye. I think
So, I love videos like this. It's like, think about it, here's their law and this is what it says and this is what people think as opposed to what it says. And I think that's really insightful. We've had a couple of these videos yesterday, right, talking about this idea of paperwork and using the law system and saying, there's something out of whack here, something that's in plain sight that clearly people should see and like point out and say, what's up with this? But they're not. And I just don't know if that's really the root cause, trying to look at the paperwork, or if it's rather, like I said, the morality, the psychology, the statism, the voluntarism, our principles, the natural law that these other speakers are talking about, right? So it's like you can discern as the viewer what you think would be more important to pay attention to. Do you want to focus on that paperwork part of it and trying to reverse your citizenship, or do you want to just claim your freedom as a birthright by natural law, by your humanity, by nature, whatever you want to call it, by God, and you simply stand on that through your behavior, through your actions, through your belief systems, through your knowledge? What do you think, Hamid? Any final thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I was talking about it yesterday. I don't really know that, that's an effective method. Like I was talking about with the example, having a friend that had family that was doing that, that like you're trying to figure out the inconsistencies. I mean, the state has plenty of inconsistent laws. Like these are things that they just put on the books, and then they have like something that's the complete opposite. And, it's all just because it's sort of, I mean, like I would say law is part of the propaganda that, that these are just like, they'll point to the rule that they want you to follow, but it depends on the circumstance, because if you're doing something that they don't want you to be doing, they can point to different laws that mean different things and have, completely opposite meanings. So I really think like, maybe you can try and say, oh, well, consistently speaking, you have to let me not be a citizen. You have to let me not go to jail. You have to let me do as I please voluntarily. But the problem with it is that, the state will crack down on people regardless,
Yep.
depending on if it needs to or not. They who are they to really respect consistencies? Who are they really to respect logic?
Yeah. And I gave a couple examples last stream too, like of some people who thought they were doing the right thing. And I've met so many other people as well with those experiences. Fearless Floyd is somebody who has a show who actually brings on a lot of whistleblowers from these movements. And they actually say, man, all these people got arrested and all these things happened to them. And so it's just something to be wary about. I think people should know about this to some degree, but at the same time, don't invest all your energy into it. Don't say this is the truth and like that's the 100%, like that's what you got to go down. I mean, of course, it's your choice, but just know the risks involved with whatever action you take. And there's always going to be some risk involved for the sacrifice of freedom. That's for sure.
Yeah, and on my end, it's not really to say I don't understand why people would want to do that, or that I don't think that, if you truly believe that that's how it works, that I can't see why, if I were in the same position, I wouldn't do the same if that were my belief.
Yeah.
But, it just, I guess it's just a question of, if I think it's ineffective, should I really just let you go on with it and say like, just do
exactly.
it? Or should I tell you what my thoughts are so that you can consider that as well?
Yeah. Yeah. And so, yeah, we're biased. We have our own views. And frankly, it's just from our studies, I would say, of the world and what we've seen. And like I said, I've met a lot of people from this community. So I'm just speaking from my own experience. But maybe where you are and where you live, it's really easy to do this paperwork and to take yourself out, and you really stand on it and you know exactly what to say, and you've been doing it for a long time. I know people who've been doing it for over 20 something years. And they agree with me. They want to get to total freedom without paperwork. But, they're just doing that right now to sort of like protect themselves and feel like they're fighting the system in other ways. So be it. Again, it's your choice. I think everybody should be free. So however way you do it, as long as you're not harming other people, I don't really have a problem with it. Let's check out this next clip before our first guest. And yeah, sorry, Keegan, I don't know. Discord is weird sometimes, man. I'm telling you. Modern day technology, you think it's great. It's like, oh, it's going to help us. AI is going to save the world. The social media is going to make us more social. And then it does the exact opposite. Anyways, let's react here to Mr. Jacob. He just gave me his name, Jacob. That's it. Just Jacob. I respect that,
Yeah.
freedomforlifeproject.com, his website. Let's check out what he has to say.
Your physical health is just as important as your mental and spiritual health. Of the few people who are free in the mind, there are even fewer who are free in the body. To increase your physical health is to increase your mental and spiritual health. Food feeds your expression of spirit, and your expression of spirit feeds your choice in food. Your choice in food is more impactful on your health than all of the environmental toxins combined. Today, most people's relationship with food is that of an addict. How will this food make me feel? Not will this food nourish me? It should not be normal to be on a regimen of pharmaceutical pills while still being riddled with chronic disease. Food is medicine that directly deals with imbalances in the body, imbalances being the root cause of disease. If we are unsuccessful and war comes, will you have a body that is healthy enough to defend itself? Change your food and you will change your life. Your physical...
Wow. Change your food and you will change your life. Boom.
Stop eating seed oils.
Yeah, stop eating processed food. If you are eating processed food, and I'm sure there's somebody, and maybe you're a libertarian, you care about freedom, and you're like, I could skip out on the health stuff. I don't need to be healthy. Well, think about it, all right? Think about it. If you want to raise a family, you have kids, or you want to pass on a better future, these are things to consider. Fertility rates are dropping, and I'm just saying there's a lot of stuff going on, and people are going to count on you, especially when things go down, and you want to make sure you're in peak health condition. If you want to be the example, if you want to say, hey, this is the truth, people are going to look at you, they're going to judge you by your looks. It's just kind of how things go. And nowadays you have this whole movement where it's like, it's okay to be obese, it's okay to be fat, it's okay to it's like, not necessarily. It comes with a lot of health problems, and people need to consider those health problems. There is a direct consequence to our actions there, and we cannot avoid those consequences. And so when he's talking about the spiritual, and then he's talking about how people's relationship with food is like an addict, I think there's a big connection there. I mean, look at where addicts find the most help in today's world. Like Alcoholics Anonymous and all these groups, they use a lot of spiritual wisdom and advice to often help people get out of that addiction. And so sometimes it can be as simple as that, but it may not be the approach for you, a spiritual path, but it is one avenue that not a lot of people consider, right? I mean, you look at like Eastern cultures, and they use a lot of like fasting, and they use a lot of different methods to rejuvenate the body, even as simple as exercise. But you can do like lymphatic drainage too, like on all different parts of your body. You can use like dry brushes and massagers. I mean, there's people who take massages all the time in other countries, and people who do martial arts, and they're doing all sorts of things to keep themselves healthy in an abundance of ways that I don't see the average American doing. Just frankly, that simple. They're cooking with a lot of spices. If they're making a starch, they're throwing some seaweed in there to absorb the starch. They're soaking their like nuts and beans overnight. They're doing all sorts of crazy things that most Americans here have no clue about. So it's just important to inform yourself about the different things you can do, and then it becomes fun. It can be like an art. And we talked about that before, but I think that helps us in this process of transition.
Yeah, I would just say definitely you want to make sure you're eating a nutritionally complete diet. And as far as basics, like I got into Paul Saladino when I was first trying to learn like seriously about things. And I think he has a lot of great, like simple advice for people who really don't know where to start. I think that's actually a really good starting point, because a lot of people, they don't understand all the lingo and, like very like complex interactions of things. So that's, I think, and he really just recommends pretty much like you could go on this as an elimination diet where you just eat the most basic, like unprocessed things, like just, like least chemically defended, like plants and all that. Like, if you don't really know the preparation methods or anything like that, you can just go like fruit, meat, dairy, honey, like these sources, like organs. And it's, I think really just if you have some sort of chronic problems, or if you don't feel the best, like this is probably the best place to start as far as just getting back to the, sort of root of eating. And then from there, sort of branching out and figuring out what else you can eat, what else makes you feel good, what else, or what doesn't make you feel good actually, and what isn't good for you. Because there actually are foods that aren't going to be good for you. There actually are foods that are going to cause more problems, if anything. And, I guess you can't even really call like seed oils food because they're machine lubricant, but, and they've been put into all the foods, like in the system, basically in like, restaurants and packaged foods and all that. Yeah. So you really want to get away from that. As far as more complex things, maybe not too complex, but still a little bit more complex depending on how deep you get. Ray Peat, I think, has been incredible as far as my understanding, like of just the body's energy and how that works, and like cellular energy, how it's produced, as opposed to just like, what directly makes you feel good, maybe more looking at the interactions within the body and what's happening when you're eating these foods. Sure. But overall, I don't think you can feel your best mentally unless you feel your best physically, actually. And so I definitely think, yeah, even if you think that you can think like the way you want to think, perhaps there is something in your system that isn't allowing you to reach a greater potential, and that can be very much improved by eating a proper diet.
Yeah, and I'd say work from where you're at and see what appeals to you foods wise. What's your favorite foods that you know are healthy for you? And in question, are they truly healthy? And then, different products that you often consume, read the ingredients. And that would be something I would recommend to start off with. If you can just check the ingredients and everything, I say that overrides nutrition right there in the beginning stage. My personal opinion. If you can just get a clean diet, that can matter more than a quote unquote healthy diet. At least you won't get sick anymore, and you'd start getting more nutrition naturally without even looking at nutrition. So, okay, I want to bring on our first guest. And
Well, I was just going to say real quick, like,
Yes.
to clarify, like when I'm saying nutritionally complete, you don't have to look at every last like little bit, like, of the daily value of something you're getting. It's more so just eating foods that will be more complete in their nutrition, and not just like not giving you what you need as far as sustenance goes, like fresh squeezed orange juice, like milk, like things like that.
Yeah, no ingredient labels, needed.
Yeah.
Just like one ingredient type foods, it's like no labels. And, go to your farmer's market. Go support your local farmers. All right, let's bring on Dustin Plattner. If he's here, let's find out. I'm going to try to move him over here. Hey, is this Dustin? You're muted, my man. Figured to ask if you're here, if you'd like to speak with us. Free as above. Maybe not. Maybe not. Okay.
Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, we could wait on him to message and just play a different clip and then get back to his.
Yeah, Dustin, if you're here, you can type in the chat when you let me know when you're ready, and I'll make sure to bring you in when you're ready. Okie dokie. Let's get to our next clip. It's no big deal if that happens, but hopefully we get to hear from him soon.
Oh, it looks like he turned his camera on in that room. I don't know if he might be ready.
All right, if he's ready, I'll bring him in. Hey, Dustin, you here now?
Yes.
Awesome.
I am.
And you'll have to turn your camera back on. It switches off when you get in here.
Okay. All right. Can you hear me okay though?
Yes, we can. And we saw your clip yesterday.
Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, I saw it too. Yeah, I've never done Discord before, so I'm sorry, but I'm trying to find my camera and I don't know where to see it on it. But I'm glad you can hear me at least. Oh, here it is. I see it.
There we go. There he is.
Awesome. Yeah.
What's up? Yeah,
Hey,
it's funny.
what's up, Ahmed and Corey?
Yeah, we were just talking about all sorts of health stuff. So maybe it's some weird synchronicity because we just watched a clip by Jacob, and he talked about how health and diet is a very important step toward toward trying to attain freedom. So how's it going? If you want to share your work and introduce yourself a little bit for everybody. I know we went over your clip yesterday, and I'm glad that we still got the chance to talk to you.
Yes. Well, first of all, it's really kind of you to put this together. And Corey, you've been awesome and like pushing me in and doing all this. I mean, phenomenal. Good job, guys. I mean, it's awesome. So I appreciate the invite a lot.
Yeah. All good.
Yes. So, my website's freeasabove.xyz. That's where I talk about morality and natural law, and I teach that there. And then I also I'm a doctorate in psychology, so I have a private practice. So I help children and families work with their mental health and help parents connect with their children. And so I really enjoy that a lot too. And of course, obviously, Passio's research and work, inspired me to do all this, and so that's been a blessing in my life. And so, we have to take the action to help because we don't want suffering to happen on this planet. We don't want to do that. And now we know the causes of suffering and how that works. So now it's time to help educate folks and then be the change you want to see.
Absolutely. I love it. And I don't know if you saw the trailer I had yesterday for the medical project, but my goodness, I would love for you to help just check that out and maybe contribute
Yes.
to
Okay.
it.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
It
yeah.
focuses on
Because we
psychology.
awesome.
Yep.
Okay. Yep. I'll go back. I was so busy yesterday, but yeah, I'll
No,
definitely
it's
go
all
back
good.
and look at it. That's awesome.
It's all good. We have a
Yeah. Well,
lot
good
of
for you
trailers today.
guys.
Yeah, so tell us, what are you working on? What's your latest projects, and what are your plans for the future? I'd like to ask everybody this question. So, if you also
Uh
want to
huh.
network with people in your area, I don't know if you want to tell everybody where you're from.
Yeah, I'm from SoCal, Southern California out
Okay,
here. Yeah. Yeah.
great.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm actually been really busy launching some stuff. So one thing I also like to help people in the practical, like stuff they can grab their hands on
Right.
to move them into sovereignty. So one piece I just launched, sort of, it's a membership, it's free, but it's called Practical Anarchy, where
Mm,
I teach contract law equity and contract law. I teach Bitcoin only and how to use Bitcoin and how to do it in a way that's outside of government contracts.
mm.
And so I really enjoy those two things and those aspects of it. So I just launched that, and that's on my website, freeasabove.xyz. And then also, I'm really excited. I just released a parenting group. It's called Natural Law Parenting,
Nice.
where I help parents navigate the ups and downs of the of raising children and helping them navigate that space so they have a good concept of what does um, pushing into our children, what helps them build good character,
Hmm.
good grit, good self-confidence, and love for themselves and love for others. And obviously this stems from the golden rule. If you
Hmm.
don't want something done to you, don't do it to someone else. Or the positive way, right, is if you like something done to you, do it to someone else.
Sure.
So
Yeah.
this is how I help parents navigate that space, because it can be very confusing for parents. Like there's all kinds of stuff out there,
Yep.
and it's difficult. So I'm glad that all my expertise and experience, and then now getting and grokking natural law and pulling it together, I think it'll be a good tool to help the next generation going forward by helping the parents.
Yeah.
So that's what I've chosen to navigate. So those two things I do. And another aspect of my advocacy work is I created a computer movement called Sovereign Systems, and
Mm.
so I put together little computers for folks that they can run their own websites, their own chat, Element Chat. They can run it, their own Bitcoin node. It's a whole little thing all together. So I have several avenues of my advocacy work, and basically what I found to really work in my life, I tried to package it together to help others so that I can share it so we can get moving forward.
Beautiful.
So it's that practical piece that really gets me going. So those are the areas in which my work, how I do things to help the world be a better place before I go. Right?
Yeah.
This is all of our jobs.
Beautiful. Yeah, Ahmed, I don't know if you have any questions or anything you want to say first. You look so funny in that outfit. I'm sorry. It's like
And I'm over
I'm
here
like
eating
looking at
dates.
him, and I'm like, I'm paying attention, and I look at you. I'm like, what's going on?
Are you seeing me over here snack on some dates and just wondering what I'm eating?
Yeah, I mean, I
Every
don't know.
once in
It
a while,
could be
just pop one.
roaches or something for all I know. I mean, goodness.
Every once in a while, just pop one. Yeah, I'm blistering in this costume, by the way. But I don't know. I think it's a really good message, and what you're doing, I think, is good. I don't know
Thank you.
yeah, I don't know if I have any specific questions. I'm just trying to think of, yeah, what other sort of values would you say you're teaching, like aside from like the golden rule?
I think what he's doing is really
Yeah.
important. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, no, that's a really good question, Ahmed. If we go into the parenting realm here, which I really love talking about, I spoke at Music and Sky this year on natural law parenting. So I gave a presentation to the parents and children there. So that was really fun. And so part of that speech, and that's on my website, by the way, you all can watch it if parents out there can watch it. But part of it is the balance of the divine feminine and divine masculine.
Mm.
So in all of our lives, right, we have to have that, the nurturing aspect to care and to lift up and to pour into and that loving aspect of the feminine, and then the divine masculine of saying, no, you can't do any behaviors that cause harm, and firm boundaries, and something, and in parenting dynamics, something that the children can press up against, that children need. We need the boundaries to press up against, so we know where I begin and then the child ends. I and the child begins. Right? They need to know that boundary, and so a balanced parental approach is taking that dynamic of not being laissez-faire where everything goes, or not being completely authoritarian where everything's just slammed down. That doesn't help. There has to be a balance, and that's what all the esoteric mystery traditions have taught us for so long, is that understanding that once we come to that awakening of the self-respect of I say no because I don't allow harm in, and then the protection so love can thrive. When those two are in balance, then that's when love takes root, and that's when love can grow. When those two things are out of balance, love can't blossom. So you need the two aspects of those balanced pieces. And that's part of what I'll talk about in my parenting group. I'll help explain that. And then also it'll be a way for parents to also have a therapeutic aspect where they can share and connect and get support from others. And you'll have to become a private member of my private member association, which is my practice. It runs under a PMA. And because it's not open to the public, it's only open for private members. And you can sign up, and the links are there to help you walk through that. So, but that's another aspect too, besides the morality. I hopefully that was helpful.
Yeah, no, that is really good.
And you mentioned so many like important fields of study too, because it's not just the physical, it's the mental, and that's where the psychology comes in. Then it's like, it's not just you, it's also your family, it's the parents, and I met like a 15-year-old like person who like said like, hey, I found Mark Passer when I was 15, like crazy stuff, like, and so did me technically, and we're gonna do like events at colleges, so we're gonna bring it to a lot of younger audiences because we think it's really inspiring. So, but that's just one of the materials we'll bring. I mean, there's so much stuff that would inspire them that we believe, would just like open their eyes, be like, whoa, solutions, not like problems. So everybody knows the problems generally in the world.
Yes.
But yeah.
Yes.
And so thank you so much for being here. We're going to probably bring on our next guest. Thank you so much.
I appreciate it, guys.
Quick and short, but I always appreciate it. Yeah, if you want to stay in touch with me, please share with me all the things that you're always up to. If you ever need anything, please reach out. You know where to contact me. I appreciate it.
Okay. Bye, guys.
Much.
Enjoy. Yep. See you later. Bye-bye.
freeasabove.xyz is his website. Check him out. Awesome stuff. Let's bring on our next guest. This is kind of back-to-back, Ahmed. Back-to-back.
Let's go.
Let's see if he's here.
We got my dates. I'm ready.
Nettis Moore, and I am definitely not saying his name correct. By the way, I love this guy's accent, okay, for the record. Remember I said I like European culture, all sorts of cultures? Oh my gosh. This guy makes me want to like charge into battle. All right, so let's check it out. All right, he's server muted, so he doesn't even hear me. But, oh, here we go. Hey, you here?
Hey.
Wow, you're prepared. Wow, you're crazy prepared. You even got a background. Look at that.
Thank you.
Nice to talk to you. I'm sorry if it's like really late or early for you because where you are, but
it's 10 o'clock in Europe.
Okay, yeah. Wow, that's a cool background there. Reminds me of like Lord of the Rings, like they get together and they're like, we're going to have an unexpected party, the first scene in The Hobbit.
Yeah, or Valhalla, right?
Yeah, see, so when I watch your videos, I'm just being honest with you, like I want to go to war. Like I'm ready. Like you got that energy. It's like the same energy I get when I tune into like Alex Jones or whatever. It's like my testosterone like raises like double. So, but for you, yeah, it's like, but you're even more hard hitting because, Alex doesn't talk about the things that you talk about with morality and the symbolism and all the aspects of the occult. And so I want you to share with everybody that all the work that you have and the presentations that you have that are massive and introduce about yourself.
Yeah, my name is Alex. I come from Slovenia and I'm not for a long time in this movement. uh, I guess I was searching for answers. Skull. Searching for answers, and the all the retracing the steps. I guess knowledge was the key to move from one point to another. So I guess I want to promote knowledge and just inspire people to do their research.
Yeah. How about we check out your clip? I have it open here, and we can talk about it.
Yeah, sure.
All right, and I know that it went through several versions, and I got it down perfectly to the minute mark. I think it still preserves all the information because I know you had to do some cuts too, and it was awesome seeing the transitions there because I know you have like all these expansive material, so trying to get it into 1 minute can be a bit challenging sometimes. But all right, let's do this, man. All right, I titled it "Your Prison is Built by You." That's what
Okay.
I titled, at least on my end, but you can title it whatever you want on your end. All right, let's check it out. And by the way, on Discord, make sure you're watching my screen, and that way you can hear it.
I am.
Okay, cool, man. You know what to do. All right, let's watch.
Many have heeded the call to awaken and are now waiting for the great awakening. However, a day doesn't end with the morning and a journey is not concluded with the first step. Everyone deserves an answer matching their level of comprehension. That's why I formed a universal, 3-step process of self-discovery. Wake up, grow up, it's not by chance that you are taught what to think, not how to think. What to believe, not how to form healthy beliefs. Your good intentions are in a state of fear used against you. The prison was built and is maintained by you. Your inherent value and true divine nature must be trampled for parasites to exploit you. It's easy to be a parasite to a slug, but much harder to a dragon. In fear you build your walls and only you can dispel them. Only after liberating your mind can you liberate your body. The most heartbreaking is when a song never sung, fades away with the heart that gave her life. They thrive on our fear, leaving us torn apart and burdened with regrets. Picking up the pieces of a peace-pot life. Why would you let them? The song of life yearns for your voice. Many have...
The song of life yearns for your voice. I love that. And, you know, a lot of my works on my channel start out with, like, poetry. And so I respect that too, because it's like it's passion and it's care for what's going on in the world, and we're gonna need that to create a cultural shift, a social cultural shift to the better reality that we see. It is true, you know, people are losing their spirit, they're losing themselves in almost every way possible, and so having song, having that type of culture revival, I think is a very amazing thing. But people don't think they have a voice. People don't think that they can truly think for themselves. I mean, people are now creating justifications to say that, you know, experts know more than them. I mean, people are all making all sorts of excuses to basically not take control of their own life, not take responsibility. So if you want to expand on this clip, since I know it's only a minute, and I love how you say there's like, what is it, the universal 3-step process? Wake
There was
up.
a line right around there that I wanted to hear again.
Yeah. I don't know. Should we play it one more time? Or, let's see. The Great Awakening.
It was like around there.
Yeah. I know a lot of people refer to these types of transitions in history as like the Great Awakening, right?
Yep. That's why I kind of used it. But in the morning when you wake up, it just doesn't end with you waking up. You need to make a change, and then you prove that change with an action. That's why it's wake up, grow up, and step up. Wake up is the first question, the why question. Knowledge today is not the biggest problem. The problem is inspiration to find that knowledge. And I hear people, oh, why should I bother? Why should I try? Why I need to be a part of the movement or whatever?
Yeah.
So when you have the knowledge of your personal why, then you need to know the how, and the how is this growing up part.
Okay.
And the last one is, step up, which is an action, and if the action based in knowing your why and having the know-how. The action is, yeah, as long as it doesn't cause harm, it's up to you. The song of life.
And
I
that
love
kind of
that.
reminds me of how, like, people they'll support politicians who will get into office, and then they'll kind of, like, the whole goal of it is just to get them elected rather than to actually do anything. Or, like, they kind of just want you to, like, shift your focus to them being the person that'll do everything for you. So it kind of doesn't inspire you to be at the front doing anything beyond maybe just getting petitions signed or something,
Yeah.
or people out to vote, and then you don't actually do anything productive. Like, it becomes something where people feel like that's enough for them, I suppose, to feel important at all. And then they won't even really go on to doing something that could actually matter more to them.
Absolutely. That's why I think art is really important because it inspires and invites people to participate.
Yes. Inspiration is huge. What you just hit on, reminds me of care, the principle of care, the generative principle. And I think those concepts are related there. But when we inspire people, they start to care about what they put into the world, the thoughts and their actions. And you're right, that does prompt upon a bunch. I mean, once you start caring about one thing, you start going down the rabbit hole and you're like, huh, now I've found this thing and I found that thing. And I think that's how a lot of people from my talks, like I've talked to a lot of people, both in real life and online, and I asked them, I say, how did you get to where you are? And they say, yeah, I watched this one video or something happened in my life, like a wake up call of some sort, and it got them inspired or got them caring in order to act. But if it wasn't for that, they would have never looked into the knowledge in the first place. So I think you hit that on the nail. You said it's a self-discovery process as well. And by the way, I linked his channel in the chat, guys. Be sure to subscribe, check out his works. Like I said, it's very detailed here. This clip does not do justice, frankly, but it's still a very good clip. It's just holy moly, his works aside from this are really nice, and I think you deserve a lot more credit, a lot more attention in the community. I know they're probably not looking for the attention, but I want people to check out your work either way. And you mentioned here, like it's like you make it sound like it's a war, which I think is important too, right? Because it is a war. It's a spiritual, it's a mental war. You're talking about, like, there's these walls, there's this prison, there's this dragon, there's this parasite, liberating your mind. And if people don't take it seriously, at some point, it's going to get to that point, you know?
It's about care, right? Like you have like dark care and the true care, and the tomorrow depends on the care we have today. Why we have wars? Well, because the more people care to have them, the care for wars is bigger than the care against them. So I guess we need to turn on better care. Simple as that.
Yeah. Yeah, so is there anything else you want to share, like future projects, and if you want to network with people in your area, anything like any events going on or any of that? Just I asked this to a lot of the speakers on purpose because it gets us thinking, like, what could we do better? And also, who could we potentially meet? Because a lot of people think they're alone. There's other people that there isn't anybody around them to network with, but I find out that's often untrue. Like, I'll interview somebody like 5 minutes from now and I'll find somebody who lives exactly in your area and they'll be like, oh, I'm all alone. I'm like, you're not alone. So if you want to share all your work with everybody, I did link your channel.
I would like to invite people to my YouTube channel. Just watch few minutes, and if you are inspired, just find me. There's a link and my info there. And my future project is a song. I write a poem, and at this very moment the composer is working on a music, so I guess we will be recording, I don't know, the end of this year. The vocals in the studio are reserved.
Awesome.
So really looking forward to that, yeah.
Dude, that would be awesome because then I could share that music at my events because I need like starter and ending music and so forth. And I would love to support like independent artists more. And I know there's a lot of people who do music. Like Mark Pasio was in a band, a rock band, and then Will Keller did music too. And you know, I did music for a while. I still can, but my goodness. Yeah, I would love if anybody wants to collaborate with me. There's a cool website called audiotool.com. It's pretty cool. I use that for a lot of things. It's all in browser too. Just figured to throw that out there. But I thank you so much. Music is huge, absolutely. And I'm very glad to meet you. I'm glad that you're doing this work on multiple levels, not just, you know, making presentations, but you're thinking, oh, let's make music, you know. And thank you for joining this event too. The more we do outreach, the more we collaborate, I think the more impact we'll make. I love this.
I'd also like to say I'm very impressed by your beard, sir.
Hey, thank you.
Awesome.
I grow it myself.
Nice. Good talking to you.
Thank you so much.
Yes,
I appreciate it.
Have a good day, guys.
Have a good day. Thank you. All right. And then we have our next speaker. Hey, Miggy, welcome in the chat. I know who you are from Food Forest Abundance. Awesome stuff. Thank you. Guys, share it with people who have no clue what this event is, all right? Have no clue what any of this live stream stuff, none of it, all right? Share it with those folks. And I think that's the play, all right? If you missed the announcement in the beginning of the stream, that's okay, because we're going to have several more announcements later on, including a bunch of other non-related announcements. I guess everything's related to each other, though. But it's announcements nonetheless. So,
and you know, before you go on, Corey, I was just going to say, like, related to what you were talking about with people in your area, I didn't even know how close you were until we started talking.
Exactly.
You know, like you hit me up at first. We had talked for a little bit before I had realized. And then I think it was right before we did that episode that we did, like we had already been talking a little bit before that. Then we find out, hey, we're not too far from each other.
Yeah.
And then that's when we were able to meet up at that one university and start like handing out information.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, it really does work like that, guys.
Yeah. Yeah. So like I had no clue he was in Florida with me. And so anybody out there in Florida, you know where we are. But be sure to connect with people in your area. We have a whole networking section on the Liberator.us, and you can share with everybody for the live stream, the Liberator.us/show. Just figured to throw it out there. You can share that link, or you can share the link on this YouTube, but the website works too. Okay, let's go to our next clip, our next speaker. The virtual webmaster. The virtual webmaster. All right. And if you look him up, you're going to get a bunch of things about virtual webmasters, but then you find out there is the virtual webmaster. And he does exist out there. He's a superhero. All right, let's check it out. Let's see. Are you here, virtual webmaster? Brought him on. Let's see if he's here.
Oh.
I'll bring him back on. Hey, you here? Hello, hello. Oh. RIP. R.I.P.
Yeah.
People always having tech issues. It's all right.
Oh.
It is what it
Getting the
is.
camera feed. I'm just seeing it load up.
Oh.
It was so close. I saw a camera loading.
I don't know. Why does it push them back in the other room? It's weird. Hey, just try speaking first. Get your mic working first. There you go.
There we go.
You're here.
We can see you.
Oh man, I can't get the green screen working on Discord. Sorry about that. I could have used a different platform, but Discord was the easiest for the stream. I'll tell you that. And a lot of this generation use Discord. It is very popular, unfortunately. It's just how it goes.
I like how you say this generation, Corey.
Well, it is true. Yeah, it is true.
Now.
So, all right. Do you hear us, Virtual
Are you
Webmaster?
able to hear him?
Do you hear us? Oh man, we heard him just a second ago.
Well, I don't know if we heard him.
Yeah, I thought
Was
I
that
did.
him? I don't know if we just spoke at the same time and overheard each other.
Oh man, he's virtually there with us. He's the virtual webmaster. But
he will master the web eventually.
Yeah.
Don't worry, guys.
He's not the Discord master. He's the web.
Oh yeah, okay, fair enough. Discord's an application on your computer. It's not the
Exactly.
web. So he didn't call himself the computer master. He called himself the webmaster, guys.
Yep. Yep,
Be
yep.
fair.
Hey, John,
fair.
I know you're here too. You can pop in at any moment, dude. Don't feel ashamed. But yeah, I'll bring him back on the stream. See if, hey, Virtual Webmaster. Oh, and he's out. All right. So,
Undefeated?
if you're listening, write a comment in the chat when you're ready, and then I'll bring you on when you have your audio and everything figured out. In the meantime, let's check out his clip, and then we can talk to him about it. We'll do that. All right. Let's see. Get the Virtual Webmaster his clip here. And I titled it, "Did you ever consider this?" Okay, so let's check this out. Here we go.
Digital freedom to be the most important concern today. And it's because without digital freedom, everything else you consider important is in jeopardy. Big tech are currently building a digital prison around us. The linchpin being the global digital ID, which almost everything else will be connected to. This will include your new central bank digital currency wallet, where your universal income will be deposited. Your carbon footprint and social credit score will also be linked. Once these final components are in place, it's game over. There'll be no more chance of escape. Right now, it's actually still relatively easy to escape this digital prison. The problem is most people have no idea where to even start. So I created an escape plan. Not only will you learn how to go under the big tech radar and discover better alternatives, you'll also learn how to put big tech and Big Brother into a virtual digital prison on your device. Digital freedom.
So digital freedom, which by the way, this is why he did not like Discord. I told him about Discord. I'm like, oh man, I'm sorry, dude, but we're kind of using Discord. And he's like, oh, because he's usually on Element with me. His Element's like more of a secure end-to-end encrypted. So he knows about a lot of the tech solutions. And you can't blame him for not knowing about Discord or at least like, you know, using it that much. Because a lot of people are using better things, frankly. I'm using it for the show because it's the best quality. It's the most reliable for what we got to do. If I use something more secure, more private, then I have to deal with a bit more of my internet trying to push the limit. So I'm trying to be as safe as possible regarding the show, but I use those other platforms all the time. And so this is like the first time I bring everybody over here. I'm like, hey, you got to come over to Discord. But yeah, he shares a lot of unique solutions on his shows. He's got different episodes as well. So let's see if we can try to talk to him here. I'm going to bring him in one more time. Also, David Rodriguez, if you're watching, I could bring you on. I also made you a certain role, so that way you can invite yourself in here anytime you want. You guys are both welcome, John and you, because you guys have awesome energy, and I think you guys will contribute to the stream in awesome ways. Okay, let's see if we can get him in
General
here.
Fake Meat saying, I don't know if that's a he, but he moved to Florida.
Yeah, I tried bringing him in. Let's try to bring him in one more time here. Hey, are you here? Oh, and he's back out. Oh, all right. David, I can help bring you in here if you want. I'll do it for you. Hey, David. What's going on? There's a whole party going on. See how many people are in the Discord? Goodness. Popping in and out. Hey.
Yeah, man. Chilling down. What's up, brother?
up?
I don't know how to jump on, brother. I'm here, but I don't know how to jump on, so I'm kind of in your hands.
It's all good. Well, I brought you in, so you're here. You're set. You can turn on your camera now because it always turns it off when I drag you in.
Okay.
So people can see your beautiful face, my good sir. Look at that. Yeah.
Yeah, look at that.
He's
And
a
the team
leader.
looking sharp too, man. Yeah, man. Get ready for a comedy show tonight. You got to get sharp.
Really? What's going on?
Yeah, dude. I'm producing some comedy shows. I'm gonna do about 7 minutes comedy tonight. I got about 7 or 8 comedians, and I charge $10 at the door. Maybe I'll walk home with $150.
Wow. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, because culture, man. We can talk about it, but it's like I'm no longer trying to persuade people. I'm trying to inspire people like you and Jim Gale and these guys. Like
that's the way to
working on
do
this
it.
movie project. Yeah, man, working on the movie project. We got to tap into the right side of the brain, man, because we got the left side. We logically are correct, but we got to affect culture, you know. So that's what the whole game is.
I absolutely agree with that, and that's part of the reason why I think my college strategy is going to be important because like I realized it's like you're going to hit a dead end if you're only trying to convince people, produce content nonstop. I see there's people just doing interviews nonstop, and I tell them, like, you got to experiment with other forms of content too. Like, if you look over the past 4 years of my channel, I'm doing all sorts of things. You know, I'm doing poetry. I'm testing out everything possible.
Exactly.
And I was new to content creation, so I would just put out whatever just to get used to it. And then over time, I got used to it, and now I'm starting to like experiment more and more. And now I'm releasing books with like Jim Gale, and we're doing like potential movies. So like now I'm branching off into different avenues I've never explored before, because I'm trying to find out what is the strategy to change the world. What is the strategy that's going to be the catalyst to create like a mass awakening. And
Right.
we know there's censorship. We know there's all these things going on. But I think we can truly battle it if, you know, we have the culture and the social fabric of our society ingrained into these ideas. Now it's like that's a force to be reckoned with. When you change the culture, my goodness, you know,
Yeah.
and it's like the 60s and everybody's talking about peace and love and they're all wearing certain colors and they're all not necessarily that
Doing
we
LSD.
not necessarily the same thing,
Yeah.
but you get the point, is that the culture influences greatly the amount of change that happens.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
100%, man.
I see if we
That's
can
the
get
battleground.
Let's see if we can get Virtual Webmaster in here one last time. Hey, Virtual Webmaster. You here? Oh, okay. Well, too bad. Let's try to move on and see how things go. But yeah, let's check out our next clip. Now that David's here with us, dude, you can react with us if you want.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yes, okay, we're watching the little presentations and we get to react and comment on it.
Yeah, so you can watch my stream here on Discord and you can react with us. We're going to watch our
Nice.
next clip.
Okay, let's do it.
It says, watch these 10 areas in your life now. So that's what this clip is titled. Let's check it out.
Optimal civilization demands efficiency in 10 primary areas: water, sanitation, food, shelter, power, heating, cooling, lighting, telecommunication, and transportation. For 6,000 years from the time of Sumer, the public has been bamboozled by politics, religion, and finance, all of which have a 0% effectiveness combined when trying to attain this peak efficiency. But nature can do all of this with supreme efficiency. The best ideas actually date back to the time of Atlantis. A lot of that knowledge has now been uncovered. We can now defeat poverty, disease, and war by working in harmony with nature. To find out more of how to do this, please visit my Polytope Press website. Optimal.
All right. So very cut to the point. Like, here are the 10 things that you need to pay attention to in your life. He goes over all the basics, right? Like water, lighting, shelter. And I really like that list. It's a good one. Because it really helps you know what to be prepared for as well in any case of scenario, because people are always warning, oh my gosh, the world's going to potentially like go down one day. And so these are things to pay attention to, whether you care about freedom or you just care about your own survival. You care about your own family and securing them. And I think these two go hand in hand, right? Because when you are secure in your own persons and property and your life and your freedom, well, then you have freedom. You're in control of your life. You're practicing self-ownership, which we watched your clip yesterday, David, and you said, you know, the number one thing that you think is important is self-ownership and understanding right versus wrong. So, you know, is there a right and wrong to doing power, to doing all these other things? Well, many people would prefer to live off-grid. Many people would like to have a food forest, for instance. What happens when they do? Now they become self-sustainable. They don't have to be dependent on the grocery stores, all these big corporations, on the governments. I mean, that to me sounds like freedom.
Absolutely, man. Critical, man, because these ideas have been very secretly hidden from us, you know, like I depended on the grocery store right now. I don't like that. I'm like, man, what's the solution, right? So Jim Gale and the food and all these other homesteaders, you know, they got the independent food going on. That's a solution, but there's a learning curve. And that's why I'm like, okay, so we can see the goal. I can see what I want. I'm like, how am I going to get there? And so it's good to have these kind of conversations. And I think I might have mentioned to you or somebody else, but it was like, I connected why we didn't learn how to grow food in school, because it's directly related to the mega food corporations. So if we learn how to be sustainable at a young age, then they miss out 40 years of us buying their Doritos and their drinks and such like this. So I was like, wow. So the school system is such a critical part to all of this stuff, even like shelter, clothing, telecommunications, as the gentleman said in the video. all these things are directly related to the beginning of being a human being. I think we're going to go back to the basics of like, what is it to be a human being? You know, like we haven't even had to have this conversation because we've just been relying on these corporations and all the stuff they've given us.
Yeah.
And we're kind of a fattened goose ready for slaughter right now. I don't like to say it like that, but that's what I start to feel like. Man, humanity's in trouble, man. So that's why I appreciate what you were doing, and Jim and all the visionaries, the Earth Council, because this is the path to the new civilization.
Yeah, you can see, guys, the Polytope website that he mentions there at the end of the video. I have it on the screen for you guys, and he has a lot of resources on this website. So be sure to check it out. He's saying that there's like hidden knowledge from Atlantis and from, you know, our ancient ancestors, and there's a lot, right? And you can say that food forests and permaculture is part of that. I mean, how many people had a farm just not even 200 years ago? Like almost everybody. You know, like the family farm was like the thing, and now what? Bill Gates owns all the farmland and all these corporations. We call them agribusinesses. Just look at the video here. I mean, I chose the footage here, but look at all that bare land. What could be used on that bare land here, just in this simple neighborhood? This is just some stock footage, right? But just look at it. All that bare land, what is it being used for? You have all these houses, so they're all dependent on what? Like the one grocery store or the couple grocery stores or the fast food chains? Like, why can't they have it right there with them so they can walk outside and say, hey, I want some parsley, I want some basil. I'm just going to go grab it, you know, the kitchen garden. What happened? You know, what's going on? So, yeah. Thank you so much,
man.
David.
Have it all right there. Absolutely, man. No, thanks for doing this, man, and being part of the great self-ownership awakening, because that's where it comes down to. And I wish someone would have told me about this, because as a man, you're like not as agile and flexible like as a teenager, right? You're like, or as a young kid, you can learn and be, very flexible in learning and growing. And as a man, we're like the plasticity of the brain and the spirit is less. So we're like, this is the way it is, and this is why our parents and grandparents, God bless them, are sometimes not open to these kind of innovations and new ideas.
Sure.
Because they have kind of grown half their life, and they're stuck in their ways. So it's up for us and the young people and even the older people to help the young people learn, help us learn, and it's going to be a learning awakening, learning revolution, evolution.
All right. Yeah, so let's bring on our next speaker here, and we could talk about his clip as well. Nemo Jones. Let's see if we can get him in here. See, hey, Nemo, do you hear us? Try to unmute yourself. Nemo. I'll try to do it one more time. Try to do a couple more times as people try to figure out Discord and all that shenanigans.
Like, it can't be that people are just clicking back in, right? Because this is happening to everybody.
I don't know why it does that, but I mean, I'm bringing them in, but I'll try to bring them in one more time. Hey, Nemo, you here? Hello. I think if they, yep, there he is. Awesome. Awesome stuff. Hey, Nemo, yeah, I got your clip open. I don't know if you want to show your camera or not. That's up to you.
Oh, I thought I was doing that.
Go ahead. It turns it off when I bring you in. So.
Okay.
And by the way, Ahmed, you don't have to wear that thing for like the whole out. Like if you're sweating, you got to take that thing off. I'm just saying. Like you can do it right now. You can strip for everybody. I'd probably get more views that way.
I'm not dying in here. It's all right.
Oh man. All right.
I do want to have a different costume on next time. So.
Oh, Nemo went back. I don't know why. All right, Nemo, I brought you back in. I don't know why you got back into the waiting room. All right. Yeah, if you want to put on your camera.
Oh, there you go. Will that do that?
All right. He's here. We see him. How's it going, man?
Hey. Yeah, good, thanks. How are you?
Awesome stuff. So let's check out your clip, and then we can talk about it. What do you think?
Okay, cool.
All right. Thank you for the applaud. All right. Let's check this out. And if you're curious, Nemo, you can hit like watch stream or whatever on here and you can react with us. If not, it's all right. We'll talk about your clip either way. Let's check it out.
How can we solve all the world's ills? The solution is simple. Firstly, seek a profound understanding and internalization of the truth that you are sovereign and that no one has legitimate authority over you. Secondly, tell all your friends, and that's it. You're welcome. For more like this, fiddle with the buttons below. I'm Nemo Jones, reporting for Beauty.
Let's go. Reporting for Beauty. Love it, man. Dude, you are one of the only people, I think, who added music into their clip like that. I love it.
It's pretty cool.
Good touch.
That's great.
That was actually a kind of an accident because it ended up being so short that, and I still haven't figured out YouTube Shorts and stuff. So, in order to make it to a full length video, I was like, oh, I have to add in a bit of music. So I just added it in for fun, basically.
And that's a smart idea, by the way, because actually, if you look this up, a lot of shorts get more views if it's longer and people watch for a longer amount of time. If it's a short, if it's a short or short TikTok or short reel, is what they call it, it doesn't usually do as good because they want people to watch them usually in a fuller length. So yeah, that's a good touch, and the music, I love that. Very cool. So you mentioned sovereignty, and that goes alongside David, who's here as well, who talks about self-ownership. I would say these two are very hand in hand. And so he's saying the solution is simple: profound understanding, internalization of the truth, that you are sovereign, no one has legitimate authority over you. And secondly, tell all your friends, and that's it. Like, I love that. Just boom. It's like, if you understand you own yourself, how about you share that with others? And then you go right into music, which is funny because David's like, yeah, we gotta activate the right brain. We gotta get out our emotion, our care, like our spirit in this. Inspire people.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yep. So beautiful, man. And what I would say is that's the starting point, because it's taken me a while too. Like, that's the starting point. Tell your friends and exit and build. I like this strategy from Derek Bros, right? It's like, okay, now we know, now we exit, now we build. And that culture aspect with the music, very important, essential. I think the arts are essential. The music, the comedy, the film, the books, the literature, these things, we get to create this new world with this newfound truth and understanding of self-ownership.
Yeah, I just posted your Substack in the chat. Hey, could you share more about yourself? And since if you want, now you can expand on your clip as much as you'd like. Anything that you're working on, where you're from, if you want to network with people in your area. I like to ask a lot of people that question.
Yeah.
Anything at all?
Yeah. Well, I've kind of started to do that in the last 6 months or so.
Myself?
Sorry?
Or who?
I didn't hear that. I'm in Devon, in England, and I've basically started a Telegram channel or chat group about, I don't know, somewhere around 6 months ago, that's kind of gone pretty well, and we've ended up doing a show out of that, a roundtable discussion.
Nice.
It's kind of just come together quite organically. That's people from mostly Europe, kind of all over Europe. That's been really great to connect with people, and there's more coming all the time. We had a new guy in the group that just joined the chat, the roundtable last week, from Ireland. We've got a guy in Scotland, people in Holland, Denmark, France, Germany. So it's really nice. It's a great feeling to be connecting with those people.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
So that's a kind of new thing that I've been involved with, and that's just evolving quite organically. And then I've actually just started writing a sort of fictional thing, which is the first time that I've really contemplated trying to talk about natural law in a fictional kind of sense. I've got a concept for that, but I've literally just started in the last few days actually writing that. And with this channel, the sort of shorts idea, I'm kind of it's been a bit scrappy up to now, the way that I've approached it. It's not been really very well thought out. So I've got someone helping me, another creator, Marvin from Join the Internet, has been helping me kind of like really clarify what I want to do with that channel, because I think there's room to have really snappy stuff that's kind of just like punchy and kind of unapologetic about this stuff, you know, that just gets the message out there as quick as possible, kind of in your face, and maybe with a bit of humor and a bit of, you know, pizzazz, if I can muster some.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, you know, it can take some time of trying to build up the courage and the strength of like, oh, if I'm new to content creation, I said yesterday, it's like when I was new, I mean, it took me a good couple of years or so just to get used to being in front of the camera. That alone, let alone my production and networking with other people. And a lot of that happens spontaneously just by never giving up, just by putting out the work consistently. And I think that's a key part of the picture as well. So I encourage you in your efforts, and I want you to keep us tuned about that. So you have a Substack, and I linked it in the chat for everybody, Reporting for Beauty. So why is that your name? Reporting for Beauty.
Well, because it's just a clever, you know, well, cleverish kind of phrase, I guess, that I just came up with. But I feel like so much of what's wrong with the world is kind of evident in the way things look now. You know, everything just seems to be uglified. You know, things get torn down, old things get torn down, and horrible things get built in the things that aren't built properly, that aren't built to last. You know, the world that I envisage is one where we really are in tune with nature, you know, and of course that exists in places in the world. We're able to see that.
Yeah, there's like beautiful architecture and like all this stuff from like, I was saying that yesterday. It's like there's all this architecture from like 200, 300 years ago. And it's like, wow, we built this. Like what? You know? And it's like, what happened to that?
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, even just on a small scale, you know, like just, you know, like being in like in your garden or whatever, just there's ways, isn't there, of like working with natural form and all of that kind of thing. And I just love that. I think that's a natural way for us to be, really. So I suppose it's about that. Yeah, and about this kind of getting away from the plastic kind of awareness and
right. Yeah, the sterility, the lack of art, lack of beauty. I could definitely see where you're getting that inspiration from, for sure. We had somebody on recently, Dorian Greens, and she's all about, you know, doing dance and doing art, and she's definitely into that too. So absolutely, you can probably make some connections from this event. You know, reach out to some of the other folks here who do similar things. And
yeah, I have connected with her a bit. We actually did How to Become the True Media
nice.
same year, 2 years ago.
Cool.
Yeah,
awesome.
I connected with her a little bit then, but it wasn't until this year that I really started to connect. So me and Yvonne Barrow did the course as well. She's retaking it this year, and we kind of started the Europa Natural Law group, which is the group that I mentioned previously.
Awesome.
We did actually our first live stream this
so
week.
Can people access that? Could they join that somehow if they're from Europe?
Yeah,
basically?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, it's not really strictly for Europe. That was more of a time zone thing at the time, because I noticed that there were groups, there were discussions happening, and they were all in the middle of the night over here. So I was like, we're going to stay up till 3 a.m. to take part in a natural law discussion, and the answer turned out to be no. So I thought, well, I'll just start a group. Literally, that was the only reason, really, that I wanted to start a group, is just because I wanted to be taking part in discussions and connecting with people. And it turned out there was a bit of there was quite a few of us around.
Yeah.
And yes, people can. I'm just trying to think of the quickest way, or the easiest way for me to link you into that.
Yeah, maybe put it on your Substack, I think, since I linked that to everybody. Might be helpful if it's not on there already. But yeah, I appreciate you for being here and sharing everything. Is there any final thoughts, statements you want to make before we move on to our next guest and other clips?
Yes, we can be free. We will be free.
Right.
We must be free.
That's right.
We are free.
Yes.
We are free. Let's be that.
Love it. Thank you so much, Nemo. I appreciate you joining us, guys. His Substack, be sure to check it out. Subscribe, right? I think there's like a newsletter thing on Substack. I probably should have used that originally for the Liberator 2, not going to lie, but that's all right. I have my own website for it. Either way, you're always welcome to repost my articles. Also, your articles or anything on anybody's Substacks, you guys are welcome to contribute to my project and vice versa, whatever. Let's all collaborate. Let's make it happen.
Yes. I'm about to put a piece out called literally simply "What is Natural Law?" So that's my my attempt to define that. So that's going to be my next piece on my Substack.
Yeah.
Coming very soon, probably tomorrow.
Awesome. Yeah, and thank you. I think I've gotten some of your articles for the Liberator 2 news as well that I've already published. So thank you for contributing to the newspaper, and anybody else is welcome to contribute as well. And I look forward to making those videos too in time. Sorry, I've been a little bit behind due to a lot of projects, but you know, doing what I can, trying to bring people together. That's why I like these events. Thank you so much, Nemo. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Corey. Good to meet you.
Awesome.
Take care.
Take care.
You want me to kick you out, or I always feel bad.
I'll head off.
Okay.
I'll head off.
Awesome.
See you later.
Thank you so much. Cool. All right, let's check out our next clip. What do you guys think? Are you guys ready?
Of course.
All right. David, thank you for sticking around. You could always, you know, pop in and out wherever you want to do, man. Thank you. I appreciate you being here. I always like your energy, so, you know. But I want to feed off of that. If you ever got to leave, you just be like, I got to leave, I got to ditch. You're always welcome to do that too.
I gotta option. We'd be out in about 15,
Gotcha.
20 minutes.
I don't have that option. Corey has me in his basement.
What is the costume? Just for the audience members that don't know, and I don't know. What is the costume? I missed
It's my basement Colt outfit. You didn't know? No,
Yeah.
just kidding.
No, it's serious. That's serious.
Okay. A sock with a hole in it. Got it. Or a pillowcase.
He's going to take it off eventually. I mean, I'm going to see how long he's going to wear it, but like, I think he's going to have to take it off. All right, let's check out our next clip, and then we'll bring on our next speaker. Here we got, I think his name is, Jerry Tappan. I just try to check just in case, because I'm like, my gosh, I'm going to get all these names correct. Jerry Tappan. Let's check out what he has to say.
The most important thing that people must know is that statism is the most dangerous superstition, and we have to be aware of this so we can not let further generations suffer from their violence and coercion, and to enslave ourselves. That way, further down the road, we can live in harmony with nature and grow and be respectful with one another, especially ourselves. So I recommend checking out The Most Dangerous Superstition by Larkin Rose.
So yeah, and of course I added the book at the end there. I did some of the editing for him. I added the music on top, but I like the fact.
Credit for this man.
No, I didn't cut it for him because, you know, it was about 1 minute. So, and I like the fact that pauses because, you know, again, he's speaking from the heart, and also for the listener, the viewer. I mean, it allows them to kind of take it in, right? Because this is new information for most people. They don't know about this idea of like a most dangerous superstition. They never heard of Larkin Rose, Mark Passio, natural law. These ideas are all new to most people. And we may be familiar with it because, you know, we get all these clips about it and we care about freedom. But a lot of people care about freedom. They just don't know about these ideas. And so once they're introduced to these ideas, they find out, wait, this is the path to freedom, not necessarily the political path. And that involves the most dangerous superstition, the political path. The path that says we need to vote somebody into office, we need to pass this law, and just how dangerous is this? So he's recommending that people reflect on themselves and they become aware, right? To not let this dangerous superstition take control of their life. He says enslave further generations. We need to harmonize ourselves with nature. Of course, that goes in line with like technology too, because who's going to have the technology moving into the age of AI? You know, these power systems, they have crazy technology. They're spying on people, all sorts of things that like very mainstream. Edward Snowden did NSA leaks. This is all stuff people can find. The CIA did mind control experiments all throughout the 50s, 60s, 70s, MK Ultra. So if people want to find it, the information is there. And, you know, with the revelation of the most dangerous superstition by Larkin Rose, I mean, that is powerful. And he also has a movie talking about this called The Jones Plantation. For those of you who haven't seen it, I would recommend it. Really cool movie. All right, let's bring on our next guest here. Our next guest here is Ken Bartle. See if we can get him in here. Oh, hey, John, welcome. Thank you for joining in. Yeah. Well, now we got a lot of people in here, so let's try not to talk over each other. But, you know, I love it because now we'll have more energy in the room. I like it. I like it going. Let it go. All right. John, I don't know if you ever met Ahmed, but he's also from Florida, and we can do a lot of events and stuff with him, and it's going to be great. All right.
No, I had not met him yet.
All right, Ken, you got a whole party here with you. Are you here, Ken?
Yes, I'm here.
Awesome. I don't know if you want to put on your camera. You don't have to. It's up to you.
I thought I was on camera.
Well, it kicks you off camera when you come in here. But yeah, if you want to just turn it on, and then we'll be set.
Okay, I gotta find the switch for it.
It's all good. Yeah, John, how's it going, man?
So it's going very well.
Yeah,
It's
you're
going
in
very
like
well.
a different background every time I see you.
So I'm actually in Bobby's basement. That's where he keeps me.
Okay. Should I be concerned who this Bobby guy is? I mean, you know.
So it's Bob from Principle of Perseverance, my cohort and business partner with our land project, Arc Gardens, to be modeled behind Jim Gale's Galt's Landing with a little additive. Yes, with a little additive of the animal rescue, refuge, sanctuary elements. I have some star players in this thing. Here, I'll show you one real quick. Hold on, give me a second here.
Hey, Ken, I see you. We see you, and I think everything's working
Right.
on your end.
Thank you, and welcome to Down Under.
Yeah, very nice to hear from you again, Ken. It's been a long time, man. Been like 2022.
Yes, it has.
Oh my
Yes,
gosh.
it's gone.
Whoa.
Yep.
Look at that, a turtle. It's a big boy.
Little wave action going on there. Not much.
Oh wow.
He's saying hello.
Look at
Actually,
that.
it's a female. Her name's McLovin.
That right there is the intelligence of nature, right there, right? And Ken, you know a lot about the intelligence of nature. You've dissected, what was it, over like 20 different natural laws. I actually have your book. I should probably show that to people. And you have several books as well. You have really extensive material dissecting natural law, probably more than a lot of people I know. I'm just being honest. Maybe Chris Nelson as well. Like you guys, I point to you and Chris Nelson's work when somebody wants like the itty gritty of natural law, because it's like you guys just go so deep into it, and I love it. I love that so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, because somebody's got to do it, right? And Mark has like really in detail presentations, but he doesn't write books, you know. And he also doesn't. And you also expand it into other avenues as well, like applying it to laws and contracts and stuff like that. So thank you, first of all, thank you for your work and everything that you do.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Oh, it's exciting work and very intense. But no, the long story short, for those who haven't heard it before, is that I discovered what consciousness really is, and it's not the way it's described by neuroscience and most philosophers and psychologists. And I was also able, because of my background in drafting and drawing, architecture, to diagram the way the process works, because what it turns out is that consciousness is actually a process.
Mm.
If you think of it like a factory where you take in raw materials at one end and shiny new product comes out the other end, in the middle is that process. And if you think about us faced with life and saying, whoa, what's going on? We go through a process to find out exactly what's going on so that we can act on those decisions in our inquiries and our investigations. And not only that, get emotional reports about how successful we've been. And when you start to put all that together, I found we've got 9 higher faculties, and science only recognises 6. Now, you throw in those extra 3, that's 50% more than they recognise.
Wow.
And the whole thing starts to come together then, and it all integrates and locks together. And the net result of that is 20 natural laws, but not laws like we understand them. You must do this, and you can't do that.
Yeah.
It's the natural laws that help us advance. They're Creator's gift to us to help us thrive and prosper.
Mm.
And when you start to see it from that point of view, then law takes on a totally different connotation.
Wow.
Now, spread that out now into society, and you've got a totally different world from what we've got now. And I see more and more signs that that's coming into fruition. And that's beauty.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah, Ken, you know, I also gave your book to a friend. I had him borrow it, and he loved it. One of my friends, his name is Michael. One of the mics, the many mics I know, like hundreds of mics at this point. But he's
Sure.
super cool. He's super, and he reads books all the time. Like this guy reads so many books, and he said your book was like really good. So I think
Wonderful.
yeah. So definitely, and
Oh,
that was
but
the Principles of
this-
Natural Law book.
Yeah, there's three in the series now. The original one I published in 2017 is superseded by the three in the series now.
Yeah.
They're all available on Amazon. Number 1, Conscious Ascendance. Number 2, Navigate to Freedom. And number 3, Nature's Providence.
Yeah. So
They all lock together as a 3-book series.
yeah, and I want to link it for people in the chat, but let's look at your clip first, if you don't mind, because let's like kind of
Sure.
frame the conversation, and then we can go from there, and I can link all your stuff. Let's check it out. Got it here on the screen. And the way I titled this clip is "Author Shares Untold Natural Laws," and I love the way you edited this for us. Edited.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, let's check this out. And if you're curious on Discord, if you hit the watch stream part, you can react with us. Otherwise, we'll just talk about it after it plays for the audience here. All right, let's check it out.
Restoring past political failures will not solve today's global problems. No form of authoritarian rule will produce freedom. But knowing what consciousness is and how it works shows 20 natural laws never taught before. Switch to these laws in our nature and personal benefits fly off the charts. The most important natural law is this: no mind can rule another. But no one teaches it. Just think, all authoritarian rule is outlawed from society. Instead, you've a protectorate that upholds your right to life and your property. When personal freedom replaces tyrannical rule, no despot can stand in your way. It's a simple choice. Do you want freedom or not? Restore.
I love that ending. It's a simple choice. Do you want freedom or not? It's like you end with a question. And that's a good rule of advice too for these like short form contents. I love it, and I'm actually going to probably try to pull up some of the charts that you have on your website so people can see just how detailed your works are.
Oh, cool. I didn't see that maybe. Something was wrong. I'm not technically best when it comes to computers.
Yeah, the audience saw it and everybody saw the clip. And so there's a lot of charts and
Wonderful.
things you got going on. And I want to make sure that I try to get that in full screen for people to see it. Because, like I said, your work is really detailed and I want people to check it out. naturallawmatters.com is your website.
That's the one. Yes.
And I'm very, curious. You mentioned here a natural law protectorate, right?
Yes, I've actually changed that now to Protecture. Protecture, that's U-R-E instead of O-R-A-T-E, is a word that hadn't been used since the 1500s, but I revised it, or revived it, I should say. But now it describes a free society, an organic free society, basically, that is protected. In other words, in place of a government, you have a body of people whose sole job is to protect your rights and your life and your freedom. They don't make laws about anything else. You make those.
Okay.
You make the rules. You run your own businesses. You run your own life the way you see fit. But trespass on anybody else's life and you're in trouble. By your own choice, because that's what you chose to do.
So it's like
it's a whole new world.
It's a voluntary like agreement type of.
Yeah, pretty much. It's self-governance, which comes back to what some people call sovereignty. And it's doing it right. And if you tread over the lines, then you're in trouble. You get arrested for it. And that's the way it really ought to be. We should not have a government that makes rules when what the conscious process showed, and this is the most fascinating part, is that between our conscious and subconscious minds, neither one can overrule the other. Now, if you think about that as a principle, no mind can rule another, and we shouldn't have an authoritative government. We should have a government only that protects our rights to self-govern. And when you put it like that, it's very simple.
I see. And by the way, anybody here on mic with me, you guys can ask questions. But here I have his website open, so you guys can see some of the charts that he has here. See here, he has ruled societies, and then he has free societies. This chart right here, I could try to open that up in a new tab.
Yes, that's what I call the value transfer wave, that diagram, because it comes from the way in which I diagram the conscious process. And that transforms it into that indoctrinated society, which becomes a ruled society. And the alternative is when you switch government to the other end as natural law, instead of prescribing up front what you can and can't do, it adjudicates what you've done at the other end and brings you up to speed with what you need to do to correct that process. And it's a totally different arrangement from anything that's gone in the past.
Wow.
And that's why I speak in terms of intrinsic natural law as distinct from natural law theory.
Yeah, so like how does your work differ from like Mark Passio's? Because the way I look at it is like you're expanding on it and making it so that way it's more practical too in people's lives. Like when I interviewed you for the End of Slavery Summit, you talked about how you can kind of program your mind to like even wake up at certain times of the day, like if you do it correctly.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's the beauty of it. But the secret of it all is that your mind actually works on values. It's a value transfer process between the conscious mind, what you choose to be of value, and your subconscious mind, which uses values all the time. For argument's sake, a surgeon with a scalpel must be very diligent in what he does, but that diligence is administered by his subconscious mind. He just decides he wants to look after the life of the patient and get his paycheck at the end of the week. But his subconscious mind uses the value of diligence to guide his hand with that scalpel. Now, we, on the other hand, can't automatically use diligence because we've got free will. We've got to choose to act diligently or say, like Australians, she'll be right, mate, no problem.
Yeah.
And be apathetic about life. But if we're diligent, then we're working on the same page that our subconscious mind is, and from that we generate a synergistic power. And that's what we're not taught about, how our conscious process works. And what I'm showing is that if you can understand how that synergistic power can be developed just by using the right values in life and then put them on automatic pilot through your subconscious mind so you don't have to fret over them, the whole world opens up. It's just wonderful.
I have a question, Ken. That's beautiful stuff about values, because I'm starting to understand that's the deep driver also of the individual. Do you have any understanding or research where you could help someone identify their values or to install new values that are not serving them? Have you come across anything like this?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for asking. I put it down to about 15, maximum 18 values, because after that you start to get into subset values, like truth and honesty, for argument's sake. Which comes first? And they're two different things, but they're really dealing with the same subject. So one's a subset of the other, and it doesn't matter which one you put first, really, as long as they're both included as a subset. But when you do that, it comes down to about 15 or 18. I also describe in my book the way in which you can program those into your subconscious mind. Now, Dr. Bruce Lipton has made dozens of videos talking about programming your subconscious mind. But he uses the same principle we used at school to learn the alphabet and the 2 times table, 2 4s 6, etc. 2 4s 8, sorry. But I argue that's teaching your subconscious mind to remind you of what your values are. The way I approach it is you teach your subconscious mind so that it takes them on autopilot, doesn't need to remind you, it does them automatically. And it upholds your values in that sense, so you get that synergistic power. So I describe a process only lasting about 3 minutes. One, you visualise preparing to exercise that value. Number 2, in the second minute, you visualise exercising that value. And in the third minute, you visualize the values that arrive from having done that. And that's just a 3-minute process. And you can program that value, whether it's diligence, courage, or respect, whatever it is, into your subconscious mind so that it says, hey, this is what Ken wants to do every minute of the day. And now you get that synergistic power working.
Wow.
And that's the beauty of it all. Now, once you can understand how values work in that sense, and that all it's doing is upholding life in terms of natural law, then you come back to the realization that values and natural law are teaching you the same subject, and the two coalesce into one. And so you come up with a philosophy in life. Now, if you look at that with natural law, going back to what you were saying, Corey, about Mike Pazio, he's talking fundamentally about the natural law theory. And what I'm talking about now is intrinsic natural law, which is embedded into you. And that's just 1,000 times more powerful than natural law theory ever was, because it's innate within us.
Right.
And if we can grasp how that is within us, we're born with it. If we can learn to exercise it, then we just blossom.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah, I love that distinction and the things you said about like honesty and truth. I actually equate those terms too in natureosophy, a philosophy I developed. And when it comes to Mark Pasio, I discern his work as natural moral law. And then but there's laws that govern everything in nature. So you're right. There's laws that we have to figure out on an individual level, and then on like that grand macro level. I definitely want to delve deeper into your works, and I want you to definitely stay tuned for the medical project that I announced yesterday as a trailer for everybody, because I definitely want to stay plugged in with you and share with you all the psychological research that we've gathered over the past year. I think it'll interest you, and it'll also, I would love to collaborate more. So awesome. Thank you so much, Ken, for joining us. I appreciate this. This is really insightful.
Lovely to meet you all. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I always love. I'm biased, I'm into health coaching and all that. So like in psychology, so I love science. Like, and you're the science guy. I love it. So
well, put it this way: if I can spare a couple of minutes, I use the argument of the law of gravity, because that's the way I see the natural laws. It's a teacher for us, right? If I hold my hand outstretched, sorry, it's off my camera now. Bring it over there. Pretend it's outstretched. Hold it there, and I drop a rubber ball on the ground on a concrete path. It bounces. And I say, hey, you beauty, love it. We can make games out of that, hockey and netball and beach volleyball and all those wonderful things. We can enjoy that because we've learned what the law of gravity can do for us.
Right.
Now if I take the same thing and I hold a bottle of $100 wine and I drop that on the concrete path, I say, oh my God, what did I just do? I've got to learn about what concrete is and what glass is and what wine is and all those properties of all those things.
Yeah, exactly.
To understand the fact that I've just smashed my life to smithereens, not just a bottle.
Yeah.
Right? Because I've destroyed something that I valued.
Yeah.
If we can then use that law of gravity, which didn't prescribe that what I must hold up, it didn't prescribe that I must hold it and not let it go, it didn't prescribe that I must let it go. It didn't tell me anything, but it taught me a lesson. Now, if you can understand natural law in that sense, then those 20 natural laws that I found in that conscious process are our teacher.
Beautiful.
Not our ruler. And that's the difference.
Nice. I think it's interesting that you frame it from that perspective, that it's not about prescriptions. Would you say the same for natural law then, that, it is the truth that these things would be aggression if you were to violate somebody's rights, but that isn't it isn't for that reason that you must not do it. It's, from there you would have to make a moral system that encourages that.
Yes, exactly. Because what natural law is doing is upholding your life. Now, if we've got natural laws from Creator that uphold our life, then somebody who stands there and says, hey, I'm going to take charge of your life, is the one who's violating that natural law. They're the ones who must be arrested, not me. Them. Now, once you understand that, then it brings me back to what we were talking about before, Corey, the idea of a protector, which is a body of people who protects our lives and our freedoms.
Yeah.
And we then are put into a position where we self-govern, and our opportunity then is to blossom because nobody's standing in our way.
Ken, just the last thing, I know you got to go here. Have you heard of the Threat Management Center out of Detroit, Michigan?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay, it might be aligned. I mean, I'm sure we can go into the depths of it later, but for the audience, this is a voluntary protector organization. He has a philosophy called threat prevention. So instead of
Same
showing up
thing, yeah.
after the crime occurs, he tries to create conditions where crimes cannot occur. So, anyways, I thought that might be interesting, and maybe I can connect you guys or
Yeah.
discuss something with you
Yeah,
further.
that sounds cool. If you want to write down in the chat, you can as well. Guys, again, his website, naturallawmatters.com. I appreciate it, Ken.
Thank you very much, Corey. I'm in Australia, so yeah, it's another world over from where you are.
I know. And I'm sorry, we'll probably keep in touch more, especially since this medical project is big. And like I said, I want to investigate your works more and more, especially because you keep releasing more books. I'm like trying to keep up with everything. I'm like, holy moly. So yeah, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. And sorry, it's a short little interview, but I love hearing from you every time.
Thanks, Corey. All the best. Take care.
Thank you. Awesome stuff. We got to bring on our next speaker here, and thank you for the patience for our next speaker and for our next ones as well, because we might be running just a little bit late schedule-wise, but I don't think really people care too much. But I try to keep things on track for the most part, and that happens for a lot of shows, anyways, to be honest. But not for my shows. I'm saying like for other people. So I think it's fine. Anyways, so let's let's do it. So. Woody Martin. Welcome, Woody Martin, if you hear us. Woody, are you there? You're muted. Gotta unmute yourself. Oh, kicks him back out. I see. I don't know if he's here. Oh, there he is. Hey, Woody.
I'm here. I don't know.
If you want to turn on your camera, do you want to or no? Oh. See, I don't know why it keeps pushing them back to that room. Do I have to, do something about that?
Yeah, I don't know if that's like a permissions thing or what.
Yeah, but why? Then it just keeps them in here?
Yeah.
It keeps them in here when it wants to?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Doesn't make any sense. Hey, Woody.
Hello.
Yeah, try turning your camera before Discord kicks you out for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. My camera was on, and when you brought me in the room, the camera turned off.
That always happens. It always happens.
I'm not really sure where.
Yep.
Oh.
Yep. But yeah, so we can watch your clip, and then we can try to talk about it and open the discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you want, we can do that in the meantime while you're trying to set up your camera or whatever.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's weird. That whole bar went away where the there it is. I think I found it.
There you go. There you are. What's that?
Woohoo! Yeah,
Woohoo.
go ahead and play the clip.
Awesome. All right, let's check this out.
Hey,
just got to set it up. Here it is.
Hey, I just had a swimming.
YouTube is being buggy. All right. Here it is.
What is the most important thing that people must know? And to me, that is wrong versus right. That's why I created this wonderful children's book, a whimsical children's book that teaches kids the objective difference between wrong and right. And when you know this, you know how to be a moral person, which is the most important thing for us to be free in this world. Because of natural behavioral law, we have to be moral. And it's simple. It's really simple, folks. It's not rocket science. It is literally just understanding that an action that harms others is a wrong, and an action that does not harm others is a right. Once you understand that, boom, peace on earth, as long as everyone follows that. What is the most important?
Nice. All right, Woody. So I love how you're doing a little book promo there. I'm glad, because that's what the showcase is for, is to say, hey, look at these people who are producing great content, and we need to have, stuff to pass on for the generations to come. Really important stuff. I was actually considering for a long time making a children's book of some kind, going over just really basic questions and just getting them thinking and inspiring them with cool art, very simple. And I think it would be a fun little project to do. It would also more so activate that right brain that David talks about. And the funny thing is, when we watched David's clip, he said the same exact answer. He said it's the difference between right and wrong. He's here with us now as well. He's right next to you on Discord. But welcome, Woody. Thank you.
Yeah. that's basically this book. I'm working on more books. I'm working on a trivium process book right now. It's going to be the same characters that are in this one.
Okay. Wow.
I have some animation stuff that I'm working on as well. That I'm working on a teachability animation currently. And then I've got some more. I've got a lot of projects lined up, but animation and illustration of books takes a while, so it takes me a little while to trickle these things out. But I'm getting them out there slowly but surely, and
beautiful.
Here in the next few months, you should be seeing some stuff come out from me. I also do oil painting and have been in an art show down in Pueblo, Colorado, the last few years. That all the paintings, the show is a truth show, and so all the paintings I've done are in line with natural law and everything. So
nice. Yeah, I just tried linking your websites in the chat, made a couple of mistakes, but I reposted it. I love the fact that you're doing this, like I said, because somebody's got to be working on different levels, and we have to be approaching it from all different angles. So thank you for doing that. That's why I do these events, to try to bring people together, showcase works that need to be seen. And you're probably familiar with like the Tuttle Twin books, right? You know about that?
Oh, yeah.
Tuttle Twins? Yeah, so like a lot of people are familiar with those children books to teach their kids about just simple principles of like don't harm other people. And so I would love to see more books like that, and learning about yours, that's awesome. So when I have kids one day, which I expect that one day, I would love to share that with them. I think that would be great.
for sure. I have two websites, the one for the book, and then which is the sofandolly.com. And then I also have the artswill.com, which is more, I would say, my more adult or older person oriented website.
Great.
So I have a video on there that kind of shows some of my paintings from the art show the previous year. I didn't do a video for this year's painting yet. Just haven't had the time yet. I've been trying to concentrate on this other animation and stuff. But that was publicly viewed at the art show, so
yeah,
it's always a good thing.
So why does it say whimsical children's book? Is it like free flow? Like what's whimsical about it?
Probably just the illustrations.
Oh, okay.
Are fun, happy illustrations. You can kind of see here. This is the book.
Cool.
Try to open.
Yeah, I think it's a good size too for the book, and it's good that you have illustrations in there. That's needed.
Yeah, so it's all like pretty.
Oh, nice.
Large.
It's
an opposite. It's an opposites book. So on one side, someone does the wrong. On the other side, does the right. This page is talking about greed, and the one kid is not sharing the toys with the other kid, and so that can be translated to much more than just toys.
Yeah, it makes me think of that Lysander Spooner quote where he's like, children learn natural law at a very young age when they take a toy from somebody and then they're like, hey, give that back. Like that's the example he gives, the exact example. So people learn it in their life, but then to have it written down on paper, I think then confirms like what the kid is like, is that true? Is it something that I should like start to apply my other behaviors as well? Like it helps them connect the dots probably more, because a lot of people who study this knowledge of natural law, right and wrong, they say, hey, this is just confirming what I know. Like I already know this stuff, but it's just putting it in a better language, in a better way. So it's like I have a principle. I can say this is what I live by, and it makes it shareable as well. So, yeah.
That's for sure. And it's funny, the other day, my son and daughter were having a little altercation. And my daughter actually pulled my book off the shelf and was like, hey, look, it's right here. You're doing it wrong. So she gets it, So I just thought that was cool that she like pulled it off and she's showing her brother, look.
Yeah.
Do you
think there's any problems regarding, objective morality? I mean, because some people like will say, well, what about this definition or that definition, or is it like really objective? And they start asking all these questions, like getting to philosophy is question and all that stuff. What would you have to say regarding that?
I would say, like, they're confusing the difference between objective and subjective. So they're trying to like bring subjective arguments into an objective thing. If you're harming someone, if you're harming them, and I get, it's like, oh well, I'm a masochist. I like to be harmed, so that I enjoy that. Well, that person has psychological problems that aren't dealt with, that are the reason for them enjoying this harm. And I think where some people get confused, it's like if you're playing like the game of football or soccer, right? Once you're inside that game, there's rules like you're allowed to tackle someone this way. You're not allowed to tackle someone that way. So it's kind of like government to me is kind of like being in a game, and there's rules that they tell you that you have to follow, and if you don't follow them, they might put you in a cage or whatever. But like the analogy still works, right? It's like when you're in the game, it works a lot of ways too. Like if you have a star player, people find that star player, and that team's not necessarily always going to win just off that star player. It takes a team of people. So that also kind of shows that community aspect of things, So you can look at it positively or negatively. But as far as your question, I would say that a lot of people confuse objectivity with subjectivity.
Yeah, I understand. Hey, John, how you doing out there? You tired, man?
Listen, I'm still suffering jet lag from flying yesterday.
You're making me cry. I gotta put on the glasses.
Yeah,
They make me tear up here. It makes me think like Woody is like he's making me sad. So I'm very sensitive about eyes. Anything about eyes that makes me cry. Anyways,
I'm very sorry. very sorry.
It's okay. So
listen, I've been running around the eastern seaboard between Pennsylvania and Florida all summer long.
Okay.
Networking and putting things together for different people, and I'm grateful to be here with you, Corey. Like we've got stuff coming up in the next couple of weeks, you and I.
We do.
And like I really enjoy getting involved with this movement, man. Like you told people to, say a list of links or whatever. I got so much stuff going on, it would take an hour just to tell you about it all.
Yeah. So
but
Woody,
it's great. It's so great. No, I wanted to say to Woody, it's so great that you have this concept of like putting these books together for children, man. Like this is what is needed on many, many different types of levels. And I really appreciate that work, man. Thank you.
Yeah, so you're saying you're working on another one, and is there any other projects, if you want to tell people where you're from, that's also optional so people can network with you? Any events or anything else that you want to announce here?
I don't have any real events, but I like I said, I'm working on that teachability kind of animation, which kind of takes people through, how you can learn new things by being balanced, between the skepticism and naivete. And then, I have the children's book, and I have some other animation ideas. I have one with Santa. There's a guy on, what was it, the first day you were doing this? He has a conspiracy, Santa conspiracy.
Yeah.
So I had an idea for an animation that's kind of along those same lines. I'm looking at it a little differently, but though I was actually thinking about it, I'm actually looking at it in the same way he did. But so I have that I'm hoping I can get that. It's a pretty short one, so I'm hoping I can knock that out before Christmas.
Sure.
It'd be nice. But yeah, it was funny. I saw that guy, and I was like, oh man, that's awesome. I'm glad I'm not the only one that's like thinking about this angle,
Yeah.
But I also think of it as another in a positive light that, if kids can figure that out, then they can start figuring out other fallacies out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I think
Discernment.
that's good.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. And I think you're adding more layers to it. You got the right and wrong down, and then you're going to the trivium, and you're going to other aspects as well. So love to see it. And one day maybe I can collaborate with you and maybe do some children's books or something.
Once I get a couple of these first ones under my belt and people can kind of see them and they can kind of see proof of concept of what I'm doing, then in the next year or two down the road, I want to start reaching out to other content creators and say, hey, do like a minute long clip and I'll do a simple animation that runs over that's similar to this project, but taking people's clips and then animating them.
Yeah.
And then maybe we could even do a live event like this or
That's
something
huge.
where we can play everyone's clips.
Animations do so well online, and a good example of that is Man Against the State. And I interviewed him for the End of Slavery Summit, but his like animations on liberty and freedom, like they have almost 1 million views each. You know, they do really well online. Of course, Larkin Rose, his #1 video is the tiny dot, an animation. You know, he did that like 10, 11 years ago. And yeah, it may have been easier in the algorithm back then to get more traction, but I still think that animations are just really popular among people, especially when you could break it down very simply. If I knew animators, I would be doing a lot of that stuff. So please keep in touch with me because I think there's a lot of potential there. Anybody out there who's getting to animation, that's a really good field to get into. Just like that guy before who said, hey, I'm doing mushroom farming. And I said, hey, that's really profitable. There's certain methods I think that are going to help this community a lot. So that's one of them. Thank you so much.
I'm totally open. I do a lot of freelance illustration and animation, so I'm totally open to projects that if anyone ever needs anything. I did some stuff for the pyramid, some illustrations for Pyramid for Power.
Yeah, but like video animations.
Yeah, video. I can do video animation.
Just making sure.
And still illustrations too.
Yeah,
so
I mean, you're talented, man.
I know I was working with a video editor who's working on those Pyramid for Power films, and he hired me to just do a couple illustrations because he was having trouble finding stock video footage for certain parts of the thing, and so I helped him out with those.
Got you. No, dude, that's great. And if that's actually the case and you'd be willing to do like animations, then I probably want to reach out to you at some point.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I do a lot of goofing off and being a kid with my kids because I think it's important as a dad to spend a lot of time with your children and
I agree.
Make sure they're getting what their needs met and stuff as much as I can help meet them. And
Awesome. Well, everybody, I linked his stuff in the chat. All right, we got sophandolly.com and then artswill.com. So be sure to check both of those out. And really helpful resources for everybody at every age, which is always great. Thank you so much, Woody, for joining us here on the show.
Yeah, of course. It was a pleasure.
Yeah. Keep in touch, please. Awesome stuff. I think a lot of collaboration could happen from this event, so I hope some of you guys connect with each other because that, again, more collaboration, more outreach is always better. That's what happened with the End of Slavery Summit. A lot happened after the fact, and I said a lot of the magic for this show happens after the fact because none of these clips are published yet. They're all unlisted. We're just announcing them. All these announcements, they're just announcements for something after. So really, it's like it's part of the build-up. It's part of like the momentum, like this is where we're at and this is what we're going to do moving forward. So yeah, thank you, Woody. I appreciate it.
Of course. Yeah.
All right.
My pleasure.
Cool. Let's see who's next here. If Brandon Spencer is around, you can get connected with the mic with us. If not, all good. I did email Brandon one extra time because I don't think he's on the Discord. But figured to just mention that real quick. Let's get to our next clips. In the meantime, John, since you're new here, any updates in the hood?
Well, like I said, I've been running back and forth between Pennsylvania and Florida. I've got these different projects going on. The one is the Athena Project, which is advocating teaching, healing, environments, nature, and animals. And we're trying to actually get information about how to rescue stray dogs in the city of Chester because they have no animal control in a food forest environment.
I see.
So, and I'm trying to incorporate college students involved with that. My contacts in the recovery community, my contacts in the different volunteer organizations and, you know, outreach organizations. I'm trying
Awesome.
to plug all these things in together to make something very, you know, very good for everyone. And it's not a blueprint. I'm calling it a green print, and it'll be available to anybody that wants it.
Got you. All right. Well, let's check out our next clip.
I don't know if, oh, for the first time, I'm going to ask. I don't know if we want to hit a break soon or if we just wanted to keep going.
I'm going to have to keep going because I'm going to extend this show, but you're welcome to take a break on it anytime, honestly. That's why we have extra co-hosts, too, for this one. And we're, you know, we have a lot of announcements, a lot of things going on.
Yeah. I will be back with a new costume in a few minutes.
Yeah, do it, man. John, it's you and I. We got this. We got this. All right, guys. This is the next clip.
We do have this.
All the profits rely on this. So this is a clip. I don't know this woman as much, lady, madame. I don't know how to say it. But her name is Jennifer Ann Estinol. Okay, and so let's see her clip.
The most important thing to know is that all the law and the prophets hang on loving Jehovah with all your heart, soul, mind, and strength, and to love your neighbor as yourself, and to forgive for the love.
Very simple message. Love your neighbor as yourself.
Agape is what I heard. I heard agape the whole time.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. And I don't know if she added the music or me, but it was relaxing with like I think she added like the beach waves in the background. So, you know, it's a relaxing clip. It's pretty nice. And she uses quantum grammar, by the way, in a lot of her talks. I saw like on her screen, I had to like minimize it for the 1 minute, but she uses like quantum grammar, which if you guys don't know about that, that's like another whole field to go into, kind of along the lines of paperwork and trying to figure out how you get out of the system, in the system. Not a common theme here, but, you know, we've had a couple speakers talk about that. You know, a lot of people who are interested in how do we escape the system and other means possible. But all right, let's go to our next clip. And I see some faces that you're going to be like, John, you're going to be like freaking out. All right, let's see here. Let's go to Jim Adams. Jim Adams. I wonder if you guys even, some of you guys in the chat, I wonder if you guys recognize any of these folks. I know some of them, it's like, yeah, I know who that is, but not all of them necessarily. I think some new faces, it's always good to see. All right, let's check it out. Jim Adams.
The most important thing is to get people to think instead of believing, right? So this book right here, Ishmael, is an amazing book that really gets people to think. It's a very philosophical book, and it's not a religious book because people hear Ishmael and right away they think of like the biblical character Ishmael. But this right here, this is Ishmael. Ishmael is a gorilla who's the teacher, and man is the student. And it really gets into the law of rhythm and the plane of effects of agriculture and how that's led to our culture today. And this mythology that the planet belongs to us. So again, check it out. Ishmael, the most important.
Interesting. Ishmael. Have you ever heard of that, John? You're muted. He's a producer, by the way.
slightly familiar with some of the topics concerning Ishmael. We get a lot of our agricultural, the history of our, species. A lot of it came from Sumer, but it's interesting that he mentioned that because a lot of people don't have that awareness. In fact, I actually utilized AI to develop the food forest layers and tell me what would grow best.
Nope, John's lagging out here a little bit.
It gave it to me based on indigenous practices for the region involved.
Yes. He's speaking like a robot now. Get him like one frame a second.
Story. Are you there?
Yes. Mr.
Did I
Robot
lose you?
John, you froze as
Lose
well, but that's okay. I got the point you said. You're saying like our ancient practices that we're bringing back to light. That's, I think,
Yeah,
essentially
so
what this
it's,
book goes into.
am I in there?
You have to. You should
Yeah.
reset yourself. You should reset yourself. But we can bring on some more people. Oh darn it! It's just me now. Nobody likes me. All right. John's back, and we can bring on. We could bring on Keegan and talk about his clip as well. We were supposed to have him earlier. He was having some tech difficulties, but I think he's here now, so we can try to bring him back. Very cool. And all right, well, John, all right, it looks like you're back now. Yeah, how cool to use AI for NI. AI for NI. Is that from the trailer you're talking about, General Fake Meat? Cool name, by the way. What do you talk about? AI for NI. I mean, it is true. If we're using natural...
No,
yes?
yes, for natural intelligence.
Natural
So, you know, like it's a tool. It's like a dictionary. There's bad words in the dictionary. You can use words to do bad things.
Yep.
But you still need to understand the definitions of things. So, you know, like with the AI, I asked it, you know, for the region that I was investigating for food forest practices, what would work best together, and it gave me all these awesome examples, a whole entire green print, and they based it off of the Lenape tribe of southeastern Pennsylvania region, and there's a story that goes with it called the Three Sisters. You grow corn, and then you grow beans, and then you grow squash at the bottom, and the three plants actually interact with each other so that you don't ever have to do anything. It's self-maintaining, which is exactly what a food forest, the ecology and the biosphere of a food forest is supposed to, you know, take care of itself. It should take little or no maintenance.
Well, I want to bring on our next
people that
I want to bring on our next guest.
the people that were no, the people that were indigenous to the area is what I'm saying. So it was a great, you know.
Yeah, I get you, man. I want to bring on Keegan because he's been waiting for a while and he had some tech issues before. So let's try this. Let's get some new speakers on here. Hey, Keegan. Oh, he's got server muted, so he doesn't hear me either. But when he's on, he'll let us know. And we can react to his clip as well. But yeah, Ishmael, guys, check out Jim Adams, his work, Truth in Your Heart. I linked it in the chat. So be sure to check it out. We have more people to go over as well. He's got server muted, so he doesn't hear me either. But now I hear myself. Let us know.
Hello.
Hey, Keegan. Yeah, try to turn off this stream if you can. So just hear us. Awesome. Yeah.
Let's see, and then video I can do.
Yeah. Put on your video. There you go. Awesome. Looking good, man.
Yeah, sorry. I was I never used Discord, and I also apologize about the audio because I'm wandering the earth. I'm in Turkey right now, so I don't have audio equipment and stuff,
good,
but I do
man.
have a lot. So
all good.
Hope it's not too much.
Hey, I'm glad that you're here. That's all that matters. So, and I appreciate.
Oh yeah, this is amazing.
Yeah, I appreciate your clip. How about we check it out right now?
Sweet.
Cool. All right, I got it open here.
Restoring past
Here we are. And just so you know, on the Discord end, you can watch the stream and you can react with us. And if not, that's okay. But we'll talk about it afterwards. Here it is.
The most important thing people must know in my book is that we are all connected. We are all one. We're many and we're one. So what we're doing to each other is actually what we're doing to ourselves. And this is the law of karma, cause and effect, that what goes around comes around. And as we sow, so shall we reap. I talk about this and the golden rule, which I like to call the golden law, in a free document that I've created, which is called 12 Directives to Dispel Disempowerment. And I'd like to share that linked with this clip. So thank you and happy freedom creation. Much love and blessings.
Love it. Great clip, man.
Thank you. I made that at my aunt and uncle's place in Southern California just before going to Italy for the summer.
Oh, wow. Very cool. So you have a document to share with everybody. And
Yeah,
here, I have it linked. I have a link here.
Oh, you got it.
Yep. And so everybody can get this document. It's a free guide to help activate personal empowerment. I put it in the chat for you guys. And for anybody watching the replay, you can also see the live chat so you don't miss the link. But I also have it on the screen for you guys here. So you can also try to write this down if you can. But he's also on Facebook. He's got a website as well that you can go to. So be sure to check these out. And I really appreciate this.
I changed the URL actually, so
okay.
that was a while back now.
Okay, but does it still work or no?
I don't think it would.
Okay.
But I can put it in the chat here.
Yeah, I don't know if it'll work on YouTube, but you can link it to me on Discord or something, and then I'll post it. But
cool.
Yeah, and then let's try to bring in Daniel here, so we have an extra person to provide some questions and insight onto your clip, perhaps. And I think Ahmed's also coming back. All right.
Hey, you guys are awesome. Like, John, I love what you were saying about like the animal sanctuary
Ahmed,
and stuff.
you can't. I don't know if that's good to wear on stream, dude. That's gonna scare people off.
Oh my gosh.
You can't.
He said it's gonna be cooler. I mean, it's not cooler looking, but it's like.
I don't want to scare people off, Ahmed. I don't know, man. Especially when I have to say the word Ahmed. he knows. Well, I joke around with that with him all the time. He's okay with it. But anyways, so because I met him for the first time and I had to go to Galt's Landing with him, and I'm like telling my parents, I'm going to this place with Ahmed, and he's like they're like, what? Who? I'm like, yeah, because I don't really know many Arabs. I wish I knew more. Like, I want to know people from all sorts of different cultures. I want to learn from everybody. Like, you say you're in Italy and Turkey. I'm like, that's super cool. Like, I want to go there.
Yeah,
you know what I mean, it's pretty awesome.
I've been just traveling since 2010. I've been traveling all around. 4 continents, and it's been focused mostly. Like, at first, it was about martial arts, and then it got into permaculture. And I've been like at so many different permaculture projects, mostly as a volunteer. You call it volunteering.
Got you.
And yeah, it's a beautiful journey.
I forgot I was muted. I was trying to say I'm the government.
Oh. Good one. All right, so let's check out this clip here. So he says, the most important thing is to know that we're all connected, which is a very similar answer to Soul Expression. If you saw his clip from last show, he actually says we're all one. So very similar message there. And, he even said, to us, he's like, I can't be the only one that said that. There's got to be other people who said that, too. So you guys should probably connect after this. He also just wrote a book. So you guys seem like you have some things in common. But, you're talking about the law of karma, cause and effect, what comes around goes around, and the golden rule, which you call the golden law. Yeah?
Yep. Yeah, it's like inescapable. It's like it's natural law. Like, around it.
Now you say dispel disempowerment. What are we exactly dispelling?
So I think the God spell is the main one, really. This concept that there's like an outside God, like somewhere that's like judging us, when in fact, like God is inside all of us. We're all part. It's like this exclusion from divinity that is in our consciousness. That's the God spell. And so we want to dispel that and come back into the awareness that we're all, that we are also creator, and we're whether we're conscious of it or not, we are creating our world. And so there's all these other spells, so the sub-God spells that are they're taking our creator capacity and directing it into certain things,
Okay. Where did you get this terminology from? Your observations of the world, or how did you come to these understandings?
Well, I think of things in like, a magical type of perspective, that we, like I said, we are all creators. And so, like the words are codes. And since I was a little kid, I've been into language, and so just many sources. Big one, like since 2020, I've like, so as we had this pandemic come, I decided I was gonna get really knowledgeable about the law, and so I found different things. I got into quantum grammar. That was one of the first things.
Okay.
Another big one that I still love is the Law for Mankind. That's from the Sovereign's Way Academy.
Yes.
And that's some fundamental like perspective about like the nature of who we are. That's really just empowering for people to internalize and integrate.
Yes, a lot of people are finding that. Yes.
Yeah. And then also I've been in this society that was called Pantero de Oro, and they have a online university that's called Gemstone. And so I think a lot of the like theory and perspective I have around the esoteric nature of like how the powers that be are actually, we are the powers that be, but they be taking our power like systematically with the various tools and technologies and clever tactics. And so that's what the legal system is, right?
What would
It's
you say?
fundamentally
Yeah, what would you say is that main tactic that they use to take away that energy then? Or to misdirect us?
well, I mean the main tactic is the like divide and conquer and removing us from the land. Like literally, like the system, the legal system now worldwide goes back to like its foundations are in the Roman Empire, and like the modern way that we use it was all set in place by the East India trading companies, basically the age of discovery, they called it. They went and like conquered the indigenous peoples of the world and like made it illegal to speak their languages and like systematically took them away from the land. And so, yeah, those are the main like technologies. It's warfare. And I wanted to like take issue with like what you were saying yesterday about just some of the like how it's maybe not so important to or maybe not so useful to learn like the paper techniques, or I mean it's communication, you know, the law and the legal system is like how we are all communicating on planet Earth. And I think it's important that we be able to express ourselves in a way that's going to be effective.
Yes.
You know, with the other people, and so there are systems in place, and they're based like on commerce, and commerce is based on war and conquest and like piracy at sea. And that's the legal system that we have is still about piracy at sea. And
and I'm aware of a lot of that language, and it helped, and like you just said too, like that helped you explore other avenues, and I'm finding that out as well. So like I'm not against people coming from any angle whatsoever, you know what I mean? Like there's plenty of people who they found Alex Jones, they are like a super conservative, you know, right winger or whatever, and then they start questioning, wait, you know, the politics is not so much where the truth is. Like if I'm a truth seeker, I'm asking questions, I'm trying to find out what should we do. The answer's not politics. And then they start getting past his show and they say, well, what other people are out there? You know, what other content creators are out there? Now their mind starts to open up more. There's always like some bridges that happen from one step to another. And like for me, that was part of my transition too. It's like I started out like pro-Trump, conservative 2016, and then started questioning things more, and then finding other content creators who were saying something radically different. And I was open to it because it's like, yeah, what is out there? Like, what are they doing? Like, what do they mean? There's no political solution or natural law and morality. Like, why is that important in politics? Like, you know, it's like, what is that about? You know, it's like at first it's like you think nothing of it.
I want to say like the answer can be in politics, but not in the way that people think of it. Like right now I'm doing a campaign and I hope it catches on and people share the message to go and vote, but not for somebody else. Vote for yourself. You know what I mean? And don't vote every 4 years. Like vote every day for yourself as the president, as the king, as the queen. Like we need to be voting in that way for ourselves. And like, you know, body creating bodies politic. Like basically there's two ways that we can do business and exchange with each other. It's either in the commercial system of the legal matrix of this warfare that the governments are all pushing on us to participate with. Have to like get a job as an employee or like form an LLC and pay taxes. They say that this is one of the spells, like death and taxes is the only thing certain in life. That's not true. Actually, we can also do business with each other in the private, and that's what I do. Like traveling around the world, I do work exchange. I use networks like HelpX, Workaway, Woof as a worldwide opportunities on organic farms. And this I found out just a couple of years ago. It's called agorism, and it's like we're going back to basics. Like agora is the Greek word for marketplace, and it's like before we had cash money, when governments instituted armies and they needed to find out a way to pay the armies, they created coins. But before that, it wasn't just like super rudimentary barters. It was like we had a system of credit in the marketplace. And that's what we need to go back to, is fundamentally people exchanging with each other without the need for like a government issued like official currency. We can just keep track. Like we get organized in business anyway. Like it's just another aspect of organization of having a ledger. Now we have blockchain, and but we can do it without blockchain.
And I was going to say, like, you mentioned agorism at the end there, and that's exactly what I was thinking when you were mentioning these different systems, like the one that the state imposes versus the one in which we were just trading freely. That's what Konkin would describe as the white market being the one that the state imposes versus the black and gray markets, where there's actually free activity between people.
Wow. There you go. And there's a lot of new concepts, that even I don't know much about. I don't explore economics too much with my works, but it's amazing just to see how much is out there regarding all these perspectives that all support freedom at the end of the day. So like whether somebody agrees with natural law or doesn't, or agrees with a certain culture or doesn't, if you can understand that, your actions are immoral if they cause harm, if they create a victim, if they steal, some of the things that we've been saying here, the non-aggression principle, voluntary interaction, this is a very powerful thing that can dramatically change the world if we live with it 100% without contradiction, right? So and that requires the education of the children, of people, and getting them out of the indoctrination that makes them think otherwise, contrary to their own beliefs, to their own morals. So it's pretty crazy when you think about it like that. Like they're in contradiction to themselves and to that idea of oneness. Some people get that confused, and they say, well, there's all these people, they're not me, I'm not connected with them, what are you talking about? But they don't see that they're in the same reality, they share the ssame laws, the same principles, and there's things that apply. So I thank you very much for coming on here. Is there anything else you want to say to close off?
Yeah, I mean, we are one and we're many, like branches of a tree. It just depends on like what aspect you want to look at, and it's important to acknowledge both. Like there's this like statist communist ideology saying like we need to all like conform to be one, and the individual needs to give up their identity or their precedence, their personal will. But we need to honor both. We need to honor that I mean, it's all said in the natural law. But I want to say that, like, we're talking about business and what we create, and like we have this thing called the creator economy, but really it's always been like we are all creating our worlds, and there's different levels of consciousness that we're at. But we have the capacity to do that privately between each other. And so like I mentioned, Pantera de Oro. That's the first like private society that I joined. They were offering education, but only to a private membership. And I think that's very like important thing to realize and know about. Now I'm a part of a different one, and it's called the House of Marcus Fellowship, and they are teaching like the steps, like courses online, and really great information about how to start and run your private business. And like it's really good knowledge.
Beautiful. Yeah, so I hope people connect with you after this. If you want me to link anything else, please let me know, since I mentioned that before, and I'll make sure to link it. So you can message me if you want. Figure that out.
Did I have the law of the earth? Because I have law of the earth here on YouTube, and I have law of the earth on unite.live, where I'm sharing like I'm sharing videos of my adventures traveling. Like I've been traveling all around.
Yeah, I would
many
love to be in that
countries.
platform. I think you have to pay to be in that platform, right? I'm not sure, but
Not anymore.
not anymore. Wow. Okay. Well, that's cool. Maybe I'll start posting on there then. But yeah, thank you so
Yeah, it'd
much.
be great to have people on there.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. It's a very cool platform, and actually, they're helping us promote the book that I announced in the very beginning of this seminar. Like Sayer G, I'm in touch with him, with Jim Gale, and we're all saying, hey, we got to promote this book like crazy so we can get out this idea of like permaculture and food forest. So if you haven't seen that trailer yet, guys, go to the beginning of the stream. I played it, but I'm going to play another trailer soon. Thank you so much for joining us, Keegan. I really appreciate it.
Can I just say one more thing real quickly?
Sure.
When David asked the question about values, I was like, oh, that's exactly that's the work that I'm doing. It's like this process of becoming conscious and changing our values and like realizing that actually that is like we are creating our own law, like by the values that we are internalizing and that we are expressing, and they're governing what our behavior, right? And yeah, so that's the work that I'm doing, and like look for more for me, like check out the Law of the Earth channels, and I'm excited to bring forth that like conscious transformation to be creators that are empowered.
There you go. Law of the Earth.
I'm giving it away. Yeah, vote for yourself, you know what I mean?
Thank you so much, Keegan. I appreciate it. Keep me in the loop, all right?
Cool. Thanks so much.
Take care. Awesome stuff. Cool.
Yeah.
All right, we got our next speaker here. Let's see if we can get Virtual Webmaster in here. Can we get him back in here? Let's find out. Hey, Virtual Webmaster, are you back? Things working?
I hope so. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Oh, lots of technical problems.
Yeah, you want to put on your camera, you can. It's up to you.
Oh, the camera's not on. Oh, right. Well, hopefully it will work.
I got to have like a shirt, Ahmed, that says, when I transfer you to this room, your camera will turn off. Like I just put like a big sign on the screen.
Yeah. Just have like one of those like little rolling text at the bottom.
Yeah, right. Well, we see you. Hello.
Well, we're all working now, so that's fantastic.
Awesome. And let's see if I can get Daniel in here. I don't know if he's around. Hey, Daniel, you here? Daniel. It's up to him. He doesn't have to be here, but he wants to hang out, perhaps. So, Virtual Webmaster, we watched your clip, and you talk about how digital privacy is really important, and I'm glad you mentioned that because not a lot of other people so far, frankly, mention that. So if you want to give us a rundown of who you are, and then also what are like the main steps people should take, and then maybe we can like break down some categories.
Okay, well, 45 years experience in IT, starting out in 1979 with a microcomputer before IBM even released the PC. So no, the term PC wasn't even in existence when I started. I worked here as a computer operator on mainframes, went to night school, became an application programmer, did that for a couple of years, got excited about networking and PCs, and basically my whole life has been jumping onto the next big thing, and makes me sort of a jack of all trades, but a master of not so many. But so probably the first 20 years or so was corporate. I worked as help desk managers, project manager, lots of gigs as contractor. So all of that stuff. Then I hated the corporate world.
Yeah.
And I got on the internet. And that's basically where I've been for the last 25 years. I sort of discovered affiliate marketing and passive residual income, and got excited about that, and honed my skills on the internet. Coming from a very technical background, it was pretty easy for me. And eventually, the big thing was outsourcing. So I actually moved overseas. I lived overseas for more than a decade. And it was all about leveraging the computer grads that you could get and hire for a few dollars an hour. It sounds exploitive, I know, but that's just the reality it was.
Mm-hmm.
And I built up quite a business, quite an affiliate marketing, and ran my own affiliate programs, all of that stuff. met a guy who were, of course, SEO was a big part of that. And I met a guy who was running his own SEO company, brilliant guy. I'm still sort of work with him. And I
So
joined
yeah,
him.
if you don't mind, because I don't want to, I don't want to cut too much time. So if you want to jump into some of the things people can do, maybe like some strategies. Like let's say you have a mobile phone, right? I mean, people think they're being tracked all the time. I don't know if you you handle that topic as well.
Absolutely. All right. Well, it's better I explain what I have been doing. So I actually came back to Australia and I was trying to launch a business in providing support to small business because I hated the corporate world and I saw them being very neglected. And then COVID hit. And while I was living overseas, I loved going down all the rabbit holes, all the conspiracy theories. And when COVID hit,
Just be careful,
I
because
freaked out.
yeah, we can't talk too much about that on stream. But yeah.
That's all. I just basically.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, I knew something had to be done about big tech, and I knew it was the problem. And I started to think about that. There was a lot of people producing really good content, but the problem for people was that most people didn't know where to find it. They didn't know how to filter it. They didn't know what was good information, and there's a lot of very bad information out there. So that's what I've been working on for the last couple of years. And I have been developing a training course, which I'm offering free. And that's in a very advanced stages. I'm just about to launch it next month, and it's called 10 Steps to Escape the Big Tech Digital Prison.
Okay.
And it's going, as I said, going to be free. But at the same time, I'm also launching a coaching program. Now, there's also a lot of resources, and a big part of this in the last year, around Christmas, I got into AI. Now, I know there's a lot of paranoia, a lot of fear about AI. I can tell you that it's just an IT system. It's just clunky. It's not sentient. Yes, there are evil forces behind it, manipulating it, but it's a technology. It can be used for good or bad, and I'm harnessing it for good. So one of the things I'll be doing is, and I'm already doing, is developing applications that, for example, help people to identify how trustworthy on a score a certain technology or company is. So it's already working, and I can demonstrate that at some other time. But it enables people to know where something sits in terms of digital freedom. I've actually started a Digital Freedom Alliance, which is like a group of people like myself who come from an IT background and people who are just privacy advocates and concerned. And we've got a lot of projects happening, and that is one of them. All these AI assistants that will produce reports, for example, which are also going to be free. I've also got something called the Digital Freedom Tubes. And what I'm doing is I'm taking all the content from all the content creators that I know and trust and putting them on a platform and using AI to index them. And you'll be able to go there and search and find very relevant content. I've actually developed, all right, one of the things is we don't trust AI, so I've actually put it on my own website. So when somebody comes there, they'll be anonymous to the back end. And I'm treating the likes of...
Okay.
But I'm using it as a back end only. It's a language processor. And I've actually
you did cut out a little bit there.
Database on...
You did cut out a little bit there, but that's okay. Yeah, so you said that you have something...
I've actually installed my own...
You have something really big coming out soon. And there's a bit of a delay. It's all right. It's because you're from like another part of the world. But yeah, so you have like a big project coming out soon. I want you to, if you want, you can just mention it in the chat and then just to let people know. And I'll link your stuff one more time for people. The Virtual Webmaster is your name, and that way people can stay tuned for that. I definitely want to connect with you more, and thank you for always being on the Element chat too and updating people and trying to get more out there. I really appreciate that. It's always helpful to have tech people around too, just in case of anything. Here's a Rumble link. I can send that on YouTube here.
Well, I can just mention walk away from bigtech.com. It's that simple.
Okay.
That would be a good starting place.
All right, there you go. Walk away from bigtech.com. All right. Yeah, I just had the Rumble link. I didn't have that one. So, okay, that sounds good. Yeah. Awesome. And you have a lot of really cool graphics in your
All
video
right.
that we saw yesterday, or it was earlier today. But yeah, very cool. I love the fact that you're doing this because not a lot of people focus on tech, like I said. So my friend Mike, producer Mike, who's Mark Passio's producer, would probably love this type of thing too. So he's maybe somebody you want to network with because he can also help you out with a lot of other things too. You guys can probably help each other out. Very cool. He does a lot of high level tech stuff as well. So I thank you for being on here, man, and sharing the whole journey and how you got here and what you're up to. I appreciate it. Sorry if I interrupted a bit. I know it's like a short interview.
Connecting with you. Okay.
Australian internet.
Take care.
Thank you, man.
I'm in the country a little.
Yeah,
All
that's
right, bye-bye.
probably also why. Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right.
Taking Back
I'll
Our Tech is a
disconnect.
great
Bye.
resource for this type of thing. They produce the above privacy phones and laptops. Yeah, they're also pretty useful for this type of thing. Thank you, Virtual Webmaster. Everybody check out his works. I put it in the chat there. I'm going to disconnect them. Ooh, sad. I feel bad. But at the same time, it's like, you know, I know, I give people like 15 minutes and it's like, I want to keep things going, but because we're behind schedule, but
Putting
it is
people
what
in
it is.
boxes, Corey.
Well, you know, I want people to connect outside the show. And if people are interested, I want people to look into it, right? It's a showcase. It's not like an interview, like let's interview everybody for an hour. I mean, I could do that. I did it for the summit, but I like this format because people get a quick snippet. And if they're not interested, they're not interested. If they're interested, they're interested, you know, that type of thing. Let's see if we could bring in here Levolution if they're around here. Let's see if we could bring them in the stream. Hey, Levolution. Levolution, are you here? You can unmute yourself and maybe we'll hear you. I'll bring them back in. Hey, you guys here?
Yeah, we're here. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. It's up to you if you want to put on a webcam or not. You don't have to.
Yes, we will. Hold on
Okay.
1 second.
Got you. Yeah, I think both of you guys there together?
Yes, we are.
Wow. Cool.
Hey, come on in, everybody.
Everybody, oh gosh. More than two?
We got the family.
Oh, wow.
Hey, Corey.
And I thought there were too many people on stream just like a couple minutes ago. I was wrong.
We got the 4-pack here, the Levolution family.
Wow. Hi. Hello.
Say hi.
Hey. Thanks for doing a great job, guys. We appreciate all the hard work.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, you guys have some
Nice
really
finding
cool
people.
clips.
Yeah, thank you. Likewise, brother. Nice to finally meet you. Yeah, I know Dan Arnold's our mutual friend.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you, Dan Arnold, for connecting us. And, you know, there's a lot of people out there who it's like, if we just reach out once, I mean, I swear there's people all over the place who just, they care about these ideas like freedom, love, truth, some degree, and they just want to share the message. And I love, like, the simple message, Levolution. We're creating a revolution of love. That's what we're doing. Absolutely.
Absolutely, yes. To the message.
So what do you guys want to share here for the showcase, where people can find, perhaps, Levolution, your work? I know it's levolution.net. I'll put it in the chat for everybody.
Yes.
Yeah.
So evolution is that evolution in love and in consciousness. You know, choosing truth over the lies, you know, morality over the immorality, right versus wrong. and getting to that self-responsibility, self-love, self-awareness, and self-responsibility, right? That we all, identify with this or that, but we gotta, yeah, buddy, we gotta get back to that love frequency we're all at. This guy teaches us more at 10 months than a lot of people I've ever, so,
Yeah.
but yeah, the Lovolution, LUVALUTION.net. Check out our videos and blogs and yeah, all sorts of information. Truth Speakers tab. We have over 80 truth warriors, truth seekers and speakers like ourselves and yourselves. And yeah, we need that collective Lovolution, but it starts with the individual Lovolution.
Yeah, and I like how your clip here, I have it open for the stream. It's like you're in nature. I hear myself a little bit, some feedback. But I want to play the clip, if you don't mind.
Yes, of course, brother.
Yeah, I'm going to play your clip first, and I'll play her clip second. So we'll do like back to back,
Nice.
All right, let's do it.
So the message for humanity, we got to love ourselves. We got to know ourselves to love ourselves. Knowing thyself is doing the inner work towards self-mastery, self-care, self-love. You can't give what you don't have. So your relationships will be empty if you don't love yourself. Okay? You got to fill up your cup in order to give. Right? So we have to love ourselves to truly love others to get out of this mess. Choose love, not fear. Choose the truth over the lies, the freedom over slavery, right? Morality over the immorality. Thank you. Peace and a big Lovolution, all you out there. Thank you. So the message.
Love it. Love the love. Very cool. Self-mastery, self-care, self-love. These all go hand in hand, I would say. And you're right. If you don't love yourself, you can't give what you don't have. This similar idea of like self-respect as opposed to self-loathing, right? So very important that you love thyself to know thyself, as you guys always say.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's more like know thyself first, because you got to do the inner work to then take the layers, of programming we all had. I know I had so many, and it's that knowing thyself, doing the inner work, the shadow work, which leads to then, wow, that love is within me. I've been chasing it externally because I went through my own personal evolution, and it was a powerful awakening and epiphany I went through. And I had this, I'm like, what is this I'm going through? It's a Lovolution, and that evolution of consciousness towards realizing that we're love, and we're chasing it externally, like, and it's all buried within us. So
yeah,
yes. Anyway,
beautiful.
yeah, we're taught to love things and everything externally, but we need to look at that mirror and be our best friend, be easy with ourselves, and go from there. Know thy enemy, but know thyself, and then you can really equip yourself. When you know thy enemy and you know thyself, you'll be equipped for any battle out there, spiritual, emotional, physical, whatever.
So The Art of War from Sun Tzu, that quote, know thyself, know thy enemy, 1,000 battles, 1,000 armies, I think it's something like that. And I have that in our Natural Intelligence book. Like I said, we just released today the trailer we played in the beginning of the stream, so be sure to check it out. We'll have another trailer later. But yeah, so I'm going to watch now Amy's clip, if that's cool with you.
Yes, of course.
All right, let's pull it
Yeah,
up.
she's taking care of the baby right at the moment. So
All good. Hey, I understand. It's all respect. All right, let's do it.
Hey, 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 beautiful spirits out there. My name is Amy, also known as Spirit. I'm coming at you from a beautiful place in my universe. I'm bringing you lots of love, truth, and freedom today, wherever you are along your journey. A quick message for humanity: know thyself. Know thyself to love thyself. Remember who you are. Remember why you came here to this beautiful planet. Know thyself to love thyself. In order to love thyself, we must know thyself. Go within, heal, and truly forgive thyself. All the answers are within you. You are the you in universe. Don't forget. Know thyself to love thyself. Lovolution is the solution. Self-love will heal humanity. Get to know thyself today. Love thyself. Lovolution. Peace.
Awesome. I like how she's like, hey, hey, hey. So she starts off the clip. Reminds me of, I don't know, Amma, you know that guy from BitConnect? Hey, hey, hey. BitConnect.
Yeah.
I love that meme.
Yeah.
Anyways, I love that every time. And I was saying that for like a month straight after that to everybody. Every time I greeted them, I was like, hey, hey, hey. Yeah, love thyself. Sorry, not to get off topic. Know thyself to love thyself. Sorry, I had the order wrong originally. But I think they do go hand in hand, right? The heart and the mind and their care toward learning. And then we learn in order to, really put out what we care about. So it's a heart, mind, guts connection, as Mark Pastio would also say, right? It takes guts to act on what you know, but you have to care as well about it. So, yeah, beautiful message. And I thank you for joining us. I appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. We appreciate all your hard work, and it's not easy what you're doing, so we really appreciate you. And we'll meet in the physical sometime.
Awesome.
Always welcome.
Yeah.
Always welcome up Camp Lovolution.
Yeah, I'm always in Florida. If you ever want to come on down, you're welcome.
Nice, awesome.
Yep, I do events
Much
down here
love.
too.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, we look forward to it. The winters are cold up here, so we'll try the snowbird thing.
Bye.
But yeah, this is. Bye, guys. Much love.
See ya.
Lovolution. Big Lovolution. One Lovolution. You got to do it every day. Love yourself.
There you go.
Take care.
I like when people have a slogan, a message. It's very cool. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. So I feel bad. Am I just kicking out people now? Like left? It's just like disconnect. I feel bad.
Well, just you let them say their piece. And
I feel like I'm helping them though, because they're like looking for the buttons. I can tell they're like looking for the button, and it's like embarrassing for them. So I think I'm helping them, but I don't know. Anyways, very cool to have you guys in the chat there, and I know it's like 6 o'clock basically. So hey, Ahmed, if you want to go, you're welcome to. I'm extending the show because I have a bunch of videos to also play, and so I won't necessarily be on screen anyways, but I'm gonna do a speed run through the rest of the clips that we have, because most of it may be stuff we've heard before, and if it's not, then I'll talk about it. But let's see what we have here.
Is that it for the guest then?
Yes, that is it for the guests for now. And we have Brandon Spencer. He was the only one who didn't get to join us on here. And I don't know what happened, but never know what happens.
Well, Corey, I think this is a good time, since it is 6 o'clock now. I think it's a good time to be showing my trailer.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We can do that. All right. Here we go. This is a trailer. Should I say what it is?
Hold on. I'm just announcing to my people in Discord that the trailer's coming on right now. But yeah, let them know what it is.
You want me to stall?
No. Go ahead. I'm just doing like at everyone join for my trailer.
All right. Here is one among our many trailers. Here, right now.
We're going to a food forest.
Welcome to Gauss Landing. When you see it, I think it's gonna blow your mind.
You're actually climbing it.
my God. We gotta get local again, my friends.
Jim,
Wow.
like, clips of his voice.
There we
Yeah.
go. Yeah, that's really epic. That's really cool, man. And we could post that separately from this live stream as well, you know. But we're gonna post a lot of things separate from this live stream. Like I said, this live stream is like announcements, and then a lot of this stuff will sustain afterwards. But you get to hear it here first. And if you have any questions in the chat, you know, I could do my best to answer it. Of course, that's one of the big announcements, but there's just so many. I mean, because we have the medical project last time, we had the Never Vote campaign last time, then we have the book that I just announced today in the beginning, and then there's more. That's not it. That's not it at all.
And I just wanted to mention, that was the trailer I put together. Of course, you know, you could tell for the Galt's Landing trip that we did. Like I said at the beginning, I'm still putting together all the actual footage. I am working on it. So
thank you, Ahmed.
time frame would be in the next few weeks. Definitely want to get that out there. I know Corey's project that's coming out. We're gonna wait until after that, but definitely tune in to my channel for that Civil Offense. I will be putting it up soon.
Awesome. Yeah, so guys, check out his channel, Civil Offense, and I'm going to go through more clips now. So it's up to you if you want to join me, Ahmed, or if you plan on going, but I also have a bunch of promo videos to throw in here too. But we're going to get through the rest of the clips right now.
Yeah,
folks.
I'll hang out for a little bit.
Okay. Yeah. Like I said, we're going to go a little faster through these because we're going to start hearing some repeats, and these folks didn't want to be interviewed, so so be it. Let's see what they have to share with us today. All right, let's start with this one here. Someone join us? Oh, John, you're back. Cool. Yeah, man, we're going over the rest of the clips for the show. Here we got Brennan Spencer. Thank you, John. It's always nice to have an extra person here. All right.
Great.
Yeah. All right, let's check this out.
Good day, all. My name is Brandon Spencer, and I want to share with you the most important piece of knowledge
Natural law
that we all should know. And that information would be what rights are not. Rights are not behaviors that initiate violence or theft against another sentient being. These behaviors would be forms of murder, assault, coercion, trespass, rape, theft, or deceitful lying. And understanding this is important because we are going to manifest negative consequences, not just as an individual, but also as a collective. This is under the umbrella of natural law. And if we put out these wrong forms of behaviors, we are going to reap the consequences, not just for ourselves, but for all of humanity. So that is the most important piece of information that I wanted to share. Good day.
Beautiful. Love it, Brandon. And thank you for the edits. Of course, it was more horizontal, so I didn't put it vertical. His voice is always so soothing. He's from Georgia. He's a great dude. One day, hopefully, you can have him here in Florida, maybe for our upcoming events and stuff, which John, I haven't shared yet. Do you want me to share it right now? Another trailer, everybody?
Let's go.
All right, here we got another trailer. I mean, I swear I could just do like an hour worth of trailers if you guys really want to, but all right, here we go. Next trailer.
We're going to a food forest.
Wrong one. Next trailer. That was funny.
Good job, Corey.
Let me make sure I got this correct. Okay. All right. It's this one. On November 8th, 2024, join us at Galt's Landing in Central Florida for a movie screening, aka watch party, for The Subtle Art of Losing Yourself. This is a Taoist documentary, and as ironic as it is titled, you can gain yourself by losing yourself. This is a powerful philosophy that helps us understand our connection with nature, much like permaculture, which we will be sharing there on site, being that we will be surrounded by a food forest, an off-grid community that is ran by Jim Gale, the founder of Food Forest Abundance. Him and I am Corey Enderlot, wrote a book called Natural Intelligence to Technology of Peace. We will also be doing a book signing there. So if you bought the book, if you haven't, be sure to do so. But if not, you can buy it on site as well. We plan to share that book and this movie here, and not only that, but plan out our next event that we want to be huge at Galt's Landing next year. We want your help to really plan this event and make sure it's the best ever seen in the freedom, spiritual, regenerative, sustainable communities that are out there. Let's bring these communities together. Let's create a greater impact together, because this is what we need to do if we actually want to create an impact. Thank you very much, and to John Peniel Chidester III for making this awesome trailer. The event starts around 4 p.m. and the movie screening starts around 7 p.m.
Let's explore these ideas that our thinking is the source of our identity, that makes us different from the animals. We want to understand who we are and what we are a part of. There are more empowering ways of responding to the challenges of life. We just need to find them.
My name is George. Like many of us, I've struggled with anxiety and confusion. But in searching for peace, I found something that completely changed my life. I was surprised to find it was ancient ideas that helped me, and that all of the great teachers of history taught know thyself. They promise when we understand who we really are, we gain wisdom, and with wisdom, we live in peace. But I can vouch, living in peace is hard, which is why I'm here in the Cairngorm, some of the fiercest nature that the UK has to offer, to see what being in nature can teach us about our nature. We're going to see what are these great teachings that can help us live with wisdom, and can the mountain teach us anything about living in peace? For once, let's explore that age-old cliche of a question: who am I? Where is this peace we've been promised?
All right, so that's right there. A premiere for a movie screening / book signing that we will do in person at Galt's Landing, Florida, which is Central Florida. So any of you guys are welcome to come to Florida November 8th, right? I have the date correct, I'm pretty sure. That's in a couple weeks. You guys are welcome to join us in person at Galt's, all right? You want to bring all these communities together? Well, you got this online event, and then you got the real life event. There's no excuses, right? You want to get involved, this is how you do it. And one way or another, we're trying to build the momentum, and we got back-to-back events. We want to use this event on November 8th to promote the June event that we're planning next year. And that will be perhaps one of the biggest freedom events ever done, based on our planning, John and I, and based on the people we know up north who are really good at production. So we'll bring them all down south, and we'll try to set up a bunch of stuff for June. But this November event, book signing / movie screening / hangout, networking, you guys are welcome to join us, anybody. Okay, so you heard it here first. Again, these are all trailers. We're going to be sharing more information. I'll make a flyer as well, and anybody can share it with anyone. So if you want a vacation for the winter, and you're up north, and you're in the snow, come on down to The Price is Right. All right, let's go in with finishing our clips here. Watch that. We're almost done. All right, John, we didn't watch your clip.
Of course not.
Of course not.
And you altered it.
I had to change the music because John loves to give me copyright strikes. Producer, by the way. I keep saying that to John to bust with them.
Well, not since I've used AI music generator. So
so now that's your producer?
Nope,
I get it.
That's my music producer, correct.
All right. So let's just watch this. This is a very interesting clip, John. I like my music. Come on, this is good. John's music before was scary, okay? All right, and I'll narrate this clip. Care should always be with the seeds sown. No energy should be wasted with the harvest. That is for the ones who don't understand that the sowing is the real harvest.
Yes.
Do you want to just give us like a little bit of context, John?
So, you know, like a lot of the projects that I have going on in my website, and when I was running recovery housing and working in the field, in the recovery field, different organizations, rehabs, and psychiatric hospitals, the one thing that people throw the word care around quite a bit, and unfortunately, they don't have a proper definition of it. And they don't understand the actual natural law principle of care. So, you know, what we put our time and energy into, what we invest in, is what's going to, you know, manifest within our realities. So, you know, like, and we have to do that together. And what we actually have going on is a bunch of agreements that aren't good, you know, so we're in agreement with a lot of things, and we need to break those agreements, and we need to care more about what we're caring about. And that's my experience, everything I've done up to this point. You know, I put out the principle of care in so many different ways, and it comes back to me in so many different ways.
Yeah.
And it like making new friends, having new adventures, having different experiences, learning new things. All these things come from the sowing, you know, like the work, the great work, the one great work. You know, that's why we're content creators on the One Great Work Network, because the great work is putting the information out there so that others can utilize it to better humanity.
Yeah. All right. Well, there you go. That concludes it. Yeah. Care. I mean, I agree. Care is important, and people don't care about what perhaps they should pay attention to, and that's because they're just living the grind, you know, 9 to 5, I'm doing the thing, and they know it, right? And it's like, how do we escape that? I think, like, going back to the other speakers, inspiration, changing the culture, music, getting things a little bit, you know, off kilter, like a change for a moment where it's like, things are a little different.
It's also part of the experience where, like, you do it and you don't look back. You don't worry about it. You give the goodness. You give the goodness to someone. You give the care to someone.
Yeah.
And you turn and you go. You know, like, you don't have to sit around. You know, you don't have to babysit it. You can, you know, if the person's agreeable to it. Yeah. But what I'm saying is, like, that's not really what we're here to do. We're here to just state it and keep it going, you know?
Yeah.
Live it, experience it. So.
All right. Let's check out our next clip. The 7 no-nos. We might see, again, some repeats, and that's fine, right? People, they do come from a lot of these different communities that care about freedom. So let's see.
The 7 no-nos, except in self-defense: murder, rape, assault,
the pictures he has.
Property theft, trespass, coercion, and lying, all variations of theft, are man's best attempt at codifying natural law into a set of guidelines in line with the truth of universal consciousness expansion being the foundation of what is actually morally objective good. God may be defined as the conscious entity that is all of universal consciousness collectively, including you and every other single manifested aspect of our entire shared universal reality. What it, not he or she, desires above all else is expansion. That is the foundation of objective morality and reality. Expansion of universal consciousness is right, good, and constriction is wrong, evil.
Expansion is good, constriction is wrong. And, you know, I heard that as a definition of right and wrong from several folks as well who expanded upon morality concepts. And it's like interesting choice of pictures here.
I'm also being flashed walls of text that I don't think I can read on my phone or my
I know.
computer.
Well, he gave it to me in vertical format, so it's not like I did this.
Oh no, I understand.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that, like, just for future reference,
Yeah.
I'm not necessarily saying, the information is bunk because there's so much
No,
of it,
I know,
but
I know.
just more that, I would like to see what's being shown,
Yeah.
it's just like, you can kind of get the gist of it if you like look up some of the titles on some of these things. It's just like,
You
from a
definitely
perspective
would
of,
not
the
like
content.
my
Yeah.
work.
Yeah, John has the ISG. So John, if you watch his videos, it's the most funny thing ever. Like, I swear, his editing is unintentionally hilarious. With the amount of things that pop up on the screen that should just not pop up, it's the funniest thing ever. I told John, like, that should just be a stick. Like, don't try to be serious. Just be fun.
I consider myself to be the Pink Floyd of the natural law movement.
Yeah, I mean, see, the thing is, right, is there's different approaches to the way you do things here with content creation, and I think about it a lot. So it doesn't
the
have
images do better work, I would say, at portraying a message or conveying something, because I feel like that can be more of a blast of information than text. Text is really hard to get much from when you can't read it all.
Yeah. All right, let's watch our next friend here, Jonathan Wright. All right, and Jonathan, John.
Yes, I do. In fact, on my way back to Florida from Pennsylvania, me and Bob are probably going to stop by his house.
Fun fact, if it wasn't for Jonathan here, I don't know if I would have gone to Jim Gale's place that fast. I mean, I probably would have met him eventually, but
True story.
I was told about Jim, right? And I was like, interesting. I don't know, this guy is like Food Forest Abundance. And then Jonathan, and I was like, should I go there? And then Jonathan calls me one day and he's like, do you want to go? And then that confirmed me wanting to go. And so Jonathan, John, and me all went to Galt's for the first time. That's where I met Jim Gale. That's how it all started. Yeah. Just so you guys know the backstory. And then from there, we connected, talked over the several months. I shared my work and I interviewed Jim. And then we met at this event in Volusia County, and we said to each other, what if we wrote a book on permaculture and food forests? And so, boom, now we got a book. And now we can make a movie, and then we can do more and more and more and build the momentum necessary to change the world. Anyways, here we go.
The most important thing that people must know is themselves. And when one knows themselves, they would say to themselves, I am ambitious, creative, compassionate, patient, courageous, flexible, honest, humble, honorable, loyal, conscientious, persistent, resilient, disciplined, and loving. When one knows themselves, they know God. And when you know God, you can share with the world what true peace and true understanding looks like. So the most important thing that people must know is themselves. For to know thyself is to know thy God. Thank you. The most important.
Very powerful, the way he words it, right?
Wow, it's great. And it's a good play off of the movie that we're going to be screening on the 8th of November at Galt's Landing.
Mm-hmm.
That's all about knowing yourself.
Yep. Yeah, I know. It says it in the film. Isn't that crazy that is one of the quotes that we lead the book with, that Jim Gale and I wrote? Like, we literally have "Know Thyself," that quote from Art of War, in the book. And that happens to be on the film. It happens to be in this event, like, billions of times. There's such crazy synchronicity, dude, for all these works. But anyways, let's move on. I'm just saying, like,
good job, Jonathan.
Yeah, good job, Jonathan. His work, Nothing New Under the Sun .us. Check it out. He doesn't go on mainstream platforms because he talks about everything, and I love his energy. He has like InfoWars playing in his house, like on every room.
He's also on Revolution Radio. You can find him over there.
Yeah.
I know some of the people in our chat room are on Revolution Radio as well.
Yep. Hey, John, you can I could link your channel as well, your YouTube channel for folks if you want. I can do that for you. But anyways, let's see who's next. Conrad Rogas, you know who this is as well, John. You just so happen to know all the people I'm pulling up. Conrad is someone I believe and I've said this many times on the record, so that way when he gets famous, I get the credit. That he's going to get famous. That's 100% happening. There's nobody else in this movement that's going to get as big as him. I'm just saying it because like I can see potential. I see people who produce good content. They work hard. They put out good videos. They know how to strategically maneuver through the algorithm, and he is it. He's got it. He's him. All right. So not to like boost his ego, but I boost a lot of you guys' egos in different ways. Okay, so. I give credit where it's due, and his work deserves credit. All right, his channel, truthandlaw.com. I'll just see. Could I link everything here? I think I could link everything here. I won't do the Facebook link. I don't like Facebook a lot. I actually cause drama on Facebook because I'll go on Facebook once in a while, make a post and say, get off this platform. And then everybody says, well, you're on the platform right now. I'm like, I'm telling you to get off of it. That's the only reason why I'm on it. Everybody doesn't like me on there. Anyways, so yeah, and I kind of just post my content there and that's it. And then I leave and dip out. Same thing with TikTok. But you know, because I don't like those platforms. It's just the truth. I'm sorry, guys. It is what it is. But all right. So Conrad Rogas, all right. Good dude. Haven't got to actually talk to him. I feel bad. Like we never done any actual interviews or anything. Sorry. Haven't done any interviews or anything. Thank you for the duck. And but so hopefully I can connect with him more because I feel like we just haven't collaborated. But I think in the future we will. It's inevitable. Maybe we can get him down for some of our events, John. That would be cool. All right.
And John, you're probably going to stay longer than I am. If Corey goes out like that for you, just put that duck sound in the soundboard like this. So just to let him know you can't hear him.
All right, let's check this out.
The most important thing for people to know is that you have value. You are worth more than what everybody's telling you, than what the world is telling you. You have dignity and sovereignty. You're smart. Your kids are smart. So respect yourselves. Now, respect, that's a statement of freedom and power. And with freedom and power comes what? Responsibility. So you got to earn that power and freedom. And because you respect yourselves, then be truthful to yourself and others. Respect them, respect property, respect your body and your mind, and do the great work. Put in the effort to be the best you. And that's how we build the future. And that's the meaning of life itself. That's what nature wants.
Isn't that's so perfect? And I love it. Like 1 minute truth bomb, done, boom, over. And you know, it's like that's again the main message I have for this generation, and he just nails it home. That is the most important thing I think that they need to hear. Now, for me, it's like different audiences have different messages at different times, right? But for a lot of people, I think this message rings really, really well.
I mean this in a good way. I want this guy to talk me to sleep. Like I need him there, like affirming messages as I'm like going into that trance.
People used to say that about my work. If you go back, I used to like, I don't know, I used to maybe be a bit more calm. I don't know.
Yeah, no, he's very calm. I like the way he talks to the viewer as well.
Yeah, his videos though are very authentic, very genuine. I think people are going to like that in the long run. When he gets like bigger, because he is getting bigger, and I'm telling you, his growth is gonna outdo. It's already outdoing a lot of folks because of his approach. And so I look forward to that day where I can say, "Hey, told you so." Just kidding. Where I can say, "Hey, you know, Conrad is awesome," because he just is, and I don't really care, you know, how much viewers or whatever people get. But good on him for experimenting and keeping up his content. Really good work, Conrad. If you're out there. All right, we should link this to him, John. Be like, hey, we reacted to your clip. All right, next one is a friend of mine, Mike's in the Garden. He's also from Florida. We'll have him join us for the Florida event. Let's check this out.
What I think is most important that people need to know is that government is mind control. That's what the word means, literally. And if we don't let them in here, then in our regular everyday lives, we don't really have to worry about them. Certainly, licensure, taxation, there's things that's beyond our control. But first and foremost, we don't let them into our minds, and then they can't control our everyday. Because if you're here at this event, we're well aware of the control systems and how we can slowly opt out. So that, my friends, is what I like to impart on you. And let's start growing some food. It's just another way that they can't control us, and we can opt out of the system. What I think.
Yeah, and he has an epic food forest. Really good videos, really good editing. He does a lot of stuff on Instagram, which is very key, by the way, if you want to know where you can get a lot of views nowadays without too much backlash, like on like the algorithm side. Instagram is where it's at. And also, when I'm with my generation, they always ask the first question, what's your Instagram? They don't ask for TikTok, they don't ask for YouTube, they're not asking for anything else. Now, maybe Snapchat comes second to that, maybe TikTok comes in like second or third as well. But it's mainly those three, all right? And most content creators in this community do not use those three. And they definitely, but they should use Instagram, I would say. He's doing really well there because of his works there. There, I linked his link tree in the chat. Probably shouldn't use a link tree because that could cause problems in the future. But aside from that, you guys can try to use something else instead of Linktree, like TapLink, which is what I use. There's other ones out there. There's one that's why
do you think that one's a problem?
LibertyLinks.com. I think that one is owned and operated by Freedom people. So you want that because read their terms of service. It says they'll ban you for misinformation, and it's a link service, mind you.
Right.
All right.
Okay, we'll keep that in mind. I was just going to say, I like what this guy's message is for sure. I mean, he talks about how, there's some things that realistically you can't just go out and avoid altogether. And I agree.
Yeah.
You may have to take it step by step, but definitely action in general, like whatever you can do it,
Right.
There may be ways around things that you figure out, if you can, then do it. But if you can't, then do the things you can do. Right. And that should really be the point. I was just going to say, that should probably be my last clip. It's been great joining you, Corey. It's been great co-hosting these past 3 days. I don't know if you're doing anything else tomorrow, but for today I got to head out. Let me know any future streams or anything like that. This is good. John, nice meeting you. And
nice meeting you.
Again, my channel was Civil Offense, do libertarian content, philosophy, all that. I'm going to put out that Gulf's Landing trailer. I would say probably tomorrow would probably be better in the morning just because that's when more people are going to be on their phones online and all that.
And I'll
right now,
repost
people are
it.
probably
I'll share it.
down.
Yep.
Yeah. I'll invite you as a collaborator when I put it on Instagram too. I should probably connect with you on there because I don't think we have, but I'll do all that. Put it everywhere pretty much.
We got to up our Instagrams.
Look out for that.
We got it, I'm telling you. But you know what? What's crazy? I went to one of these young entrepreneur events and I shared my Instagram and they're like, wait, you have 2,000 followers? I'm like, is that a lot? Apparently that was a lot. I had more followers than everyone there on Instagram and I didn't realize it's just from me posting clips from my interviews that it got me all those.
Right now I've only got a couple hundred, I'll be real.
Yeah, I have more followers on Instagram than a lot of other people. So I'm like, okay, that's good because they all look at Instagram. That's their way of validating your credibility.
Right. Social credit.
Yeah. So we have to make sure that's up for the colleges and so forth.
Right.
All right. Thank you, Ahmed, so much for everything these past 3 days. And John, thank you for sticking by if you want to. It helps to have somebody else with me if you want to react.
I'm sorry you didn't like my ski mask, Corey.
Oh, dude. I mean, I don't know. It's I worry about the new viewer who comes in and is like, what is he wearing?
Okay.
So,
all right.
Yeah.
Well, take care, guys.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Civil Offense, everybody. Check out his channel if you haven't already.
I just wanted to point out about this last clip that we just watched.
Okay.
It's it covers the basics of baby truther stuff. If you don't know anything and you walked into this blind, that would be a good starting point, the things that he pointed out. So if you're new here, if you're new here, I would suggest, finding out more about those topics.
Yep. There's a lot of information here. You guys can choose the route to take, for yourself, who you like as a speaker and whose content you want to learn from. Some of them produce content, some of them don't. Here we have Nancy Garcia, and she does not produce content, but that's fine. She still has a message to share.
Hold on, we got a special guest, Corey.
Oh, gosh.
It's Tulio himself. This is the big guy here. Look how big this guy is. Put him right up to the camera, Bob. Look how big this guy. He's a monster.
Nice.
So that's Tulio himself. He's the inspiration for our gardens.
Yeah. Wow. I love that. It's very cool. And that's a good aspect to integrate that probably nobody else will do. It's the animals. Okay. Next clip here. Nancy Garcia.
Never give up. Never give up. Never give up. Never give up. When the body is kicking like a stallion, the brain is full of worry, random thoughts, intrusive thoughts. It's kind of difficult to think that one can focus the mind and calm the mind. It is possible. It is doable. There are many different healing modalities out there. There's breath work. There's Dr. Joe. There's Tai Chi. Whatever you choose to do, no matter what disruption, what challenge, if a day is missed, if you don't want to do it, like just do it, and practice, the more you practice it, the better you get at it, right? There's a lot of horrible things happening in the world. I want it to stop. It's ugly as fuck. First things first, the mind needs to be taken care of. I am a work in progress. Never give up. Never give up, never give up, never give up. When different things come and try to unseat you, get back on. Never give up. Never give up.
This should be like that viral internet clip that's like, just do it. I love it. She's like, never give up. And she should have said that for like a whole minute straight. I would have been like, this is great. But no, the whole clip is good, and the insights she provides are really, really good. The fact that she has to like say never give up while the cat is trying to block the screen from her makes it even better, honestly. That makes it peak cinema. Okay? When you have things like that in your clip, it's good play. And people like cat videos, by the way. Maybe helps you in the algorithm. One of my top videos on my channel is your cat is an ancient Taoist master. That's literally one of my top videos on my channel. And I wrote up a script for dogs. So that's next. And
nice.
John,
I went in on that one for the Athena project. I'm going to borrow it.
It's like, I might as well just do animal videos for now on, guys, if that's the way to go. And John, like, I just said that. Isn't that funny? That she says never give up. Bobby came in the camera. His website is Perseverance, like Principle of Perseverance.
Yeah.
And then he brought
Perseverance.tech.
And then we were just talking about animals. And then we were talking about animals, and you just bring an animal on screen. Like, crazy synchronicity, just saying, again. Anyways, next clip here we have from Nate Cap. I don't know if you know who Nate Cap is, John, but let's check this out.
Ignorance, apathy, and cowardice are the destroyers of our freedom. But so are order followers and those who believe that we need them. Love is in the moral action to do what is right in spite of fear. To become aware of natural law is to become a true seer. Pay attention to all that is central. Sharpen the mind to a point like a sharpened pencil, tracing out truth through a symbolic stencil. Spirituality is a lonely path, so make sure to fall and rise with a laugh. Honesty takes one closest to light, which means the studies have to be done mostly all day and all night. With that being said, we are all sovereign divine beings of love. May your journey unfold the spiral steps to the above. Ignorance.
Isn't that great? I love poetry. He wins top clip just for doing poetry.
Yeah, so I'm thinking it's like, 360 degrees there you got.
Yeah, he basically turns the camera like this. It's very cool. I like the transitions, love the poetry, very artistic. And again, art is the way to do it. Here he has his Instagram. He has 2 Instagram accounts. I'll link it for you guys. So check him out there, Cubby Hole and Outcasting with Nate. He does a lot of great work, particularly on symbolism, from what I know. And I interviewed him for the End of Slavery Summit, where he talks about symbolism. And I always appreciate that, because I use a lot of symbolism in my works too. But I don't like to go too crazy with that, because for me, like, nature is like the symbol, and nature doesn't really have a symbol. So it's like, it's the source of everything, right? But that's why I like my NITA logo, my NITA. Nature is the answer. It's like just an NITA with that looks like a tree / hourglass with like a sun circle. And so it's got the circle dot symbolism that he uses. And if you want, I have a bunch of poems on my channel like 4 years ago where I talk about that. Like, stop. Anyways, I still do poetry, but it does take a little bit of inspiration for me to do it. And after this event, I'm going to take a good break, you know, to kind of recenter myself, because when you're putting yourself out there on the internet so much and you're doing all these projects, you don't always have enough time for yourself. I mean, even recently, I talked about Asmongold last stream, but he made an apology about some of the internet drama that was happening with him, and he said, "Man, I felt like I wasn't human." Like, he said this on a video. Like, he said, for the past 2 years, I've been producing videos nonstop, like 8-9 hour streams. That's why these guys are famous. But their fame comes at the expense of their humanity. And so I'm not trying to get famous, because if I were, I wouldn't be human. And I know that sounds weird to some of you guys, but if you want to make a big amount of fame or position in society, you think you could control that position, it'll take control of you. Whether you're a celebrity or a politician, it doesn't matter. Because you're not really supposed to be in that position where people look up to you and put you on a pedestal. Just that alone. Regardless of authority, statism, violence, and all that, being in a position where people are dependent on you or watching you, and you feel dependent to make content for them, and you're on your computer all the time, or you're like streaming 9-10 hours every day to make money, it's like, it's still a taxing job. Like, some people will say, well, these streamers, it's not any work. They're streaming in front of a camera. They're playing video games all day. That's difficult. I'm doing a 3-hour stream right now. I'm almost like gonna pass out, you know? These guys are doing like 10-hour streams. Sometimes they're eating junk food on top of that. They have a horrible lifestyle. People don't consider this.
Well, we talked about it a little bit in the Ending Slavery Summit. You and I, with the mental health of humanity. Mm-hmm. Self-care is primary focus, because you cannot do anything for it. It's like the analogy with the airbags and the air respirators in the airplane. Put yours on first, and then you're able to help others.
That's right.
Never give up.
All right, so let's see here our next clip.
What
we have here from Neil Sperling. Neil Sperling, I'm going to link his Rumble here. Hopefully you guys are subscribed to all these people I link. That would be really awesome.
Twisted Lightworker.
Yeah, that's the name of his channel. And by the way, I never came across his works before, and so when he sent me this clip, I'm like, this is awesome. I always love learning from more folks here. So this is what he has to share with us.
What do people need to know the most? First and foremost, we have to realize that we are the ones that create our reality with our thoughts, our thinking, our actions, and inactions. We've been dumbed down so badly that we've forgotten how powerful we are. We are multidimensional beings, and we are capable of doing much more. So I run Thrivalism Thursdays. It's a webinar event, and I teach people some personal growth on my 45 years of metaphysics, Toltec, and spiritual courses that I've taken. So that is personal growth aspect. Once we become stronger in ourselves, then active steps to improve our own communities. See, local action truly does make a global impact. And that, to me, is the most important thing people need to know. Truly. What?
You can just tell, he's got that spark in his eyes. I can just see from looking at people, right? I don't know if you can tell, but just from looking at certain people, how, maybe it sounds weird, but he just seems very genuine. And I think he probably knows a lot. I mean, 45 years of experience on these topics, probably one of the best people to follow for that.
Yeah, but he also mentioned in his rhetoric the topic of inaction.
Yeah.
By doing nothing, we're still creating a reality around us that, you got to do more, man. You got to do more. That's why I like you, Corey, and what you've done with this showcase. This is an awesome opportunity with the dog barking in the background. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, and thank you, Youngblood. Thank you for hanging out, man. You're awesome. Thank you. For anybody who's leaving the stream, anybody who's staying tuned, I appreciate all of you guys. Be sure to share the stream with anybody, people who would have no clue what the stream is about. Share it with them. This is a format, so I think anybody would just be like, what is this all about? And so, let's see our next clip here. Oh, this way.
What?
How?
Oh, Nemo. Oh,
Many
we know him. Oh, we don't know him. Let's check this out.
Most important thing that people must know, and to me, it would be yourself.
Just going into your body, dropping out of your mind, into your heart, into your body, sifting through emotions that might be stagnant within your body, calming your nervous system down, getting more clarity as to where's the common denominator. You know, whether it's me personally with relationships, friendships over the past 10 years, what part did I have to play in those events or those series of events that have happened? And just becoming more fulfilled, having a deeper understanding of yourself, taking different actions based on that knowledge that you're acquiring, and just being able to have enlightenment, having a lighter mind, being able to go through that trauma and process it, release it, and then move forward more wise. So for me, that would probably be the most important thing. And what's the most important?
Nicholas is a really cool dude who's always been in touch with me, and I've always appreciated how public he is, how transparent he is about his whole journey with shadow work. That is something I admire from him greatly, because not a lot of people are willing to admit their faults or any problems they had in life or anything like that, especially on touchy subjects. And he's just willing to go out there and say, hey, you know, I'm not going to let that define me. Whatever, I'm going to say it, that I defeated it, you know, and I'm going to move past it. So very cool to see Nicholas here. Nicholas Peter Ugero. I'll link his channel. He does a lot of great work. You actually see he has like videos from like, what was it, like 6 years ago, like a long time ago, where he's just doing other things. And then over time finds out about natural law and different concepts, and now produces content and works a lot on himself, which is the very important part. Right. Yeah, there's somebody called Lawrence Wasson or Mitch Wasson in the One Great Work Network, and you don't see videos from him. He produced like a couple videos, and he's somebody I knew in the very, very beginning of everything. He's somebody who's incredible, and he's somebody who doesn't produce a lot of content because he focuses a lot on himself, and I respect that. There's a lot of people I know who don't produce any content, and they're geniuses. They're people who I know if they get on the front of a camera, they'll do way better than me because I've attuned myself too much to this and not enough to that which I talk about, like when it comes to nature. Because the reality is, if I want to tune more to that which I talk about, I'm not on the camera really at all. Right? But, and that's just the frank reality of it. So the best thing for me to do is be present, try to use some sort of meditation practice, and then I can kind of tune in and use nature for AI, AI for nature, that type of thing, right? A synergistic relationship, which we describe in that book that Jim Gale and I wrote, which, again, you know, we want to try to get that to bestseller. So if there's anything to share, it's this book today. So, all right, let's go to our next clip here. Who comes after Nick? Oh,
I'm very open about what I do, and I'm actually quite radical about it. And I, you know, natural law is natural law, and I work with this, and I tell people we are literally a flagship for the new. We are not going back to normal because, yeah, everybody was petering back to normal. I still think it's good. I'm not in it for the money. I'm in it to create everything new, even alternative economies, you name it. And I do have sessions where I speak to parents about how we do it, you know, and how we take responsibility and how we teach the kid, or how, in fact, there isn't really teaching. It's about learning.
Yeah.
I tell them, be your own boss. I don't like to be anybody's boss or teacher, but okay, I can. I'm very good at it. If you don't, I will do it.
So he had me clip a part of his interview where he talks about a schooling model that he created called Animalia. Okay, so be sure to check it out if you're into schooling, you come from that perspective, and you're interested in what he has to share. He has a YouTube channel called Radical Self-Responsibility. So I'll link that in the chat as well. And then animalialearningcenter.wordpress.com. That's his website. And so he's trying to create a learning center based on subjects of natural law. I'm sure there's many others who are trying to do the same thing. David Rodriguez knows a lot about schooling. And of course, John Taylor Gatto is a great resource, and so is Dana Martin. So for those of you into that subject, those are the resources I would recommend. Great stuff. Any comments, John?
And what's the most important thing?
No, that's fine. You mentioned Dana Martin.
Yeah.
I've been following her for years. My daughter was a victim of vaccination injury at a young age. So,
Yeah.
you know, like there was all these people that were involved
Just
with
be
that
careful
whole
on YouTube.
yeah, all those people that were involved with that thing before it happened. That thing that happened before that thing happened.
thing,
There was a
yep.
lot of us that were like, "Don't do it," you know, no matter what.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
know?
No matter what, right? I mean, the position of nature is like it's man-made. It doesn't come from God. It doesn't come from nature. That's it, right? Like there isn't a stance beyond that. Like it could be something that has vitamins in it and nutrients for all I care, and I still be like, why? Why do we need that? Unless there's something else that's taking us down, why do we need this man-made thing?
The other interesting thing that a lot of these speakers spoke about was an internal process, which is huge. You know, like he was talking about, you know, the inner workings.
Yeah.
You know, so this is where we're at, guys.
Yep. All right, let's check out this clip because this one's actually exactly on what you just mentioned. Here is somebody who focuses a lot on shadow work. That is his main subject of focus. And his name is Adessis Adrianos. I'm sorry if I butchered the name. I'll give you guys his link tree. For those of you interested in shadow work in a deep, detailed way, using workbooks and everything, this is your guy.
What is most important that people need to know? My name is Odysseus Andrianos, and the thing that I feel people need to know is how to heal thyself. To heal means to make whole. So in essence, this is about harmony of our yin and yang energy. To go a step deeper, I would say it's psychology. Psyche meaning soul, so it's the study of the soul. So if we were truly to answer the question of how to heal ourselves, it would likely be in alignment with understanding our soul. So what is most important that people need to know? They need to know how to do shadow work. So the deeper I get into this, the more I'm actually expressing it's a Taoist nature. It's understanding the darker sides of ourselves so we can integrate those parts of ourselves and be whole and complete. So the whole most important thing that people need to know is how to heal themselves through shadow work, through the psychology, and learning how to authentically love themselves with those tools. What is most important?
Isn't that something?
Yeah.
So the deeper.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
Yeah.
Very, very cool.
And, you know, we've talked a lot about this on the show already, love and knowing thyself, but he makes it very practical. Notice he mentions Taoism. Plug, shout out to my book on Taoism. And again, our movie screening we're going to do is a Taoist film. So for those of you interested in that Eastern philosophy, it can really help practice shadow work and peace. It definitely helped me get into meditation and Tai Chi, which I never did before. But then I started doing it once I learned about it. And
I'm really, yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm really looking forward, spoiler alert, I'm really looking forward to Mark Passio's next presentation on shadow work. And it should be in depth and it should be really good.
Did he even say that publicly, or are you spoiling it for him?
No, he's mentioned it. He's mentioned it. But he really wants to do that. And it's important because there's been some people that have thoroughly done it, but not with the natural law perspective, I think. So it'll be interesting to see what he comes up with, you know?
Wow. All right, there you guys have it. Another trailer right there. John just released it for shadow work.
Tell no one.
Yeah, for Mark Passio's next seminar leaked. All right, let's see our next clip here.
The United
Here we go.
States is actually a private for-profit service corporation located in the District of Columbia. And every time that you have checked yes to the question, are you a U.S. citizen, you have unknowingly agreed to be an employee of the United States, and you've also said that you live in the District of Columbia. And as such, you are subject to the codes, regulations, and statutes of the U.S. corporation. But if you do not, in fact, live in the District of Columbia, and you are not employed by the U.S. government, then you are not a U.S. citizen. And that means that you don't have to pay taxes, you don't have to follow their codes and regulations, and you can live as a private human being outside of government control.
Well, so there we have another individual who is promoting the paperwork route, right? And trying to free ourselves through perhaps more material means. And again, you know, take as you will with it. We've had like probably 5 clips on that. Which, again, coming from people who care about freedom, so they're finding ways of doing things. Is that the most important mentally, morally, spiritually, psychologically? I don't know. If I ask them that question, I think they have a different answer, but, it's important to them.
I think you and I actually do differ on this a little bit, Corey. I think it's very important for us to be witnessed, declaring into the universe that no, we are not going to be a part of this system any longer.
Yeah.
We're not going to take part in what goes on.
I mean, I
whether
agree.
it's financially or propaganda-wise or just, hitting a lever in a voting booth.
Yeah.
I just don't want any parts of it. And it's interesting that she starts with the very basics of it.
Yes,
so
he does.
Yeah, and it's important for if anybody's going to go down any of these AKA rabbit holes, you're gonna want to know the basics.
Yes.
I've spent a lot of time reading law books and studying law, and I've even stood in front of juries and judges without a lawyer present.
Yep.
So, and it's not recommended, but it's also not recommended to participate in the system at all. And that's what she's getting at, that you could be a private person.
Yeah.
You have to word it correctly. That's the thing.
Yeah. It's just another way of approaching it, and I appreciate that for sharing that. And yes, it is very grassroots basis, and I think that's really helpful for somebody who's new to this information and they want to learn about it. Regina Zwilling is her name. As far as I'm concerned, I don't think she has a channel or anything that she linked me, but thank you very much for the clip. I appreciate you being a part of the event, everybody. Thank you so much. All right, let's see what else.
So
here.
what is the most
Sarah
important
Cross.
thing for people that people should know? Where is the most important thing for people to start at would be to understand how thought, emotion, and action works first. And if you can get that and in that order and not all over the place and doing emotion, thought, action, or action, emotion, it has to go thought, emotion, and action and getting that process done correctly, then anything else will be able to come in a lot easier. People have to teach or figure out how to communicate in their way that's best going to work for them and their own little family community, whether it's their immediate household or their community out in the world. Natural law, God's law. It's how people practice it. It's how people conduct themselves. I don't care what they call it. I don't care how they get the information, and I don't care how it's communicated. If they understand the difference between self-defensive force and nonviolence and care, then they're already on the right track. And what is the
So I had to clip this based off of me talking to her because she wanted to do it like in an interview style. And I think it came out pretty well. You can let me know what you think, Sarah Cross, if you're still in this chat. But I really appreciate, you doing this and sharing your thoughts because it's very unique, Emotion, thought, action is very important. And I'm surprised not enough people mention that here in this event. But then also talk about how even like all these little itty-gritty details don't matter so much when you're just doing the right thing, right? And you can kind of trust the universe.
Exactly. And, she's a remarkable person. I don't know her personally, but I've been watching her content, the crosstalk and the other stuff that they got going on with the girls club. There's a couple of them involved with that. And it's just great stuff, man. It's nice to have a link that I could share with one of my family members a couple months back because she talks very openly about CF and a lot of other cystic fibrosis and a lot of other stuff that's going on in this world. And it's nice that I have people on speed dial in this community that I can send these links to people in my family that have CF, and it's just like, and now my cousin regularly watches her programs, and she's learning about much, much more than just CF, more than I could ever tell her about natural law or, morality or whatever, so it's kind of cool, man. I'm glad to see these flourishing content creators in our movement.
Me too. Yeah, and thank you, Sarah. I know you also contribute to the newspaper, and so you guys can check out. I have articles from Sarah on the Liberator.us where she talks about her journey and these different concepts. So very awesome stuff. Be sure to check it out. I linked her work in the chat, sarahcross.substack.com. You can subscribe. I think she has like a newsletter, right, on Substack. There's always a newsletter function. So you should be able to get emails from her and stay up to date. So be sure to do that.
Yeah, and here's another a person in this movement that has issues physically and still perseveres to get the work out there in the most customized, personal, experienced way. What a great person. Thank you so much, Sarah,
Yeah,
for your
and for being here
contribution.
this whole time too. Like, just so cool, so cool. If you want, I'll give you more shout outs later on in the stream. You're welcome to plug yourself. I should probably make you a moderator too, since you're always here. I don't have probably enough moderators. I'll make you a moderator. Let's see. Stare moderator can in live can also. Yeah. Okay. You're a moderator. All right. Next.
Nice.
Reality.
You got an upgrade. You got a promotion.
She has a wrench now.
Yeah,
she
she's
has
got a
the
wrench. All right. By the way, I feel bad because it's like also giving her work to do. But like, there hasn't been anything to moderate actually in the chat at all. So I have a pretty good chat, and also because I have a bunch of filters set up, so that way all the bad stuff doesn't come in. Like literally 1,000-word lists of filters I have. Anyways, here is Vinny Eastwood. Vinny Eastwood, his clip. Hey DK Spearsy, you still here, man? Because this is your guy from New Zealand. Vinny Eastwood featuring the man. Here it
Is a holographic fractal projected by collective consciousness experiencing itself subjectively. If you take a picture of you and embed it into a hologram and try to delete it, the whole picture of you is still there, just half the resolution. Nothing that exists can ever truly be forgotten. If you look inside your finger, you'll find cells. Inside those cells are other cells, infinitely down the scale, and as above, so below. You are a cell on this planet, which is just one cell in the galaxy, which is one cell in the universe. Everything is a smaller or larger version of something else. Everything has consciousness. Protons, neutrons, electrons, even morons. And the things you manifest into reality through consciousness change all the infinite civilizations that live within you, and every layer of reality you live within. If you don't, you will grow resentful of those who do. The things you make may not benefit you. As the Greeks said, your job in life is to plant a tree, whose shade you know you shall never get to sit beneath. Reality is a holographic
We're playing it again. I don't care what anybody says.
fractal projected by collective consciousness experiencing itself subjectively. If you take a picture of you and embed it into a hologram and try to delete it, the whole picture of you is still there, just half the resolution. Nothing that exists can ever truly be forgotten. If you look inside your finger, you'll find cells. Inside those cells are other cells, infinitely down the scale, and as above, so below. You are a cell on this planet, which is just one cell in the galaxy, which is one cell in the universe. Everything is a smaller or larger version of something else. Everything has consciousness. Protons, neutrons, electrons, even morons. And the things you manifest into reality through consciousness change all the infinite civilizations that live within you, and every layer of reality you live within. If you don't, you will grow resentful of those who do. The things you make may not benefit you. As the Greeks said, your job in life is to plant a tree, whose shade you know you shall never get to sit beneath.
He's like right on the point with like what my little one sentence quote about like the sowing of the seeds, like the harvest, like I for him to do that and then have like his little sarcasm in there with his little joke moron, like he's a great content creator. He's been around a long time.
He has.
He actually, for those that don't know, he actually went to jail for speaking out against the policies and procedures of the globe in his region.
Yeah.
And what an amazing individual. You could really learn a lot by going and watching his material.
Yeah, for sure. And it's just like, he did all the editing for this, guys. I didn't do any of the editing for this. So really props to Vinny on this. And hey, DK Spearsy, make sure he does a shout out to the show for his viewers if they don't know about it. Say that, hey, I featured his clip. That way they can check out the show and see this part. Be like, hey, Vinny, how's it going? And I did do an interview with Vinny when all that stuff happened. I wanted to make sure he was okay, so I tried having his back because I want to support people in those times. He's a good dude. He's very funny too. Very cool person. Guys, definitely connect with Vinny. Outspoken about everything. All right. Next clip here. Let's see what we got. We're almost done. Let's watch Tom Derler. Here we go. See, I remember his name. I'm pretty good, right? Tom Derler, Solution.institute and solutioninstitute.org. Very good website names, my guy. And then YouTube is Tom Solution. Be sure to check this out. Let's watch this clip.
The most important truth that you need to know is that it's actually quite simple to create freedom on this earth. We just have to use modern technology to educate all of the population that wants freedom, peace, and that their rights are not about how natural law operates, what is a right and what is a wrongdoing. And this is not complicated, it is simple. It's not a challenge of our intellect, it's a challenge of our heart, because we have to step in and take care for those who are in deep ignorance and mind control. Don't give up on them. Most want freedom, but they fail to understand what are the requirements, and therefore they create suffering. And as long as we take to educate all people, not hundreds and thousands but billions of people, about the most important topics, about how natural law operates and objective morality, we will suffer so much unnecessarily. And as one suffer, we all do.
Yeah. So really emphasizing the use technology and the modern tools to our benefit, I think that's a very good tip of advice. Again, not a lot of people know how to use technology, and Mark Passio does a whole course on how to teach people how to do that called How to Be the True Media. So if you're really new and you want to learn, that's a way to do it. Other than
How
that,
to become thetruemedia.com.
well, there you go. And yeah, and so also, you know, if people need help, I'm willing to help out when I can. You know, there's a lot of stuff going on, but I could always try to help give some pointers and some tips. So yeah, thank you, Tom, for your clip. Very awesome stuff. Love to see it. All right, and let's see. We got Todd Pittner, who is the co-host of Decentralized TV, which is a very big platform, by the way. Let's check this out.
What's the most important thing that I think people should know? How to take control of your future. If you go to decentralizeddirectory.com and scroll down, there's a video there that you can watch. But if you go down to benefit from key partners supporting decentralized solutions, and you click on the yellow and you go down to where it says tax saving strategies, right there, click learn more. And then you are going to learn about a rarely publicized, undiscovered legal structure that is acknowledged by the IRS as having tax exempt status with no filing requirements. You receive 1099s if you are a W-9 earner. But even if you are W-2, I can help you set up this legal structure very cost effectively that will help you not just this year, but every year forevermore. And it's generational. I will tell you my consultations are $500. However, if you reach out to Corey, I'm going to provide him with a special link, protect your assets. This is a entity that the elites use.
Okay, so just to make it clear, I'm not part of some pyramid scheme. Okay. He made this as his clip, and that's what he said. I didn't expect him to really do that. But I'm willing to go along with this because Todd is a good dude. I know he has good intentions. He actually did an event here in Florida talking about this strategy. And so if you want, like I said, this clip and many other clips will be public after the show. And you can learn about the strategy that he shares that he says a lot of people in power use. And he talks to a lot of world experts and he uses it himself. And so he wants to share it with people. He's very passionate about it. And so at the moment, you know, that is the most important thing to him. And if you guys want a link for this book a call thing with, you know, the 1099s and all the tax jazz, then, you know, I'm here. So email me or whatever, and I'll try to get that to you. Thank you, Todd, for your clip. Rather unconventional, but, you know, people want to save money, so I get it. I don't know if you know Todd, John, but you should meet him. He's actually in Tampa, so that's why we've been collaborating. And he can join us for our events.
I've seen some of his work.
Yep, he helped me get onto Mike Adams' show and a bunch of other, well, yeah, his show, and it's a very useful connection, very, very powerful. It can help with the book that we launched and all these other projects. I mean, I tried sharing with Mike this showcase. I don't think he shared it with his audience, unfortunately. But, you know, I try my best. There's a lot of people who just don't really share big projects, unfortunately, who have a big following. But I do what I can. It really relies on you guys. If you guys can help out, I always appreciate that. Like Daryl, you always are doing outreach with me. So thank you for doing that. I appreciate it. All right, let's see. What other clips do we have that we have not seen yet? By the way, yeah, he runs Decentralized TV, just so you know. All right, Timothy Rusin.
What is most important?
Now, when it comes to Timothy, I also got this from an interview that I set up with him because he, you know, was like, I don't know what to do. So I got together this clip based on that interview.
What is most important that people need to know? I got tired of people pointing out everything I'm doing wrong in this world, including my family. And I got so pissed off that I realized, you know, that number one, anger is the problem. And I was just reacting to it. So instead of reacting, I have to have a thoughtful response. And there's where it all kind of blew up. I'm like, there's the answer. I can't be angry and just react like some kind of NPC. I have to be a real man. And there's where the strength came out. It's like, take a breath. Okay, now respond thoughtfully. And people, they respond to you when you respond thoughtfully. Because really well-trained people, especially in the healthcare field, especially my wife, because she's a nurse, she would correct me all the time. And I just got like, why am I not the strong one? Why is my wife leading the way? What the fuck? That's one of the things I'm kind of blew up on, is that, you know, you need to start being a man, not being angry, have a thoughtful response so I could be excellent to everyone. What is
And I love this. I just like, I love when he like includes some humor into this. And he didn't intentionally do that. I mean, it's like, it just came up naturally when I was talking with him, and I'm like, dude, right there, that's your clip. I just thought it was so funny. He's like, yeah, I gotta be excellent to everyone. This is my superpower, he called it. It's like being able to take a step back and approach with care, you know, and not let your emotions and your instincts get the best of you. It's a very, very useful tip of advice, because we can tend to get very reactive to the world around us. And John.
Oh, well, for anyone that was watching, the little puppy that I was holding, his name is Bubba Gump. And the big cane corso that you saw me, the one-eyed cane corso that you saw me petting, is Forrest Gump. So I'm in the Gump residence.
Yeah. So
for
guys,
those that want to know.
Yeah,
so I have to real quick just put this out there.
Sure.
Anybody that's interested, please go and adopt a shelter pet. Okay? It's very important to have emotional support animals in your life. To care for another animal is a rewarding, tremendous experience. So I'm going to just put that out there as a public service announcement by St. John to go and adopt a shelter pet before you consider any other animal.
Right. All right. Now we got Stone Grave. Now his clip was so I always take into account the atmosphere, right, and the sounds. And he's like in a train station or something, right? And so like I added music on top of this that I thought was like so fitting. And I think I added an echo effect or something. I don't know, but either way, I think it came out good. So let's check this out. He goes by the name Stone Grave. He didn't give me any other links or anything, so let's hear it.
Natural law. What is natural law? The forever binding universal law that ever was, is, and ever will be. Don't steal. Don't steal people's time, their life. Don't steal the life of a sentient being. All government and authority works against natural law. The belief in government and in authority is the primary root cause of all suffering. Human suffering always has been and always will be. Natural.
You know, like, he's one of those guys that you just find and you're like, I want you to be a voice actor. You know, it's like he's it. He's the guy. Like he's got that voice like perfect for speaking a documentary. Am I wrong?
Yeah, but he's like taking Mark's 3-hour presentation and just like banging it out in 1 minute.
That's true.
Which is great.
Yeah, it's great. Thank you, Stone Gray, for contributing. Awesome stuff.
Thank you.
Yeah, I love it. You know, record on your phone, record anywhere. That's what I wanted for this event. And we got it. We only have 2 more clips left. Could you believe it? 2 more. Here we go.
If Tao Te Ching is an explanation for the one written by Lao Tzu 2,600 years ago, and I Ching is information from binary or yin yang originated from Boki more than 5,000 years ago, there is even older information from ancient Korea called Cheonbugyeon, which is about 10,000-year-old philosophy of three or trinity. We say Cheonjiin or Wonbangak. With quantum mechanics, now we understand there must be an observer to see if it's wave or particle. When we consider some of the universal principles we already know, like everything is moving, nothing is static, and principle of gender and yin-yang together, 3 is kind of inevitable because there must be something between those moving two. That's why information from 3 explains better. And Trinity is so important. It is very short with only 81 letters or syllables. A lot of them are numbered. I would say this is a numerological explanation for everything. It is also one of most occulted information in Asia. Even most Koreans don't know about this anymore. It is being attacked, erased, and often ridiculed, just like other important and valuable information. If Tao Te
So that right here, this was amazing. I got contact with this guy. He's from South Korea. And he said, hey, you know, I like your work and all that stuff. And he's just like super cool, down to earth. And so I really appreciate you out there. And I don't know if I'm going to say your name right, but Sung Hoon Ryu or something like that. Probably not that in Korean. Of course, I'm learning Chinese, so it's a little different. And he's saying that there's this ancient Korean text that is older than the Tao Te Ching. And he uses, by the way, that's a slide from my Taoist presentation. That's one of my slides. And so he puts together this whole presentation showing how there's this old document that's one of the most occulted in Asia. So I got to investigate this. Like, I'll be honest, I haven't looked into it yet. Like, I'm really curious. And he says it's short, too. And I love short texts that are simple. I mean, that's why the Tao Te Ching is important to me. It's like a very short, simple, to the point, powerful, though. And you can expand on it forever. And he makes a good point regarding the Trinity and the 3 that comes from 2. Right? Because we see this as a common theme throughout the world in ancient culture. So I really like the images he provides here. He also throws in some quantum mechanics, which I don't really know much about, like quantum physics or quantum mechanics. I don't know if that's the same thing. But I'm very new to a lot of that, right? And I find it extremely intriguing. Absolutely. And this related to Ken Bartle's work, it's like I have not investigated enough, or I think as much as I should. So I'll admit to that. And I think I definitely got to look into it when I have the chance. What do you think, John? It's nice to hear from people from South Korea. Isn't it crazy?
Yeah, so when I was younger, I had a Korean instructor for Taekwondo. And he was very disciplined. And he was very holistic.
Yeah.
So he was always that positive influence with the holistic and, you know, the discipline and, you know, physical fitness, you know, because it was, you know, a form of karate, you know.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, no. So you get a lot of good stuff out of South Korea. I wish we had producer Michael on the show. He was actually over there for a couple months. He really absorbed their culture. So
yeah,
I'm sure
he told
he would
me
enjoy this clip.
I want to visit South Korea one day. It's one of the few places in the world that I actually want to go to. Not just for the culture, but in general. There's a lot of very interesting things in South Korea. And so I might want to experience it. Like, I don't know about China, even though I'm learning Chinese, but, and I don't like to travel that much because I'm just like a bit of a naturalist hermit, you know, who just kind of adapts anywhere there's nature. But it would be interesting to maybe go over there. I will say that because I do have a strong interest in Asia, and their culture. I really like Asian culture.
Yeah, but this guy, he put together this clip in under a minute. It contained a lot of information. It wasn't, you know, bunched together. It was very thoughtful and concise for what he was talking about at the moment that he presented it. And he's got memes in there. He's got the laws in there. You know, diffracting of light, the quantum that you mentioned. And then also he's got like clips from Mark Passio's presentation. So this is a very well-rounded, educated individual. Did he have a link for his websites or anything?
No.
No.
Yeah,
Okay.
but I am in touch with him, and he actually was like wanting to go to Acapulco with me in Mexico.
Okay. Yeah,
But I've
this is
never
a very
gone there.
simple thing.
I've never
What
gone
he
there.
listen, what he did was a very simple thing. He can, you know, you could do this on your cell phone to
Yes,
put
true.
this information out to your family, friends, coworkers, followers. You know, be the influencer in your crowd, people.
This is a good video too, yeah, and I hope he publishes it on his like own channel, or something, because I think the full version, like without me speeding up some parts to make it 1 minute, should be out there for people. Because I did have to speed up to make it 1 minute. And if he won't, then maybe I'll just publish it by itself, because I have to investigate this text he's talking about, and he's the first person to introduce it to me. So thank you for that. Very, very cool indeed. Thank you so much. You're a really cool dude. Really cool dude. All right, one last clip, guys, and then I have special videos to show, and then that's it. You know, that's it. And I know it's been quite a long show for those of you who have stuck around. Thank you. But I think you'll love the videos at the end as well. I think they're very entertaining, very insightful. All right, last clip. And it's funny I'm showing this one because he actually is the producer of one of the videos. And he's a very good video editor.
The most important thing. The reality that we exist in is very different than our assumption, because we like to think that everything is immediately connected in the way in which if you knock a series of dominoes down, they all fall in a row, and you can observe that. And that's clearly how that works. But that isn't how everything works, because time isn't linear, and metaphysics mean that a lot of connections and associations happen unbeknownst to our immediate awareness. So a great example of this is what's called the Maharishi effect. The Maharishi effect was something that was championed by people who would go into some of the most war-torn regions. What they do is they would practice advanced meditation techniques, and the result of that is that it would diminish the overall incidence of violent crime within that geographic region, as well as improve the holistic health of the people. So that says that we're all directly connected to one another. Even though we don't see those dominoes fall, every single thought that you have, it connects to another person, and they might even be on the other side of a wall. So that means that with your thoughts, with your actions, with your intentions, when you stack that all up, you have the power to change the world. And it can come into being in a very different way than everyone else likes to say. Change comes to unfold. The most important.
So as you can tell, I spit up some parts, but my goodness.
Important thing. The reality.
He's a systemic thinker. Let's put it that way. Meditation techniques, they would go into some of the most war-torn areas. He mentions a certain effect. They would practice all sorts of things, and they would see how people would be affected in other parts of like the same room. You know, very interesting. There's a lot of ideas in the science community that gets pushed out of the science community regarding our connectedness. Like, for instance, morphic resonance. The idea like one person thinks something, another person thinks it across the world. That we're connected to some hive mind in nature. Just like how AI is connected to some like hive mind. There's our hive mind, and you can call that God, you can call that nature or spirit or source. But it's interesting how much scientific and ancient literature there is on just that, right? So I find that very intriguing, and I highly recommend you guys check out his work, because he does episodes, like actual straight up like TV show episodes on truth subjects. His website, conspiracysynergy.com, and the amwakeupshow.com, amwakeupshow.com. So he's got a show that he does, and his episodes are incredibly well edited, incredibly well thought out. He actually did a similar event to this where he had people send in clips, but I think he only chose certain people. And it was like, I was actually one of them. And I posted that later on my channel, but he does great work with editing. So highly recommend checking out his content. Really do. He's also part of the One Great Work Network, and you may not see him around that often, but I think he deserves a lot more credit than what is due. So yeah, John, that is it for clips. Isn't that crazy?
Listen, I'm going to get out of here in a few minutes so that you can wrap up your show, man. But I just wanted to tell our viewing audience here that you know, like I'm more than twice your age, Corey, and I love standing next to you, man. When you know, when you go and you do things, and when we get involved with, you know, hosting events, or, you know, like the future is like unlimited for us. Like we can do whatever we choose to do. And it's nice to have such a well-rounded young man on the squad, man. You know, like all these people sent these clips in because they believe in what you're doing. You know, they see your work and they see what's going on with your websites and your books and your collaborations with all these great networking people that are, you know, involved with holistic approaches and, you know, returning to, you know, a more natural sense of being. And, you know, I'm just so grateful to be on the team, Corey. Thanks for letting me come in and co-host with you for a little bit, man, to round it out and wrap it up, man. What a bunch of great clips, man. And who said we couldn't do it in a minute or less?
Please, guys, clip from the show, take your clip, repost it on your channel. I can send you the versions if you want, like my edited versions. Let's get these out everywhere. From this point forward, after this show, we want to spread this like wildfire, the clips. Okay, that's where a lot of the magic happens. So I'm going to be posting probably like a clip every single day from this show. And I want you guys to do the same thing if you can. Right, and then maybe like Daryl suggested, I'll put a whole video with all the clips together, and that is something that people can watch as well. And that's going to be like 60 minutes, an hour worth of people just watching clips, which is what we're doing here, just minus the extra content and minus the interviews and the announcements and so forth. So without further ado, guys, I'm gonna leave, but I'll just introduce each video as they play. And I thank you guys for being here all 3 days. I don't do a lot of collaborative events. I don't even do interviews, you know, that much. But I like to do them because I think it brings people together, and not enough people do it. And you can do this very simply. Like, I set this whole thing up in not even a week.
Yeah, and for those that don't know, there's actually links on your website of how to do this yourself.
Yes,
things of this
I've made
nature.
tutorials for how to make a summit.
So
Summit,
guys,
I would recommend a summit over this format because this format was like experimental, but this format works for the certain platforms like TikTok and all that. And
this is all free, guys. There's no charge for any of this
true.
stuff. You know, like I love when we go places and we're speaking to groups of people, Corey, and we lead off with that. Like, there's no dues to pay, there's no fees, there's no, you know, subscriptions, none of that. We don't need any of that from you. What we need is your conscious support.
Exactly.
You know, and that comes from sharing these videos. It comes from contributing and
Listen,
getting involved. And thank you so much, Corey.
Oh, thank you. I've never asked for a dime on my channel. And for the first time in 4 years, now I'm releasing, you know, a book with a Give, Send, Go that we attach to it as well, where people can donate money if they want. Because we're starting up projects, like real projects involving people, involving land, and so now we're starting.
Resources.
Yeah, so now we're starting to need to raise money. Now I'm still not gonna have ads on my channel and all that because I think it detracts viewers, and there's just not really a need for me to do that. But I think, you know, if you guys want to support the content, then yes, you get a book, the latest one, Natural Intelligence. Share it with everybody. Do the work yourself, and yeah. That's it. Do whatever you'd like. I don't really push it that much, you know. But at the same time, we need to do it. We need to do it to make a greater impact. All right.
All right. Well, thank you, Corey. I'm going to go, man.
I appreciate you for being here.
Take care, brother, man. I'll see you soon, and I'll talk to you even sooner.
Guys, for the rest of the show, are going to be playing a bunch of videos I think you may enjoy. So we'll start off with Tease Snyder and his video, which is a bit of a trailer as well for the work that he is doing. And his editing is awesome and hilarious, so I think you guys will enjoy it. Are you ready? Here it is.
Hello, interwebs, and welcome to the segment where we all go out and knock on each other's doors. Have conversations with other human beings. You can bring your kitten or kittens or any number of things to inspire other human beings to understand reality. It's a good way to do that is to be nice and warm and encouraging and lovey and fuzzy and all of the stuff that people like. And you're basically going to become a pincushion. They're going to throw some things at you. It's going to happen. Just catch those chairs. Be super ninja about it. Then nobody cares. And we're able to level up. You know, like, hey, y'all, do you know that the world is trying to kill you through the pharmaceutical company? And then, like, turn it into a musical between everybody, including your little kitty. Just like, hey, whoa, whoa. Yeah. Yeah, that's how you do it. Get a bunch of people and kittens together to save the world and reach out to each other, knocking on mother doors. So in order to be able to go out there and improve the world for everybody, get your kittens, put them in carriages, make it so that they're on plain view for everybody, featuring things that inform everyone about what's important. So get your kitten and save the world.
All right, so that's our first clip there. And I'm going to get rid of this center logo here. Pretty crazy stuff, right? All right, let's watch our next one here. A little ad for Chris Jansen.
Hello, friends. This is Chris Jansen. Evil is the destruction of freedom. The relationships we have with other human beings, the choices we make, the quest of our life, to inspire you to look at the grandeur of this world, the incredible potential that we humans have to grow, to learn, and to evolve our spirituality. Each of our soul's yearning, desire, is to find the adventure of our own hero's journey. Our job as beings in this realm is to figure that out. A warrior takes everything as a challenge. These truths apply wholly to all of us, especially in this time of extreme moral danger and evil and the nothingness taking over this world. Ultimately, it's up to you.
All right, that's done. Pretty cool, right? I like these videos. They're very cool. Then we got another one here.
Good morning. Soon you will choose who you want in charge here.
Most important election in the history of our country.
There are just 8 days left in what is the most important election of our lifetime.
I truly believe this is the most important election of our lifetime.
This election is the most important election in our lifetimes, no matter what generation you come from.
2008 is the most important election in our lifetime.
This is the most important election you've ever voted in your entire life.
Americans, this is the most important election of our lifetime.
All these choices make this one of the most important elections in our history.
In what will be, I am convinced, one of the most important elections we're likely to see for the next 50 years.
1996, in my opinion, is going to be the most important election of our lifetimes. Is the single most important election in our lifetimes.
This is the most important election in history.
This is the most important election in this nation in 50 years.
The most important of all choices will be made by the American people at the polls less than 3 months from tonight.
Asking the American people to make one of the most important decisions in their lifetime, because I think this election is one of the most vital in the history of America.
It's not about who's in power. It's who they think is in power.
So if we let them vote, they think they're in charge.
All right, so for those of you who don't know, that's from the Jones Plantation movie. Not the clips from all the politicians, but the guy who was wearing the red coat and that ending scene there. I think it's a very funny video. Thank you, Nidus Moore, for sharing that video. One of our speakers, part of the event. Great stuff. Love to see it. All right, let's see what's next here. Thank you guys for hanging out in the chat while we're showing all this. I believe that we have a clip that Ken Bartle shared with me. So let's check that out.
And there's going to be this earth that goes over here and this earth that goes over here. And we're never, what if, oh, that was one question in Dolores Cannon. It's like, what if I'm on 5D Earth, but I want my pets or my animals or this person over here to come along? First off, plants and animals, they're already in it. They're already in it. You don't have to try to like awaken your dog even more. Or your cat. And be like, hey, just so you know, the 5D Earth space if I can have it, just let me help you evolve. I'll put some crystals around you. When I leave the house, I'll put on some theta beats and you're going to ascend with us. But instead, they're going to be fine. But some people, what about the other people that are lost in the 3D? I want to go over there and help. And what Dolores Cannon says in her books, or the transcripts say in her books, is that you can't do that. As much as you want to, I'm so selfless, I'm so good, I'm going to go help these people over here who are completely bought in and lost in the drama. Remember, that's not how people wake up. And it's not two separate little places they're going to go. 5D over here, 3D over here. I'm going to go and jump from this world and come back to this world. It's not that literal. Energetically, if you go try to help someone that's stuck in 3D, has that ever worked? The way you help other people is you show them through your level of consciousness how you're choosing to live. They will see it and they will either resonate with it or they won't. But when you have someone that's asleep, that's very sometimes even attached to the drama, it's hard to wake people up like that. Normally, you try to wake someone up, they may be mad you try to wake them up. It's like they feel, in their perspective, you're violently shaking them. They're like, just let me sleep, just let me sleep. Not everyone likes the alarm clock. But our purpose wasn't to come here and to be a part of the shift and to wake everyone else up. Our purpose was to come here to forget who we are, to remember who we are, and then to do the inner work to evolve that level of consciousness within ourselves. This is not a physical location ascension where we're leaving everybody else. Sayonara's, sleep sheeple, which is all, that's ego, by the way, that does that. When I went through my awakening in 2012, it's like, everyone else doesn't understand me, they're just asleep. Separation. I'm better than, I'm grandiose and better than them because they're asleep. Be aware of this. A lot of times one ego will leave, the spiritual ego comes in the back door. It's like, hey, look at my crystals. But the most important part of this video to understand is that the new earth is inside of you. It is a level of consciousness. You can choose to embody it by using the power of meditation, by using the power of awareness, by balancing out the bottom 3 chakras and moving into that of the heart chakra. And when you do that, you embody the new earth frequency. Now the old 3D is going to continue to play itself out. The best thing you can do is observe it, but not get caught up in it. Not be distracted by it. Because then it drains your life force energy. Remember, you're meant to be a beacon in the energy that you prefer, and everyone else may or may not resonate with that. And what'll happen is as time goes on too, those train tracks that continue to divide, it'll be harder and harder to reach back and to like get other people on board. You're not going to want to get them on board. You just got to be yourself. You got to do your own inner work. As you do your own inner work and you become aware of your own shadows in your life, you will notice that old patterns fall away. Let them. Some people may fall out of your life. Let it. It's okay. You will make room for more and more people that are in this new earth frequency to come into your life. But it is happening right now on the planet. And to not get lost in the 3D means to observe. It means to balance out the bottom 3 chakras. I may make a meditation on that. If you want me to, go and like this video and comment below if you want me to make a meditation on balancing out the bottom 3 chakras and moving into the heart for the new earth frequency so that you become a part of the harvest. The harvest is what it's called. And understand that this is something you came here. If you watch this video all the way to this point, you came here, and there's a part of you that probably knows deep down you came here to be a part of this shift. You came here to remember this about yourself. You can only perceive that which you are the vibration of. But the key is dedicating to taking responsibility for your own energetic field. Instead of just, I'm always going to save other people. There's so many people, they want to save other people. They want to help the planet evolve. But the way we do that is through doing it within our own level of consciousness, being the carriers of this kind of frequency. One thing it talked about in Dolores Cannon's books was she said there's these 3 waves of volunteers, these volunteer souls that came here to help kind of like bring a new frequency into the planet. And the kids nowadays, they're completely activated at a different level. One thing it said, though, is that there's a lot of souls that come here that literally just carry an energy within themselves. And the energy they carry transforms people, even when they're at the grocery store. It's an energy that influences people subconsciously and in ways we don't even understand. But the key is you got to be able to shine that light. You got to be able to shine it. And as you shine it, you will notice that serves its purpose. So raising your vibration and elevating your frequency is the key to this entire process as well. If you haven't done it yet, go to whatsmyvibration.com, calibrate your vibration, get a meditation for upgrading it to the next level. And if you haven't yet, there's a guided meditation on YouTube on raising your dominant vibration permanently. Read the comments to see what's possible. Commit to that meditation for 21 days and watch how you begin to embody more of that new earth frequency. I'll go ahead and put that video right here.
All right. Very cool. And for our final video of the day, thank you everybody for watching. I really appreciate you all. And be sure to reshare this whole thing if you want. Restream it. I wouldn't mind that. All right. Let's do it.
Hey, my friends, look at my little banana umbrella right here. Oh my God, a little bit of rain in the food forest today. Look at this, my friends. Well, this is paradise, and guess what? Everybody can have it. Yee-hoo! It's time to take the poisons out and grow food instead of lawns.
We created the most important book for humanity. Is that an understatement? I'm here with Jim Gale, the co-author of this book. With me, I'm also a co-author, Corey Endralot, and we are here to share a message with the world that we believe to be the strategy, the plan to change the world. Is that an understatement, Mr. Jim Gale?
Well, first of all, thank you, Corey, for that awesome question. I just got done picking some lemongrass because we've had some rains and there's a few more mosquitoes than normal. But a little lemongrass on the body, guess what? No mosquitoes. Isn't that nuts? Nature is the most important plan, right? So where I'm sitting in a place that I think of as my little Garden of Eden, right? Whether that was a metaphor, a story, or a real place, here's the truth of the matter is it can be and it will be when we come together and we take the poisons out and we organize and we love our land again, when we steward our land again, when we simply enjoy living with our natural system again. That is written in the book. It is described how we get there in the book. So this is the solution. The book helps, point an arrow to it.
Yes, and we have fantastic contributors to this book, such as McKinley Halati. He's a sustainable design leader. We got Kevin Fretz, who's a leader in the organics industry, doing a lot of great stuff, amazing technology and products to help people, helping farmers. Unbelievable. A lot of people are like, what? You can do this? Same thing with Pat Miletich. He's challenging the chemist. He's saying, this is what we can do. We can convert heavy metals into fatty acids. He's a UFC world champion. The guy saw everybody getting sick around him, and now he wants to heal heal the world. He's now known as a soil savior. We got Joel Salatin, who's a best time selling author, contributing to this book. Same thing with Marjorie Wildcraft, and they're both leaders in their own fields. Joel Salatin is an iconic farmer, and Marjorie is a preparedness leader. And we also have Rowdy Mayer, who's also known as Tag, and he's a successful land developer. He's literally creating towns and helping people become off-grid and living sustainable lives, which a lot of people want to live. A lot of people see the problems in the world. What are those problems? Cancer, disease, heart attacks. I mean, gosh, we have, diabetes, obesity, but we also have environmental problems, or we have, climate change, or EMF radiation, or, you name it. The list goes on and on. People study the problems all day long, but what are the solutions? And so we created a book, a format that can be shareable, that is easy to read, that is for pretty much every single reader, you, your friends, your family, to help detail this plan to save humanity, because we need it now more than ever. Right? Solutions, not problems. And we're very public with this. As Jim even shared, he's living that solution. We're not just talking about it. And this book is timeless and universal. It will last way beyond our time, but it's needed in a time such as what we live in right now.
Boom. Very well said. Nature, God's design, will save humanity. And this book points to exactly how we integrate and we cooperate and we simply work with God's design again, like we're meant to do. And that is the only thing that will save humanity, is the wisdom of God, of source, of nature, right? And if you came from a spot on the other side of the world where you learned a different language, do I hate you for that? No. Let's all come together and love each other, love the land. The best thing we could ever do, the most selfish thing we could ever do, is simply serve each other. Because by doing so, we serve ourselves. People are reciprocal. In fact, there was a story I heard about what is hell like and heaven like, right? And they go down to hell, and there's all these people there with these spoons. And the spoons are 6 feet long, and their arms are only 3 feet long. And there's food all over the place, but the one rule is they have to eat with that spoon. And in hell, they're all starving, right? Well, then you go to heaven, and it's almost the same kind of rules. You can only use this spoon to eat. Well, in heaven, they're all feeding each other, and they live in paradise, right? So when we start thinking that way again, and acting that way again, and knowing and understanding that way again, working with nature, which is a free energy system. Tesla eats your heart out, right? Free energy is everywhere around me.
Yes. Yeah, and so whether you're a corporation, you're a politician, you're in the military, you have a business of your own, you're in the medical field, you're worried about what's going on in general, you're passionate about trying to help people, and you're trying to see, well, what are these solutions that I'm not really taught about in school, or, we don't really know about that's out there, or, maybe even you're homeless, you don't have much, and you're like, what could I do? The systems have been oppressing me, or I don't know how to start, trying to live on my own, and I want to try to make a more of a living, and maybe I want to help inspire other people so they can do the same thing too. I mean, whatever it is, we break it down from exactly the position that you are in, what exactly you can do, very practically. Yes, since the book is called Natural Intelligence, we talk about this idea called AI, which consists of many ideas, right? But there is one idea that we're sharing here in this book, and that one idea is quite special, unlike the AI. And we can work with the AI. We can actually bring this to the AI, and it can become even better once we understand it.
Yeah, and it being God's design, being GI, right? God's intelligence. And I'll take that any time over AI. What we are talking about, being that all wealth is derived from nature. What we are talking about is the most profitable solution. This is not only the art of war. This is not only the idea whose time has come. This is not only the way to win and create peace on earth. This is the ultimate profit center, right? To transition our land again back and to store our financial wealth instead of in the banks that are owned and run by our adversary. You put your wealth into the system. You compost the fiat, and then every single one of these plants has went up in value by hundreds or thousands of percentage points in the last 2.5 years, right? Like epic value. And that's just in cash value, but now in life value. So yeah, this is profitable, to say the least.
Thank you, Jim. I want you to share your story on how you came to be here. And before I get into how we met and started creating this work together, I just want you to quickly create a synopsis for the viewer here.
You got it. Thank you, brother. So they call me Nature Boy growing up. I always loved everything to do with nature. I had frogs in my pockets. I always had some kind of animal at home that I was taking care of. And my favorite TV show back in the day was Tarzan when I was a little kid, right? The cartoon. And I'm going to sneeze here in a second. It was, so, and by the way, that whole Tarzan thing, it's coming. Oh, I love sneezing. God, that's awesome. So that's what we need now. We need Tarzan. We need to work and gather the strength, the infinite power of God's system. And we need to use that to basically triumph, prevail, win the war, win the game over the evil and the poisons. Right? So Tarzan, good job helping me see that when I was 5 years old. And then then Ranger Rick. I mean, it was just Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom. Anyway, so then about when I was 19, I went through 2 really tough years. My senior year in high school, I completely failed. My junior year as well, barely got through school. And then my college wrestling coach, Dr. Gary Rushing, said, everybody, team, it's time to write your goals. And I had been actually asked by my parents to quit wrestling because they thought I needed to focus on school because my school was so bad. And I was a daydreamer. I could not pay attention to what was in front of the room. And I said, no, I think I've got some left in me. So I get to college and my college coach says, all right, team, write your goals. And at first I looked at it as homework and I didn't want to do it. But when I started writing, my mind, everything that I had believed in, it all kind of expanded. And through that process, I ended up becoming a 4-time All-American and national champion. And I learned that anybody, no matter where you are, you can start with a belief where you can conceive it and believe it. And then you just take steps towards it. And if you can conceive it and believe it, you absolutely can achieve it. So that's what led me to here, knowing that faith and courage is the armor of God, knowing that there's no other way, there's no other master, but truth and honesty and integrity and service. And so here we are.
Beautiful, Jim. And, you know, for myself, you and I ran into the synchronicity to meeting each other and writing this book and meeting so many others who are living the solution. And you know, these celebrities or these other book authors that came together. I mean, did we expect to meet them? Did we expect to write this? No, it happened out of just an amazing intelligence of us putting together our passions, our care about the world, and then our solutions and saying, well, here is our piece of the puzzle. What's your piece of the puzzle? Oh, wait, if we combine our efforts, we become infinitely more powerful, which is what we want the reader to join us with. You know, join us in our efforts and share your solutions with us. You know, this is not limited to the work that we have created, but we have created the foundation. We created the blueprint. So you can help us and we can help you. But, you know, my journey, I wrote books myself, going through life with very close-knit family, you know, very moral. We had a lot of fun, a lot of partying, a lot of games, right? But I saw growing up in the world, a lot of kids around my age were depressed. They had anxiety. They had a lot of mental struggles that they were fighting with. And I would just be there for them to help them. And my parents were always just there for me. So for me just to be there for them, it helped them quite a bit. But I was always curious, well, why do they feel the way they feel, right? And why are people getting diseased all around me? How come I'm not taught about nutrition or ingredients? I started reading the ingredient packages in the grocery store.
Wow.
I mean, I was just like starting to research and starting to get really curious about the world around me. I started journaling and asking myself a bunch of questions, and some things I just couldn't wrap my head around. It's like, why is the world the way it is? And it's like we're being taught all this stuff on the news about like, oh my gosh, this problem is coming here, this problem's coming there. We're in space the next day, it's like, what's going on? So as a kid, it can be really pressuring, and it's like growing up in this world of technology, and people are like glued to their screens. We're more than that. I realized we're much more than that. I had a very close nature connection. I grew up in the mountains of Northeast Pennsylvania, and that really inspired me to have this message that I bring to you here, which is that nature is the answer. Right, across all fields of life. And that doesn't mean technology and AI is not the answer. It's to say that that was born of nature. That came from the result of our intelligence. We basically give it our ability by writing to it, by talking to it every day, by programming it. And when we realize that, then AI can be one of the greatest tools for our natural intelligence. But unfortunately, a lot of kids nowadays are growing up into the world where that's what they're given right away. And so we are realizing many people are fearful of that technology. But as I grew up in that realm of technology, I had firsthand experience of people who were just delved deep into that world and didn't know how to escape it, but also people who were like old timers, who were like, man, what is this technology? What is that?
Yeah.
And soon that type of bridge may be lost. And so that ancient wisdom is going to come back to resurface for humanity to realize their roots. And this book serves as that timeless example to show people what are their roots. What is that natural intelligence that created that artificial intelligence? And I met you, Jim, because me having the message nature is the answer would eventually lead me to you, who is living, in nature, off grid.
Yeah, and vice versa. It's perfect.
It's beautiful. So thank you so much, Jim. How we made this, it was amazing. We came together. I was thinking about writing a book about this, and you're like, oh yeah, I want to write a book about this. And then it's like, oh, it just happened.
It's so in the flow. And thank you for everything you're doing, Corey. It's amazing. You're blowing my mind. You're accomplishing what I have failed to accomplish for 20 years. I hired my first ghostwriter when I was about 39 or 38 years old. and it failed. And now it just flowed. It was just like that with your help. It's just been amazing.
Absolutely. So if anybody wants the book, look up Natural Intelligence to Technology of Peace. Okay. Anywhere, any of your favorite retailers online, but also your local bookstore. You can actually go to the desk and ask them to order it for you, and they should be able to do so. So again, it's Natural Intelligence to Technology of Peace. And I'm Corey Edmund Andrelot, here with Jim Gale. Thank you guys so much, and I hope that you guys enjoy the book, share it with your friends and family, and let's change the world together.
Together we win, my friends. Let's do it.
Thank you for watching this video. We set up a Give, Send, Go actually with this book on purpose, so that way if people want to contribute to the projects that this book is going to contribute to, and potentially other projects and just getting the book out there in general, or just for the work that I've done over the past 4 years and haven't really asked for any money, I actually set up this Give, Send, Go for the purpose that we can be very transparent and clear where this money is going. Jim is going to be giving it to the Council of 12 that he set up with world leaders and experts. I'm going to be trying to create my project here in Florida, but also helping to share the word with the book in general and other projects that I have going on that are gigantic. So I thank you very much for watching this video, and be sure to check out the Give, Send, Go. Also, we have a document, a one-page document that leads people to both the book and the Give, Send, Go, and this could be shared everywhere. This helps people understand what is the problem and what is the solution, as simple as you can get it. And not only that, we have it in every single format for different audiences, such as churches and prisons, in schools, right, or even politicians. It's all there, and you can go to nita.one for that information. That's nita.one, nita.one. Nature is the answer. Natural intelligence is the answer. And you are intelligent. Don't forget it.
All right, guys. That's it. That's the show. it is what it is. Be sure to get the book if you haven't already. And I will leave you on that note, since it is the strategy, the action, it's all there. I think perhaps my most important work yet. Thank you, everybody, for watching. I appreciate everybody out there very much, especially those of you who have tuned in the entire time. You guys are truly awesome. Even those who take action, help network, help spread the word, you guys are the best. I appreciate you guys. Take care.